by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood.
Les Misérables.
1831 and 1832, the 2 years which are immediately connected with the Revolution of July, form one of the most peculiar and striking moments of history. These 2 years rise like 2 mountains midway between those which precede and those which follow them. They have a revolutionary grandeur. Precipices are to be distinguished there. The social masses, the very assizes of civilization, the solid group of superposed and adhering interests, the century-old profiles of the ancient French formation, appear and disappear in them every instant, athwart the storm clouds of systems, of passions, and of theories. These appearances and disappearances have been designated as movement and resistance. At intervals, truth, that daylight of the human soul, can be descried shining there. This remarkable epoch is decidedly circumscribed and is beginning to be sufficiently distant from us to allow of our grasping the principal lines even at the present day. We shall make the attempt. The Restoration had been one of those intermediate phases hard to define, in which there is fatigue, buzzing, murmurs, sleep, tumults, and which are nothing else than the arrival of a great nation at a halting place. These epochs are peculiar and mislead the politicians who desire to convert them to profit. In the beginning, the nation asks nothing but repose. It thirsts for but one thing, peace. It has but one ambition, to be small, which is the translation of remaining tranquil. Of great events, great hazards, great adventures, great men, thank God, we have seen enough. We have them heaped higher than our heads. We would exchange Caesar for Prusias, and Napoleon for the King of Yvetot. What a good little king was he! We have marched since daybreak, we have reached the evening of a long and toilsome day. We have made our first change with Mirabeau, the second with Robespierre, the third with Bonaparte. We are worn out. Each one demands a bed. Devotion which is weary, heroism which has grown old, ambitions which are sated, fortunes which are made, seek, demand, implore, solicit what? A shelter. They have it. They take possession of peace, of tranquillity, of leisure. Behold, they are content. But at the same time, certain facts arise, compel recognition, and knock at the door in their turn. These facts are the products of revolutions and wars. They exist, they have the right to install themselves in society, and they do install themselves therein. And most of the time, facts are the stewards of the household and fouriers who do nothing but prepare lodgings for principles. This, then, is what appears to philosophical politicians. At the same time that weary men demand repose, accomplished facts demand guarantees. Guarantees are the same to facts that repose is to men. This is what England demanded of the Stuarts after the Protector. This is what France demanded of the Bourbons after the Empire. These guarantees are a necessity of the times. They must be accorded. Princes grant them, but in reality it is the force of things which gives them. A profound truth, and one useful to know, which the Stuarts did not suspect in 1662, and which the Bourbons did not even obtain a glimpse of in 1814. The predestined family, which returned to France when Napoleon fell, had the fatal simplicity to believe that it was itself which bestowed, and that what it had bestowed it could take back again. The House of Bourbon possessed the right divine, but France possessed nothing, and that the political right conceded in the charter of Louis XVIII was merely a branch of the right divine, was detached by the House of Bourbon and graciously given to the people until such day as it should please the king to reassume it. Still the House of Bourbon should have felt, from the displeasure created by the gift, that it did not come from it. This house was churlish to the 19th century. It put on an ill-tempered look at every development of the nation. To make use of a trivial word, that is to say, of a popular and true word, it looked glum. The people saw this. It thought it possessed strength because the empire had been carried away before it like a theatrical stage setting. It did not perceive that it had itself been brought in the same fashion. It did not perceive that it also lay in that hand which had removed Napoleon. It thought that it had roots because it was the past. It was mistaken. It formed a part of the past, but the whole past was France. The roots of French society were not fixed in the Bourbons, but in the nation. These obscure and lively roots constituted not the right of a family, but the history of a people. They were everywhere, except under the throne. The House of Bourbon was to France the illustrious and bleeding knot in her history, but was no longer the principal element of her destiny and the necessary base of her politics. She could get along without the Bourbons. She had done without them for 22 years. There had been a break of continuity. They did not suspect the fact. And how should they have suspected it, they who fancied that Louis XVII reigned on the 9th of Thermidor and that Louis XVIII was reigning at the Battle of Marengo? Never, since the origin of history, had princes been so blind in the presence of facts and the portion of divine authority which facts contain and promulgate. Never had that pretension here below, which is called the right of kings, denied to such a point the right from on high. A capital error which led this family to lay its hand once more on the guarantees granted in 1814, on the concessions, as it termed them. Sad, a sad thing! What it had termed its concessions were our conquests. What it termed our encroachments were our rights. When the hour seemed to it to have come, the Restoration, supposing itself victorious over Bonaparte and well-rooted in the country, that is to say, believing itself to be strong and deep, abruptly decided on its plan of action and risked its stroke. One morning it drew itself up before the face of France, and elevating its voice, it contested the collective title and the individual right of the nation to sovereignty, of the citizen to liberty. In other words, it denied to the nation that which made it a nation, and to the citizen that which made him a citizen. This is the foundation of those famous acts which are called the Ordinances of July. The Restoration fell. It fell justly, but, we admit, it had not been absolutely hostile to all forms of progress. Great things had been accomplished with it alongside. Under the Restoration, the nation had grown accustomed to calm discussion, which had been lacking under the Republic, and to grandeur and peace, which had been wanting under the Empire. France, free and strong, had offered an encouraging spectacle to the other peoples of Europe. The Revolution had had the word under Robespierre, the cannon had had the word under Bonaparte. It was under Louis XVIII and Charles X that it was the turn of intelligence to have the word. The wind ceased, and the torch was lighted once more. On the lofty heights the pure light of mind could be seen flickering. A magnificent, useful, and charming spectacle. For a space of 15 years, those great principles, which are so old for the thinker, so new for the statesman, could be seen at work in perfect peace on the public square. Equality before the law, liberty of conscience, liberty of speech, liberty of the press, the accessibility of all aptitudes to all functions. Thus it proceeded until 1830. The Bourbons were an instrument of civilization which broke in the hands of Providence. The fall of the Bourbons was full of grandeur, not on their side, but on the side of the nation. They quitted the throne with gravity, but without authority. Their descent into the night was not one of those solemn disappearances which leave a somber emotion in history. It was neither the spectral calm of Charles I nor the eagle scream of Napoleon. They departed, that is all. They laid down the crown and retained no aureole. They were worthy, but they were not august. They lacked, in a certain measure, the majesty of their misfortune. Charles X, during the voyage from Cherbourg, causing a round table to be cut over into a square table, appeared to be more anxious about imperiled etiquette than about the crumbling monarchy. This diminution saddened devoted men who loved their persons, and serious men who honored their race. The populace was admirable. The nation, attacked one morning with weapons by a sort of royal insurrection, felt itself in the possession of so much force that it did not go into a rage. It defended itself, restrained itself, restored things to their places, the government to law, the Bourbons to exile, alas, and then halted. It took the old king, Charles X, from beneath that dais which had sheltered Louis XIV, and set him gently on the ground. It touched the royal personages only with sadness and precaution. It was not one man, it was not a few men, it was France, France entire, France victorious and intoxicated with her victory, who seemed to be coming to herself, and who put into practice, before the eyes of the whole world, the grave words of Guillaume Duvert after the day of the barricades. It is easy, for those who are accustomed, to skim the favors of the great, and to spring like a bird from bough to bough, from an afflicted fortune to a flourishing one, to show themselves harsh towards their prince in his adversity. But as for me, the fortune of my kings, and especially of my afflicted kings, will always be venerable to me. The Bourbons carried away with them respect, but not regret. As we have just stated, their misfortune was greater than they were. They faded out in the horizon. The Revolution of July instantly had friends and enemies throughout the entire world. The first rushed towards her with joy and enthusiasm, the others turned away, each according to his nature. At the first blush, the princes of Europe, the owls of this dawn, shut their eyes, wounded and stupefied, and only opened them to threaten. A fright which can be comprehended, a wrath which can be pardoned. This strange revolution had hardly produced a shock. It had not even paid to vanquished royalty the honor of treating it as an enemy and of shedding its blood. In the eyes of despotic governments, who are always interested in having liberty calumniate itself, the Revolution of July committed the fault of being formidable and of remaining gentle. Nothing, however, was attempted or plotted against it. The most discontented, the most irritated, the most trembling saluted it. Whatever our egotism and our rancor may be, a mysterious respect springs from events in which we are sensible of the collaboration of someone who is working above man. The Revolution of July is the triumph of right overthrowing the fact, a thing which is full of splendor. Right overthrowing the fact, hence the brilliancy of the Revolution of 1830, hence also its mildness. Right triumphant has no need of being violent. Right is the just and the true. The property of right is to remain eternally beautiful and pure. The fact, even when most necessary to all appearances, even when most thoroughly accepted by contemporaries, if it exist only as a fact, and if it contain only too little of right or none at all, is infallibly destined to become, in the course of time, deformed, impure, perhaps even monstrous. If one desires to learn at one blow to what degree of hideousness the fact can attain, viewed at the distance of centuries, let him look at Machiavelli. Machiavelli is not an evil genius, nor a demon, nor a miserable and cowardly writer. He is nothing but the fact. And he is not only the Italian fact, he is the European fact, the fact of the 16th century. He seems hideous, and so he is, in the presence of the moral idea of the 19th. This conflict of right and fact has been going on ever since the origin of society. To terminate this duel, to amalgamate the pure idea with the humane reality, to cause right to penetrate pacifically into the fact, and the fact into the right, that is the task of sages. But the task of sages is one thing, the task of clever men is another. The Revolution of 1830 came to a sudden halt. As soon as a revolution has made the coast, the skillful make haste to prepare the shipwreck. The skillful in our century have conferred on themselves the title of statesmen, so that this word, statesman, has ended by becoming somewhat of a slang word. It must be borne in mind, in fact, that wherever there is nothing but skill, there is necessarily pettiness. To say the skillful amounts to saying the mediocre. In the same way, to say statesmen is sometimes equivalent to saying traitors. If, then, we are to believe the skillful, revolutions like the Revolution of July are severed arteries, a prompt ligature is indispensable. The right, too grandly proclaimed, is shaken. Also, right once firmly fixed, the state must be strengthened. Liberty once assured, attention must be directed to power. Here the sages are not, as yet, separated from the skillful, but they begin to be distrustful. Power, very good, but in the first place, what is power? In the second, whence comes it? The skillful do not seem to hear the murmured objection, and they continue their maneuvers. According to the politicians, who are ingenious in putting the mask of necessity on profitable fictions, the first requirement of a people after a revolution, when this people forms part of a monarchical continent, is to procure for itself a dynasty. In this way, they say, peace, that is to say, time to dress our wounds and to repair the house, can be had after a revolution. The dynasty conceals the scaffolding and covers the ambulance. Now, it is not always easy to procure a dynasty. If it is absolutely necessary, the first man of genius, or even the first man of fortune who comes to hand, suffices for the manufacturing of a king. You have, in the first place, Napoleon, in the second, Iturbide. But the first family that comes to hand does not suffice to make a dynasty. There is necessarily required a certain modicum of antiquity in a race, and the wrinkle of the centuries cannot be improvised. If we place ourselves at the point of view of the statesman, after making all allowances, of course, after a revolution, what are the qualities of a king which result from it? He may be, and it is useful for him to be, a revolutionary. that is to say, a participant in his own person in that revolution, that he should have lent a hand to it, that he should have either compromised or distinguished himself therein, that he should have touched the axe or wielded the sword in it. What are the qualities of a dynasty? It should be national, that is to say, revolutionary at a distance, not through acts committed, but by reason of ideas accepted. It should be composed of past and be historic, be composed of future and be sympathetic. All this explains why the early revolutions contented themselves with finding a man, Cromwell or Napoleon, and why the second absolutely insisted on finding a family, the House of Brunswick or the House of Orleans. Royal houses resemble those Indian fig trees, each branch of which, bending over to the earth, takes root and becomes a fig tree itself. Each branch may become a dynasty, on the sole condition that it shall bend down to the people. Such is the theory of the skillful. Here, then, lies the great art, to make a little render to success the sound of a catastrophe, in order that those who profit by it may tremble from it also, to season with fear every step that is taken, to augment the curve of the transition to the point of retarding progress, to dull that aurora, to denounce and retrench the harshness of enthusiasm, to cut all angles and nails, to wad triumph, to muffle up right, to envelope the giant people in flannel and to put it to bed very speedily, to impose a diet on that excess of health, to put Hercules on the treatment of a convalescent, to dilute the event with the expedient, to offer to spirits thirsting for the ideal that nectar thinned out with a potion, to take one's precaution against too much success, to garnish the revolution with a shade. 1830 practiced this theory, already applied to England by 1688. 1830 is a revolution arrested midway, half of progress, quasi-right. Now logic knows not the almost, absolutely as the sun knows not the candle. Who arrests revolutions halfway? The bourgeoisie. Why? Because the bourgeoisie is interest which has reached satisfaction. Yesterday it was appetite, today it is plenitude, tomorrow it will be satiety. The phenomenon of 1814 after Napoleon was reproduced in 1830 after Charles X. The attempt has been made, and wrongly, to make a class of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie is simply the contented portion of the people. The bourgeois is the man who now has time to sit down. A chair is not a caste. But through a desire to sit down too soon, one may arrest the very march of the human race. This has often been the fault of the bourgeoisie. One is not a class because one has committed a fault. Selfishness is not one of the divisions of the social order. Moreover, we must be just to selfishness. The state to which that part of the nation which is called the bourgeoisie aspired after the shock of 1830 was not the inertia which is complicated with indifference and laziness, and which contains a little shame. It was not the slumber which presupposes a momentary forgetfulness accessible to dreams. It was the halt. The halt is a word formed of a singular, double, and almost contradictory sense. A troop on the march, that is to say movement. A stand, that is to say repose. The halt is the restoration of forces. It is repose armed and on the alert. It is the accomplished fact which posts sentinels and holds itself on its guard. The halt presupposes the combat of yesterday and the combat of tomorrow. It is the partition between 1830 and 1848. What we here call combat may also be designated as progress. The bourgeoisie, then, as well as the statesman, required a man who should express this word halt, and although because, a composite individuality, signifying revolution and signifying stability, in other terms strengthening the present by the evident compatibility of the past with the future. This man was already found. His name was Louis Philippe d'Orléans. The 221 made Louis Philippe king. Lafayette undertook the coronation. He called it the best of republics. The town hall of Paris took the place of the cathedral of Rheims. This substitution of a half-throne for a whole throne was the work of 1830. When the skillful had finished, the immense vice of their solution became apparent. All this had been accomplished outside the bounds of absolute right. Absolute right cried, "I protest!" Then, terrible to say, it retired into the darkness.
Revolutions have a terrible arm and a happy hand. They strike firmly and choose well. Even incomplete, even debased and abused, and reduced to their state of a junior revolution, like the Revolution of 1830, they nearly always retain sufficient providential lucidity to prevent them from falling amiss. Their eclipse is never an abdication. Nevertheless, let us not boast too loudly. Revolutions also may be deceived, and grave errors have been seen. Let us return to 1830. 1830, in its deviation, had good luck. In the establishment which entitled itself order after the revolution had been cut short, the king amounted to more than royalty. Louis Philippe was a rare man. The son of a father to whom history will accord certain attenuating circumstances, but also as worthy of esteem as that father had been of blame. Possessing all private virtues and many public virtues, careful of his health, of his fortune, of his person, of his affairs, knowing the value of a minute and not always the value of a year, sober, serene, peaceable, patient, a good man and a good prince, sleeping with his wife, and having in his palace lackeys charged with the duty of showing the conjugal bed to the bourgeois, an ostentation of the regular sleeping apartment which had become useful after the former illegitimate displays of the elder branch, knowing all the languages of Europe, and, what is more rare, all the languages of all interests, and speaking them. An admirable representative of the middle class, but outstripping it, and in every way greater than it, possessing excellent sense, while appreciating the blood from which he had sprung, counting most of all on his intrinsic worth, and on the question of his race very particular, declaring himself Orleans and not Bourbon. Thoroughly the first prince of the blood royal, while he was still only a serene highness, but a frank bourgeois from the day he became king. Diffuse in public, concise in private, reputed but not proved to be a miser. At bottom, one of those economists who are readily prodigal at their own fancy or duty. Lettered, but not very sensitive to letters. A gentleman, but not a chevalier. Simple, calm, and strong, adored by his family and his household. A fascinating talker, an undeceived statesman, inwardly cold, dominated by immediate interest, always governing at the shortest range, incapable of rancor and gratitude, making use without mercy of superiority on mediocrity, clever in getting parliamentary majorities to put in the wrong those mysterious unanimities which mattered duly under thrones, unreserved, sometimes imprudent in his lack of reserve, but with marvelous address in that imprudence, fertile in expedients, in countenances, in masks, making France fear Europe, and Europe France, incontestably fond of his country, but preferring his family, assuming more domination than authority, and more authority than dignity, a disposition which has this unfortunate property, that, as it turns everything into success, it admits of ruse and does not absolutely repudiate baseness, but which has this valuable side, that it preserves politics from violent shocks, the state from fractures, and society from catastrophes. Minute, correct, vigilant, attentive, sagacious, indefatigable, contradicting himself at times and giving himself the lie, bold against Austria and Ancona, obstinate against England in Spain, bombarding Antwerp, and paying off Pritchard, signing the Marseillais with conviction, inaccessible to despondency, to lassitude, to the taste for the beautiful and the ideal, to daring generosity, to utopia, to chimeras, to wrath, to vanity, to fear, possessing all the forms of personal intrepidity, a general at Valmy, a soldier at Jemappes, attacked 8 times by regicide, and always smiling, brave as a grenadier, courageous as a thinker, uneasy only in the face of the chances of a European shaking up, and unfitted for great political adventures, always ready to risk his life, never his work, distinguishing his will and influence in order that he might be obeyed as an intelligence rather than as a king, endowed with observation and not with divination, not very attentive to minds, but knowing men, that is to say, requiring to see in order to judge, prompt and penetrating good sense, practical wisdom, easy speech, prodigious memory, drawing incessantly on this memory, his only point of resemblance with Caesar, Alexander, and Napoleon. Knowing deeds, facts, details, dates, proper names, ignorant of tendencies, passions, the diverse geniuses of the crowd, the interior aspirations, the hidden and obscure uprisings of souls, in a word, all that can be designated as the invisible currents of consciences, accepted by the surface, but little in accord with France lower down, extricating himself by dint of tact, governing too much and not enough, his own first minister, excellent at creating out of the pettiness of realities an obstacle to the immensity of ideas, mingling a genuine creative faculty of civilization, of order and organization, an indescribable spirit of proceedings and chicanery, the founder and lawyer of a dynasty, having something of Charlemagne and something of an attorney, in short, a lofty and original figure, a prince who understood how to create authority in spite of the uneasiness of France, and power in spite of the jealousy of Europe. Louis Philippe will be classed among the eminent men of his century, and would be ranked among the most illustrious governors of history, had he loved glory but a little, and if he had had the sentiment of what is great to the same degree as the feeling for what is useful. Louis Philippe had been handsome, and in his old age he remained graceful. Not always approved by the nation, he always was so by the masses. He pleased. He had that gift of charming. He lacked majesty. He wore no crown, although a king, and no white hair, although an old man. His manners belonged to the old regime, and his habits to the new, a mixture of the noble and the bourgeois which suited 1830. Louis Philippe was transition reigning. He had preserved the ancient pronunciation and the ancient orthography which he placed at the service of opinions modern. He loved Poland and Hungary, but he wrote les Polonais, and he pronounced les Hongrais. He wore the uniform of the National Guard, like Charles X, and the ribbon of the Legion of Honor, like Napoleon. He went a little to chapel, not at all to the chase, never to the opera, incorruptible by sacristans, by worshippers in, by ballet dancers. This made a part of his bourgeois popularity. He had no heart. He went out with his umbrella under his arm, and this umbrella long formed a part of his aureole. He was a bit of a mason, a bit of a gardener, something of a doctor. He bled a postilion who had tumbled from his horse. Louis Philippe no more went about without his lancet than did Henry IV without his poniard. The royalists jeered at this ridiculous king, the first who had ever shed blood without the object of healing. For the grievances against Louis Philippe, there is one deduction to be made. There is that which accuses the royalty, that which accuses the reign, that which accuses the king. 3 columns which all give different totals. Democratic right confiscated, progress becomes a matter of secondary interest. The protests of the street violently repressed. Military execution of insurrections. The rising passed over by arms. The Rue Transonienne, the councils of war, the absorption of the real country by the legal country on half-shares with 300,000 privileged persons. These are the deeds of royalty. Belgium refused, Algeria too harshly conquered, and, as in the case of India, by the English, with more barbarism than civilization. The breach of faith to Abd el-Kader, Blayet, Deutsch bought, Pritchard paid. These are the doings of the reign. The policy which was more domestic than national was the doing of the king. As will be seen, the proper deduction having been made, the king's charge is decreased. This is his great fault. He was modest in the name of France. Whence arises this fault? We will state it. Louis Philippe was rather too much of a paternal king. That incubation of a family with the objection of founding a dynasty is afraid of everything and does not like to be disturbed. Hence excessive timidity, which is displeasing to the people, who have the 14th of July in their civil and Austerlitz in their military traditions. Moreover, if we deduct the public duties which require to be fulfilled first of all, that deep tenderness of Louis Philippe towards his family was deserved by the family. That domestic group was worthy of admiration. Virtues there dwelt side by side with talents. One of Louis Philippe's daughters, Marie de Orleans, placed the name of her race among artists, as Charles de Orleans had placed it among poets. She made of her soul a marble, which she named Jeanne d'Arc. Two of Louis Philippe's daughters elicited from Metternich this eulogium. They are young people such as are rarely seen, and princes such as are never seen. This without any dissimulation, and also without any exaggeration, is the truth about Louis Philippe. To be Prince Equality, to bear in his own person the contradiction of the Restoration and the Revolution, to have that disquieting side of the revolutionary which becomes reassuring in governing power, therein lay the fortune of Louis Philippe in 1830. Never was there a more complete adaptation of a man to an event. The one entered into the other, and the incarnation took place. Louis Philippe is 1830 made man. Moreover, he had in his favor that great recommendation to the throne, exile. He had been proscribed, a wanderer, poor. He had lived by his own labor. In Switzerland, this heir to the richest princely domains in France had sold an old horse in order to obtain bread. At Reichenau, he gave lessons in mathematics, while his sister Adelaide did wool work and sewed. These souvenirs connected with a king rendered the bourgeoisie enthusiastic. He had with his own hands demolished the iron cage of Mont Saint-Maquille, built by Louis XI and used by Louis XV. He was the companion of Dumouriez. He was the friend of Lafayette. He had belonged to the Jacobins' Club. Marabout had slapped him on the shoulder. Danton had said to him, "Young man." At the age of 24, in '93, being then Monsieur de Chartres, he had witnessed from the depth of a box the trial of Louis XVI, so well named, that poor tyrant. The blind clairvoyance of the Revolution, breaking royalty in the king and the king with royalty, did so almost without noticing the man in the fierce crushing of the idea, the vast storm of the Assembly Tribunal, the public wrath interrogating Carpe, not knowing what to reply, the alarming stupefied vacillation by the royal head beneath that sombre breath, the relative innocence of all in that catastrophe of those who condemned as well as of the man condemned. He had looked on those things. He had contemplated that giddiness. He had seen the centuries appear before the bar of the Assembly Convention. He had beheld behind Louis XVI that unfortunate passer-by who was made responsible, the terrible culprit, the monarchy, rise through the shadows, and there had lingered in his soul the respectful fear of these immense justices of the populace, which are almost as impersonal as the justice of God. The trace left in him by the Revolution was prodigious. Its memory was like a living imprint of those great years, minute by minute. One day, in the presence of a witness, whom we are not permitted to doubt, he rectified, from memory, the whole of the letter A in the alphabetical list of the Constituent Assembly. Louis Philippe was a king of the broad daylight. While he reigned, the press was free. The tribune was free. Conscience and speech were free. The laws of September are open to sight. Although fully aware of the gnawing power of light on privileges, he left his throne exposed to the light. History will do justice to him for this loyalty. Louis Philippe, like all historical men who have passed from the scene, is today put on trial by the human conscience. His case is as yet only in the lower court. The hour when history speaks with its free and venerable accent has not yet sounded for him. The moment has not come to pronounce a definite judgment on this king. The austere and illustrious historian, Louis Blanc, has himself recently softened his first verdict. Louis Philippe was elected by those two almosts which are called the 221 and 1830, that is to say, by a half parliament and a half revolution. And in any case, from the superior point of view where philosophy must place itself, we cannot judge him here, as the reader has seen above, except with certain reservations in the name of the absolute democratic principle. In the eyes of the absolute, outside these two rights, the right of man in the first place, and the right of the people in the second, all is usurpation. But what we can say, even at the present day, that after making these reserves, is that to sum up the whole, and in whatever manner he is considered, Louis Philippe, taken in himself, and from the point of view of human goodness, will remain, to use the antique language of ancient history, one of the best princes who ever sat on a throne. What is there against him? That throne. Take away Louis Philippe the king, there remains the man, and the man is good. He is good at times, even to the point of being admirable. Often, in the midst of his greatest souvenirs, after a day of conflict with the whole diplomacy of the continent, he returned at night to his apartments, and there, exhausted with fatigue, overwhelmed with sleep, what did he do? He took a death sentence and passed the night in revising a criminal suit, considering it something to hold his own against Europe, but that it was a still greater matter to rescue a man from the executioner. He obstinately maintained his opinion against his keeper of the seals. He disputed the ground with the guillotine foot by foot against the crown attorneys, those chatterers of the law, as he called them. Sometimes the pile of sentences covered his table. He examined them all. It was anguish to him to abandon these miserable, condemned heads. One day he said to the same witness to whom we have recently referred, "I won 7 last night." During the early years of his reign, the death penalty was as good as abolished, and the erection of a scaffold was a violence committed against the king. The Greve having disappeared with the elder branch, a bourgeois place of execution was instituted under the name of the Barrière Saint-Jacques. Practical men felt the necessity of a quasi-legitimate guillotine, and this was one of the victories of Casimir Perier, who represented the narrow sides of the bourgeoisie, over Louis Philippe, who represented its liberal sides. Louis Philippe annotated Beccaria with his own hand. After the face-scheme machine, he exclaimed, "What a pity that I was not wounded! Then I might have pardoned." On another occasion, alluding to the resistance offered by his ministry, he wrote in connection with a political criminal, who is one of the most generous figures of our day, "His pardon is granted. It only remains for me to obtain it." Louis Philippe was as gentle as Louis IX, and as kindly as Henry IV. Now, to our mind in history, where kindness is the rarest of pearls, the man who is kindly almost takes precedence of the man who is great. Louis Philippe, having been severely judged by some, harshly perhaps by others, it is quite natural that a man, himself a phantom at the present day, who knew that king, should come and testify in his favor before history. This deposition, whatever else it may be, is evidently, and above all things, entirely disinterested. An epitaph penned by a dead man is sincere. One shade may console another shade. The sharing of the same shadows confers the right to praise it. It is not greatly to be feared that it will ever be said of 2 tombs in exile, "This one flattered the other." At the moment when the drama which we are narrating is on the point of penetrating into the depths of one of the tragic clouds which enveloped the beginning of Louis Philippe's reign, it was necessary that there should be no equivoque, and it became requisite that this book should offer some explanation with regard to this king. Louis Philippe had entered into possession of his royal authority without violence, without any direct action on his part, by virtue of a revolutionary change. evidently quite distinct from the real aim of the evolution, but in which he, the Duc d'Orleans, exercised no personal initiative. He had been born a prince, and he believed himself to have been elected king. He had not served this mandate on himself. He had not taken it. It had been offered to him, and he had accepted it. Convinced wrongly, to be sure, but convinced nevertheless that the offer was in accordance with right, and that the acceptance of it was in accordance with duty. Hence his possession was in good faith. Now, we say it in good conscience, Louis-Philippe being in possession in perfect good faith, and the democracy being in good faith in its attack, the amount of terror discharged by the social conflicts weighs neither on the king nor on the democracy. A clash of principles resembles a clash of elements. The ocean defends the water, the hurricane defends the air. The king defends royalty, the democracy defends the people. The relative, which is the monarchy, resists the absolute, which is the republic. Society bleeds in this conflict, but that which constitutes its suffering today will constitute its safety later on. And in any case, those who combat are not to be blamed. One of the two parties is evidently mistaken. The right is not, like the Colossus of Rhodes, on two shores at once, with one foot on the republic and one in the royalty. It is indivisible, and all on one side, but those who are in error are so sincerely. A blind man is no more a criminal than a Vendean is a ruffian. Let us then impute to the fatality of things alone these formidable collusions. Whatever the nature of these tempests may be, human irresponsibility is mingled with them. Let us complete this exposition. The government of 1840 led a hard life immediately. Born yesterday, it was obliged to fight today. Hardly installed, it was already everywhere conscious of vague movements of traction on the apparatus of July so recently laid, and so lacking in solidity. Resistance was born on the morrow. Perhaps even it was born on the preceding evening. From month to month the hostility increased, and from being concealed it became patent. The Revolution of July, which gained but little acceptance outside of France by kings, had been diversely interpreted in France, as we have said. God delivers over to men his visible will in events, an obscure text written in a mysterious tongue. Men immediately make translations of it, translations hasty, incorrect, full of errors, of gaps, and of nonsense. Very few minds comprehend the divine language. The most sagacious, the calmest, the most profound decipher slowly, and when they arrive with their text, the task has long been completed. There are already 20 translations on the public place. From each remaining springs a party, and from each misinterpretation a faction, and each party thinks that it alone has the true text, and each faction that it possesses the light. Power itself is often a faction. There are, in revolutions, swimmers who go against the current. They are the old parties. For the old parties, who clung to heredity by the grace of God, think that revolutions having sprung from the right to revolt, one has the right to revolt against them. Error. For in these revolutions, the one who revolts is not the people, it is the king. Revolution is precisely contrary of revolt. Every revolution, being a normal outcome, contains within itself its legitimacy, which false revolutionists sometimes dishonor, but which remains even when soiled, which survives even when stained with blood. Revolutions spring not from an accident, but from necessity. A revolution is a return from the fictitious to the real. It is because it must be that it is. Nonetheless did the old legitimist parties assail the Revolution of 1830 with all the vehemence which arises from false reasoning. Errors make excellent projectiles. They strike it cleverly in its vulnerable spot, in default of a cuirass, in its lack of logic. They attacked this revolution in its royalty. They shouted to it, "Revolution, why this king?" Factions are blind men who aim correctly. This cry was uttered equally by the Republicans, but coming from them, this cry was logical. What was blindness in the Legitimists was clearness of vision in the Democrats. 1830 had bankrupted the people. The enraged democracy reproached it with this. Between the attack of the past and the attack of the future, the establishment of July struggled. It represented the minute at loggerheads on the one hand, with the monarchical centuries on the other hand, with eternal right. In addition, and besides all this, it was no longer revolution and had become a monarchy. 1830 was obliged to take precedence of all Europe. To keep the peace was an increase of complication. A harmony established contrary to sense is often more onerous than a war. From this secret conflict, always muzzled but always growing, was born armed peace, that ruinous expedience of civilization which in the harness of the European cabinets is suspicious in itself. The royalty of July reared up, in spite of the fact that it caught it in the harness of European cabinets. Metternich would gladly have put it in kicking straps. Pushed on in France by progress, it pushed on the monarchies, those loiterers in Europe. After having been towed, it undertook to tow. Meanwhile, within her, pauperism, the proletariat, salary, education, penal servitude, prostitution, the fate of the woman, wealth, misery, production, consumption, division, exchange, coin, credit, the rights of capital, the rights of labor, all these questions were multiplied above society, a terrible slope. Outside of political parties properly so called, another movement became manifest. Philosophical fermentation replied to democratic fermentation. The elect felt troubled as well as the masses, in another manner, but quite as much. Thinkers meditated, while the soil, that is to say the people, traversed by revolutionary currents, trembled under them with indescribably vague epileptic shocks. These dreamers, some isolated, others united in families and almost in communion, turned over social questions in a pacific but profound manner. Impassive miners who tranquilly pushed their galleries into the depths of a volcano, hardly disturbed by the dull commotion and the furnaces of which they caught glimpses. This tranquillity was not the least beautiful spectacle of this agitated epoch. These men left to political parties the question of rights. They occupied themselves with the question of happiness. The well-being of man, that was what they wanted to extract from society. They raised material questions, questions of agriculture, of industry, of commerce, almost to the dignity of a religion. In civilization, such as it has formed itself a little by the command of God, a great deal by the agency of man, interests combine, unite, and amalgamate in a manner to form a veritable hard rock, in accordance with a dynamic law, patiently studied by economists, those geologists of politics. These men, who group themselves under different appellations, but who may all be designated by the generic title of socialists, endeavor to pierce that rock, and to cause it to spout forth the living waters of human felicity. From the question of the scaffold to the question of war, their works embraced everything. To the rights of man, as proclaimed by the Revolution, they added the rights of woman and the rights of the child. The reader will not be surprised if, for various reasons, we do not here treat in a thorough manner, from the theoretical point of view, the questions raised by socialism. We confine ourselves to indicating them. All the problems that the socialists proposed to themselves, cosmogonic visions, reverie, and mysticism being cast aside, can be reduced to two principal problems. First problem, to produce wealth. Second problem, to share it. The first problem contains the question of work. The second contains the question of salary. In the first problem, the employment of forces is in question. In the second, the distribution of enjoyment. From the proper employment of forces results public power. From a good distribution of enjoyments results individual happiness. By a good distribution, not an equal, but an equitable distribution must be understood. From these two things combined, the public power without individual happiness within, results social prosperity. Social prosperity means the man happy, the citizen free, the nation great. England solves the first of these two problems. She creates wealth admirably. She divides it badly. This solution, which is complete on one side only, leads her fatally to two extremes: monstrous opulence, monstrous wretchedness. All enjoyments for some, all privations for the rest, that is to say, for the people. Privilege, exception, monopoly, feudalism, born from toil itself. A false and dangerous situation which sates public power or private misery, which sets the roots of the state in the sufferings of the individual. A badly constituted grandeur, in which are combined all the material elements and into which no moral element enters. Communism and agrarian law think that they solve the second problem. They are mistaken. Their division kills production. Equal partition abolishes emulation, and consequently labor. It is a partition made by the butcher, which kills that which it divides. It is therefore impossible to pause over these pretended solutions. Slaying wealth is not the same thing as dividing it. The two problems require to be solved together to be well solved. The two problems must be combined and made but one. Solve only the first of the two problems, you will be Venice. You will be England. You will have, like Venice, an artificial power, or, like England, a material power. You will be the wicked rich man. You will die by an act of violence, as Venice did, or by bankruptcy, as England will fall. And the world will allow to die and fall all that is merely selfishness, all that does not represent for the human race either a virtue or an idea. It is well understood here that by the words Venice and England we designate not the peoples but social structures. The oligarchies superposed on nations, and not the nations themselves. The nations always have our respect and our sympathy. Venice as a people will live again. England, the aristocracy, will fall, but England, the nation, is immortal. That said, we continue. Solve the two problems, encourage the wealthy, and protect the poor. Suppress misery. Put an end to the unjust farming out of the feeble by the strong. Put a bridle on the iniquitous jealousy of the man who is making his way against the man who has reached the goal. Adjust mathematically and fraternally salary to labor. Mingle gratuitous and compulsory education with the growth of childhood, and make of science the base of manliness. Develop minds while keeping arms busy. Be at one and the same time a powerful people and a family of happy men. Render poverty democratic, not by abolishing it, but by making it universal, so that every citizen without exception may be a proprietor. An easier matter than is generally supposed. In 2 words, learn how to produce wealth and how to distribute it, and you will have at once moral and material greatness, and you will be worthy to call yourself France. This is what socialism said outside and above a few sects which have gone astray. This is what it sought in facts. That is what it sketched out in minds. Efforts worthy of admiration, sacred attempts. These doctrines, these theories, these resistances, the unforeseen necessity for the statesman to take philosophers into account, confused evidences of which we catch a glimpse, a new system of politics to be created, which shall be in accord with the old world, without too much disaccord with the new revolutionary ideal. A situation in which it became necessary to use Lafayette to defend Polignac. The institution of progress transparent beneath the revolt, the chambers and streets, the competitions to be brought into equilibrium around him, his faith in the revolution. Perhaps an eventual indefinable resignation born of the vague acceptance of a superior definitive right, his desire to remain of his race, his domestic spirit, his sincere respect for the people, his own honesty, preoccupied Louis-Philippe almost painfully, and there were moments when, Strong and courageous as he was overwhelmed by the difficulties of being a king. He felt under his feet a formidable disaggregation, which was not, nevertheless, a reduction to dust, France being more France than ever. Piles of shadows covered the horizon. A strange shade, gradually drawing nearer, extended little by little over men, over things, over ideas, a shade which came from wraths and systems. Everything which had been hastily stifled was moving and fermenting. At times, the conscience of the honest man resumed its breathing, so great was the discomfort of the air in which sophisms were intermingled with truths. Spirits trembled in the social anxiety like leaves at the approach of a storm. The electric tension was such that at certain instants the first comer, a stranger, brought light. Then the twilight obscurity closed in again. At intervals, deep and dull mutterings allowed a judgment to be formed as to the quantity of thunder contained by the cloud. 20 months had barely elapsed since the Revolution of July. The year 1832 had opened with an aspect of something impending and threatening. The distress of the people, the laborers without bread, the last Prince de Conde engulfed in the shadows, Brussels expelling the Nassau as Paris did the Bourbons, Belgium offering herself to a French prince and giving herself to an English prince, the Russian hatred of Nicholas, behind us the demons of the south, Ferdinand in Spain, Miguel in Portugal, the earthquaking in Italy, Metternich extending his hand over Bologna, France treating Austria sharply at Ancona. At the north, no one knew what sinister sound of the hammer nailing up Poland in her coffin. Irritated glances watching France narrowly all over Europe. England, a suspected ally, ready to give a push to that which was tottering and to hurl herself onto that which should fall. The peerage sheltering itself behind Beccaria to refuse foreheads to the law. The fleur-de-lis erased from the king's carriage. The cross torn from Notre Dame. Lafayette lessened. Lafitte ruined. Benjamin Constant dead in indignance. Casimir Perier dead in the exhaustion of his power. Political and social malady breaking out simultaneously in the two capitals of the kingdom, the one in the city of thought, the other in the city of toil. At Paris, civil war. At Lyons, servile war. In the two cities, the same glare of the furnace, a crater-like crimson on the brow of the people. The south rendered fanatic, the west troubled. The Duchess de Berry in La Vendée. Plots, conspiracies, risings, cholera added the somber roar of the tumult of events to the somber roar of ideas.
Towards the end of April, everything had become aggravated. The fermentation entered the boiling state. Ever since 1830, petty partial revolts had been going on here and there, which were quickly suppressed, but ever bursting forth afresh, the sign of a vast underlying conflagration. Something terrible was in preparation. Glimpses could be caught of the features still indistinct and imperfectly lighted of a possible revolution. France kept an eye on Paris. Paris kept an eye on the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine, which was in a dull glow, was beginning its ebullition. The wine shops of the Rue de Charonne were, although the union of the two epithets seems singular when applied to wine shops, grave and stormy. The government was there purely and simply called in question. There people publicly discussed the question of fighting or of keeping quiet. There were back shops where working men were made to swear that they would hasten into the street at the first cry of alarm, and that they would fight without counting the number of the enemy. This engagement once entered into, a man seated in the corner of the wine shop assumed a sonorous tone and said, "You understand, you have sworn." Sometimes they went upstairs to a private room on the first floor, and there scenes that were almost Masonic were enacted. They made the initiated take oaths to render service to himself, as well as to the fathers of families. That was the formula. In the tap rooms, subversive pamphlets were read. They treated the government with contempt, says a secret report of that time. Words like the following could be heard there. "I don't know the names of the leaders. We folks shall not know the day until 2 hours beforehand." One workman said, "There are 300 of us. Let each contribute 10 sous. That will make 150 francs, with which to procure powder and shot." Another said, "I don't ask for 6 months. I don't even ask for 2. In less than a fortnight we shall be paralleled with the government. With 25,000 men we can face them." Another said, "I don't sleep at night because I make cartridges all night." From time to time, men of bourgeois appearance and in good coats came and caused embarrassment, and with the air of command shook hands with the most important and then went away. They never stayed more than 10 minutes. Significant remarks were exchanged in a low tone. "The plot is ripe. The matter is arranged." "It was murmured by all who were there," to borrow the very expression of one of those who were present. The exaltation was such that one day a working man exclaimed before the whole wine shop, "We have no arms." One of his comrades replied, "The soldiers have," thus parodying without being aware of the fact Bonaparte's proclamation to the army in Italy. When they had anything of a more secret nature on hand, adds one report, they did not communicate it to each other. It is not easy to understand what they could conceal after what they said. These reunions were sometimes periodical. At certain ones of them there were never more than 8 or 10 persons present, and they were always the same. In others, anyone entered who wished, and the room was so full that they were forced to stand. Some went thither through enthusiasm and passion, others because it was on their way to their work. As during the Revolution, there were patriotic women in some of these wine shops who embraced newcomers. Other expressive facts came to light. A man would enter a shop, drink, and go his way with the remark, "Wine merchant, the Revolution will pay what is due to you." Revolutionary agents were appointed in a wine shop facing the Rue de Charonne. The balloting was carried on in their caps. Working men met at the houses of a fencing master, who gave lessons in the Rue de Cotte. There was a trophy of arms formed of wooden broadswords, canes, clubs, and foils. One day the buttons were removed from the foils. A workman said, "There are 25 of us, but they don't count on me because I am looked upon as a machine." Later on, that machine became Quinessette. The indefinite things which were brewing gradually acquired a strange and indescribable notoriety. A woman, sweeping off her doorstep, said to another woman, "For a long time there has been a strong force busy making cartridges." In the open street, proclamation could be seen addressed to the National Guard in the departments. One of these proclamations was signed, "Berthaud, wine merchant." One day a man with his beard worn like a collar and with an Italian accent mounted a stone post at the door of the liquor cellar in the Marché Lenoir and read aloud a singular document which seemed to emanate from the occult power. Groups formed around him and applauded. The passages which touched the crowd most deeply were collected and noted down. "Our doctrines are trammeled, our proclamations torn, our bill stickers are spied upon and thrown into prison. The breakdown which has recently taken place in cottons has converted to us many mediums. The future of nations is being worked out in our obscure ranks. Here are the fixed terms: action or reaction, revolution or counter-revolution, for at our epoch we no longer believe either in inertia or in immobility. For the people against the people, that is the question. There is no other. On the day when we cease to suit you, break us, but up to that day help us to march on. All this in broad daylight. Other deeds, more audacious still, were suspicious in the eyes of the people by reason of their very audacity. On the 4th of April, 1832, a passer-by mounted the post on the corner which forms the angle of the Rue Saint-Marguerite and shouted, "I am a Babouvist." But beneath Babeuf, the people scented Gisquet. Among other things, this man said, "Down with property! The opposition of the left is cowardly and treacherous. When it wants to be on the right side, it preaches revolution. It is democratic in order to escape being beaten, and royalist so that it may not have to fight. The Republicans are beasts with feathers. Distrust the Republicans, citizens of the laboring classes." "Silence, citizen spy!" cried an artisan. This shout put an end to the discourse. Mysterious incidents occurred. At nightfall, a working man encountered near the canal a very well-dressed man who said to him, "Whither are you bound, citizen?" "Sir," replied the working man, "I have not the honor of your acquaintance." "I know you very well, however." And the man added, "Don't be alarmed. I am an agent of the committee. You are suspected of not being quite faithful. You know that if you reveal anything, there is an eye fixed on you." Then he shook hands with the working man and went away, saying, "We shall meet again soon." The police, who were on the alert, collected singular dialogues not only in the wine shops but in the street. "Get yourself received very soon," said a weaver to a cabinet maker. "Why?" "There is going to be a shot to fire." Two ragged pedestrians exchanged these remarkable replies, fraught with evident jacquerie. "Who governs us?" "Monsieur Philippe." "No, it is the bourgeoisie." The reader is mistaken if he thinks that we take the word jacquerie in a bad sense. The jacquets were the poor. On another occasion, two men were heard to say to each other as they passed by, "We have a good plan of attack." Only the following was caught of a private conversation between four men who were crouching in a ditch of the circle of the Barrière de Trône. "Everything possible will be done to prevent his walking about Paris any more." Who was the he? Menacing obscurity. The principal leaders, as they said in the faubourg, held themselves apart. It was supposed that they met for consultation in a wine shop near the Point Saint-Eustache. A certain Ogg, chief of the Society Aide for Tailors, Rue Mondétour, had the reputation of serving as intermediary central between the leaders and the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Nevertheless, there was always a great deal of mystery about these leaders, and no certain fact can invalidate the singular arrogance of this reply made later on by a man accused before the Court of Peers. "Who was your leader?" "I knew of none, and I recognized none." There was nothing but words, transparent but vague, sometimes idle reports, rumors, hearsay. Other indications cropped up. A carpenter, occupied in nailing boards to a fence around the ground on which a house was in process of construction in the Rue de Rueil, found on that plot the torn fragment of a letter on which were still legible the following lines: "The committee must take measures to prevent recruiting in the sections for the different societies." And as a postscript, "We have learned that there are guns in the Rue de Faubourg Poissonnier, numero 5, to the number of 5,000 or 6,000 in the house of a gunsmith in that court. The section owns no arms." What excited the carpenter and caused him to show this thing to his neighbors was the fact that a few paces further on he picked up another paper, torn like the first, and still more significant, of which we reproduce a facsimile because of the historical interest attached to these strange documents. The document is in the form of a table, headed with the letters Q, C, D, E, followed by the instructions, "Learn this list by heart. After so doing, you will tear it up. The men admitted will do the same when you have transmitted their orders to them. Health and fraternity. U-O-G-A-F-E-L. It was only later on that the persons who were in the secret of this find at the time learned the significance of those 4 capital letters. Quinturions, centurions, decurions, éclaireurs, scouts, and the sense of the letters U-O-G-A-F-E, which was a date and meant April 15th, 1832. Under each capital letter were inscribed names, followed by very characteristic notes. Thus, Q. Bannerel, 8 guns, 83 cartridges, a safe man. C. Boubier, 1 pistol, 40 cartridges. D. Rollet, 1 foil, 1 pistol, 1 pound of powder. E. Tessier, 1 sword, 1 cartridge box. Exact, Terrier, 8 guns, Brave, etc. Finally, this carpenter found, still in the same enclosure, a 3rd paper, on which was written in pencil, but very legibly, this sort of enigmatical list. Unit, Blanchard, Arbre, Sec, 6, Barras, Soise, Salle au Comte, Kosciuszko, Aubry the Butcher, J. R. Caius Gracius, Right of Revision, Dufont, 4, Fall of the Girondist, Debrac, Maubuy, Washington, Pinson, 1 pistol, 86 cartridges, Marseillaise, Sovereignty of the People, Michel, Quincampoix, Sword, Hoche, Marceau, Plato, Arbre Sec, Warsaw, Tilly, Crier of the Populaire. The honest bourgeois into whose hands this list fell knew its significance. It appears that this list was the complete nomenclature of the sections of the 4th arrondissement of the Society of the Rights of Man, with the names and dwellings of the chiefs of sections. Today, when all these facts which were obscure are nothing more than history, we may publish them. It should be added that the foundation of the Society of the Rights of Man seems to have been posterior to the date when this paper was found. Perhaps this was only a rough draft. Still, according to all the remarks and the words, according to written notes, material facts begin to make their appearance. In the Rue Popincourt, in the house of a dealer in bric-a-brac, there were seized 7 sheets of grey paper, all folded alike lengthwise and in 4. These sheets enclosed 26 squares of the same grey paper folded in the form of a cartridge and a card on which was written the following: saltpeter 12 ounces, sulphur 2 ounces, charcoal 2 ounces and a half, water 2 ounces. The report of the seizure stated that the drawer exhaled a strong smell of powder. A mason returning from his day's work left behind him a little package on a bench near the bridge at Austerlitz. This package was taken to the police station. It was opened, and in it were found 2 printed dialogues, signed L'Hotier, a song entitled Workmen Band Together, and a tin box full of cartridges. One artisan drinking with a comrade made the latter feel him to see how warm he was. The other man felt a pistol under his waistcoat. In a ditch on the boulevard between Père-Lachaise and the Barrière de Tronne, at the most deserted spot, some children, while playing, discovered beneath a mass of shavings and refuse bits of wood a bag containing a bullet mold, a wooden punch for the preparation of cartridges, a wooden bowl in which there were grains of hunting powder, and a little cast-iron pot whose interior presented evident traces of melted lead. Police agents, making their way suddenly and unexpectedly at 5 o'clock in the morning into the dwelling of a certain Pardon, who was afterwards a member of the Barricade Marie section and got himself killed in the insurrection of April 1834, found him standing near his bed and holding in his hand some cartridges, which he was in the act of preparing. Towards the hour when working men repose, two men were seen to meet between the Barrière Picpus and the Barrière Charenton in a little lane between two walls, near a wine shop, in front of which there was a jeu de Siam. One drew a pistol from beneath his blouse and handed it to the other. As he was handing it to him, he noticed that the perspiration of his chest had made the powder damp. He primed the pistol and added more powder to what was already in the pan. Then the two men parted. A certain Gallet, afterwards killed in the Rue Beaubourg in the affair of April, boasted of having in his house 700 cartridges and 24 flints. The government one day received a warning that arms and 200,000 cartridges had just been distributed in the Faubourg. On the following week, 30,000 cartridges were distributed. The remarkable point about it was that the police were not able to seize a single one. An intercepted letter read, "The day is not far distant when, within 4 hours by the clock, 80,000 patriots will be under arms." All this fermentation was public, one might almost say tranquil. The approaching insurrection was preparing its storm calmly in the face of the government. No singularity was lacking to this still subterranean crisis, which was already perceptible. The bourgeoisie talked peacefully to the working classes of what was in preparation. They said, "How is the rising coming along?" in the same tone in which they would have said, "How is your wife?" A furniture dealer in the Rue Moreau inquired, "Well, when are you going to make the attack?" Another shopkeeper said, "The attack will be made soon. I know it. A month ago there were 15,000 of you. Now there are 25,000. He offered his gun, and a neighbor offered a small pistol, which he was willing to sell for 7 francs. Moreover, the revolutionary fever was growing. Not a point in Paris nor in France was exempt from it. The artery was beating everywhere, like those membranes which arise from certain inflammations and form in the human body. The network of secret societies began to spread all over the country. From the associations of the Friends of the People, which was at the same time public and secret, sprang the Society of the Rights of Man, which also dated from one of the orders of the day, Pluvoise, year 40 of the Republican era, which was destined to survive even the mandate of the Court of Assizes, which pronounced its dissolution and which did not hesitate to bestow on its sections significant names like the following: Pikes, Tocsin, Signal Cannon, Phrygian Cap, January 21, the Beggars, the Vagabonds, Forward March, Robespierre, Level, Ça ira. The Society of the Rights of Man engendered the Society of Action. These were impatient individuals who broke away and hastened ahead. Other associations sought to recruit themselves from the great mother societies. The members of sections complained that they were torn asunder. Thus the Gallic Society and the Committee of Organization of the Municipalities. Thus the associations for the liberty of the press, for individual liberty, for the instruction of the people against indirect taxes. Then the Society of Equal Working Men, which was divided into 3 fractions, the Levelers, the Communists, the Reformers. Then the Army of the Bastilles, a sort of cohort organized on a military footing, 4 men commanded by a corporal, 10 by a sergeant, 20 by a sub-lieutenant, 40 by a lieutenant. There were never more than 5 men who knew each other. Creation where precaution is combined with audacity, and which seems stamped with the genius of Venus. The Central Committee, which was at the head, had 2 arms, the Society of Action and the Army of the Bastille. A legitimist association, the Chevaliers of Fidelity, stirred about among these the Republican affiliations. It was denounced and repudiated there. The Parisian societies had ramifications in the principal cities, Lyon, Nantes, Lille, Marseille, and each had its Society of the Rights of Man, the Charbonnières, and the Free Men. All had a revolutionary society which was called the Cougourde. We have already mentioned this word. In Paris, the Faubourg Saint-Marceau kept up an equal buzzing with the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and the schools were no less moved than the faubourgs. A café in the Rue Saint-Hyacinthe and the wine shop of the Seven Billiards, Rue des Mathurins Saint-Jacques, served as rallying points for the students. The Society of the Friends of the ABC affiliated to the Mutualists of Angers and to the Cougourde of Aix met, as we have seen, in the Café Musain. These same young men assembled also, as we have stated already, in a restaurant wine shop of the Rue Mondétour, which was called Corinthe. These meetings were secret. Others were as public as possible, and the reader can judge of their boldness from these fragments of an interrogatory undergone in one of the ulterior prosecutions. "Where was this meeting held?" "In the Rue de la Paix." "At whose house?" "In the street." "What sections were there?" "Only one." "Which?" "The manual section." "Who was its leader?" "I." "But you are too young to have decided alone upon the bold course of attacking the government. Where did your instructions come from?" "From the Central Committee." The army was mined at the same time as the population, as was proved subsequently by the operations of Béford, Luneville, and Épinard. They counted on the 52nd Regiment, on the 5th, on the 8th, on the 37th, and on the 20th Light Cavalry. In Burgundy and in the southern towns they planted the Liberty Tree, that is to say, a pole surmounted by a red cap. Such was the situation. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine, more than any other group of the population, as we have stated in the beginning, accentuated this situation and made it felt. That was the sore point. This old faubourg, peopled like an ant-hill, laborious, courageous, and angry as a hive of bees, was quivering with expectation and with the desire for a tumult. Everything was in a state of agitation there, without any interruption, however, of the regular work. It is impossible to convey an idea of this lively yet sombre physiognomy. In this faubourg exists poignant distress hidden under attic roofs. There also exist rare and ardent minds. It is particularly in the matter of distress and intelligence that it is dangerous to have extremes meet. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine had also other causes to tremble, for it received the countershock of commercial crises, of failures, strikes, slack seasons, all inherent to great political disturbances. In times of revolution, misery is both cause and effect. The blow which it deals rebounds upon it. This population full of proud virtue, capable of the highest degree of latent heat, always ready to fly to arms, prompt to explode, irritated, deep, undermined, seemed to be only awaiting the fall of a spark. Whenever certain sparks float on the horizon chased by the wind of events, it is impossible not to think of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine and of the formidable chance which has placed at the very gates of Paris that powder-house of suffering and ideas. The wine shops of the Faubourg Antoine, which have been more than once drawn in the sketches which the reader has just perused, possess historical notoriety. In troublous times, people grow intoxicated there more on words than on wine. A sort of prophetic spirit and an afflatus of the future circulates there, swelling hearts and enlarging souls. The cabarets of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine resemble those taverns of Mont-Aventine, erected on the cave of the Sibyl, and communicating with a profound and sacred breath, taverns where the tables were almost tripods, and where was drunk what Ennius calls the Sibylline wine. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine is a reservoir of people. Revolutionary agitations create fissures there, through which trickles the popular sovereignty. This sovereignty may do evil. It can be mistaken like any other, but even when led astray, it remains great. We may say of it as of the blind Cyclops, ingens. In 93, according as the idea which was floated about was good or evil, according as it was the day of fanaticism or of enthusiasm, there leaped forth from the Faubourg Saint-Antoine now savage legions, now heroic bands. Savage. Let us explain this word. When these bristling men, who in the early days of the revolutionary chaos, tattered, howling, wild, with uplifted bludgeon, pike on high, hurled themselves upon ancient Paris in an uproar, what did they want? They wanted an end to oppression, an end to tyranny, an end to the sword, work for men, instruction for the child, social sweetness for the woman, liberty, equality, fraternity, bread for all, the idea for all, the Edenizing of the world. Progress, and that holy, sweet, and good thing, progress, they claimed in terrible wise, driven by extremities as they were, half-naked, club in fist, a roar in their mouths. They were savages, yes, but the savages of civilization. They proclaimed right furiously. They were desirous, if only with fear and trembling, to force the human race to paradise. They seemed barbarians, and they were saviors. They demanded light with the mask of night. Facing these men, who were ferocious, we admit, and terrifying, but ferocious and terrifying for good ends, there are other men, smiling, embroidered, gilded, beribboned, starred, in silk stockings, in white plumes, in yellow gloves, in varnished boots, who, with their elbows on a velvet table beside a marble chimney-piece, insist gently on demeanor and the preservation of the past, of the Middle Ages, of divine right, of fanaticism, of innocence, of slavery, of the death penalty, of war, glorifying in low tones and with politeness the sword, the stake, and the scaffold. For our part, if we were forced to make a choice between the barbarians of civilization and the civilized men of barbarism, we should choose the barbarians. But, thank heavens, still another choice is possible. No perpendicular fall is necessary in front any more than in the rear, neither despotism nor terrorism. We desire progress with a gentle slope. God takes care of that. God's whole policy consists in rendering slopes less steep. It was about this epoch when Enjolras, in view of a possible catastrophe, instituted a kind of mysterious census. All were present at a secret meeting at the Café Musain. Enjolras said, mixing his words with a few half-enigmatical but significant metaphors, "It is proper that we should know where we stand and on whom we may count. If combatants are required, they must be provided. It can do no harm to have something with which to strike. Passers-by always have more chance of being gored when there are bulls on the road than when there are none. Let us, therefore, reckon a little on the herd. How many of us are there? There is no question of postponing this task until tomorrow. Revolutionists should always be hurried. Progress has no time to lose. Let us mistrust the unexpected.
Let us not be caught unprepared. We must go over all the seams that we have made and see whether they hold fast. This business ought to be concluded today. Courfeyrac, you will see the Polytechnic students. It is their day to go out. Today is Wednesday. Fouilly, you will see those of the Glacier, will you not? Combeferre has promised me to go to Picpus. There is a perfect swarm and an excellent one there. Bahorel will visit the Estrapade. Prouvaire, the masons are growing lukewarm. You will bring us news from the lodge of the Rue de Grenville-Saint-Honoré. Joly will go to the Dupuytren's clinical lecture and feel the pulse of the medical school. Bossuet will take a little turn in the court and talk with the young law licentiates. I will take charge of the Cougourde myself.
That arranges everything, said Courfeyrac.
No,
What else is there?
a very important thing.
What is that? Asked Courfeyrac.
The Barrier de Maine,
Replied Enjolras. Enjolras remained for a moment as though absorbed in reflection. Then he resumed.
At the Barrier de Maine there are marble workers, painters, and journeymen in the studios of sculptors. They are an enthusiastic family, but liable to cool off. I don't know what has been the matter with them for some time past. They are thinking of something else. They are becoming extinguished. They pass their time playing dominoes. There is urgent need that someone should go and talk with them a little, but with firmness. They meet at Richelieu's. They are to be found there between 12 and 1 o'clock. Those ashes must be fanned into a glow. For that errand I had counted on that abstracted Marius, who is a good fellow on the whole, but he no longer comes to us. I need someone for the Barrier de Maine. I have no one.
What about me? Said Grantaire. Here am I.
You!
I.
You indoctrinate Republicans, you warm up hearts that have grown cold in the name of principle?
Why not?
Are you good for anything?
I have a vague ambition in that direction, said Grantaire.
You do not believe in everything.
I believe in you.
Grantaire will do me a service?
Anything. I'll black your boots.
Well, don't meddle with our affairs. Sleep yourself sober from your absinthe.
You are an ingrate, Enjolras.
You the man to go to the Barrier de Maine? You capable of it?
I am capable of descending the Rue de Gris, of crossing the Place Saint-Michel, of sloping through the Rue Monsieur le Prince, of taking the Rue de Vaugirard, of passing the Carmelites, of turning into the Rue d'Assas, of reaching the Rue de Cherche-Midi, of leaving behind me the Conseil de Guerre, of pacing the Rue de Veilleurs-Tuileries, of striding across the boulevard, of following the Chaussée de Maine, of passing the barrier and entering Richefeu's. I am capable of that. My shoes are capable of that.
Do you know anything of those comrades who meet at Richefeu's?
Not much. We only address each other as thou.
What will you say to them?
I will speak to them of Robespierre, Pardee, of Danton, of principles.
You!
I. But I don't receive justice. When I set about it, I am terrible. I have read Proudhon. I know the social contract. I know my Constitution of the year 2 by heart. The liberty of one citizen ends where the liberty of another citizen begins. Do you take me for a brute? I have an old bank bill of the Republic in my drawer. The rights of man, the sovereignty of the people, sapristi. I am even a bit of a Hebertist. I can talk the most superb twaddle for 6 hours by the clock, watch in hand.
Be serious,
said Enjolras. I am wild, replied Grantaire. Enjolras meditated for a few moments and made the gesture of a man who has taken a resolution.
Grantaire,
he said gravely,
I consent to try you. You shall go to the Barrier de Maine.
Grantaire lived in furnished lodgings very near the Café Musain. He went out, and 5 minutes later he returned. He had gone home to put on a Robespierre waistcoat. "Red," said he as he entered, and he looked intently at Enjolras. Then, with the palm of his energetic hand, he laid the 2 scarlet points of the waistcoat across his breast, and stepping up to Enjolras, he whispered in his ear, "Be easy." He jammed his hat on resolutely and departed. A quarter of an hour later, the back room of the Café Musain was deserted. All the friends of the ABC were gone, each in his own direction, each to his own task. Enjolras, who had reserved the Cougourde of Aix for himself, was the last to leave. Those members of the Cougourde of Aix who were in Paris then met on the plain of Issy, in one of the abandoned quarries which are so numerous in that side of Paris. As Enjolras walked toward this place, he passed the whole situation in review in his own mind. The gravity of events was self-evident. When facts, the premonitory symptoms of latent social malady, move heavily, the slightest complication stops and entangles them. A phenomenon whence rises ruin and new births. Enjolras decried a luminous uplifting beneath the gloomy skirts of the future. Who knows? Perhaps the moment was at hand. The people were again taking possession of right, and what a fine spectacle! The revolution was again majestically taking possession of France, and saying to the world, "The sequel to tomorrow." Enjolras was content. The furnace was being heated. He had at that moment a powder train of friends scattered all over Paris. He composed in his own mind, with Combeferre's philosophical and penetrating eloquence, Fouillet's cosmopolitan enthusiasm, Courfeyrac's dash, Bahorel's smile, Jean Prouvair's melancholy, Joly's science, Bousset's sarcasms, a sort of electric spark which took fire nearly everywhere at once. All hands to work. Surely the result would answer to the effort. This was well. This made him think of Grantaire. "Hold," said he to himself. "The barrière de Maine will not take me far out of my way. What if I were to go on as far as Richefeu's? Let us have a look at what Grantaire is about, and see how he is getting on." 1 o'clock was striking at the Vaugirard steeple when Enjolras reached the Richefeu smoking-room. He pushed open the door, entered, folded his arms, letting the door fall to and strike his shoulders, and gazed at that room filled with tables, men, and smoke. A voice broke forth from the mist of smoke, interrupted by another voice. It was Grantaire holding a dialogue with an adversary. Grantaire was sitting opposite another figure at a marble Sainte-Anne table, strewn with grains of bran and dotted with dominoes. He was hammering the table with his fist, and this is what Enjolras heard. "Double 6, 4s! The pig, I have no more. You are dead, a 2, 6, 3, 1. It's my move. 4 points. Not much. It's your turn. I've made an enormous mistake. You are doing well. 15, 7 more. That makes me 22. 22. You weren't expecting that double 6. If I had placed it at the beginning, the whole play would have been changed. A 2 again. 1. 1. Well, 5. I haven't any. It was your play, I believe. Yes. Blank. What luck he has. You are lucky. 2. 1. Neither 5 nor 1. Now that's bad for you. Domino. Plague take it.
Marius had witnessed the unexpected termination of the ambush upon whose track he had set Javert, but Javert had no sooner quitted the building, bearing off his prisoners in 3 hackney coaches, than Marius also glided out of the house. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening. Marius betook himself to Courfeyrac. Courfeyrac was no longer the imperturbable inhabitant of the Latin Quarter. He had gone to live in the Rue de la Verrerie for political reasons. This quarter was one where, at that epoch, insurrection liked to install itself. Marius said to Courfeyrac, "I have come to sleep with you." Courfeyrac dragged a mattress off his bed, which was furnished with two, spread it out on the floor, and said, "There." At 7 o'clock on the following morning, Marius returned to the hovel, paid the quarter's rent which he owed to Ma'am Bougon, had his books, his bed, his table, his commode, and his 2 chairs loaded on a hand-cart, and went off without leaving his address, so that when Javert returned in the course of the morning, for the purpose of questioning Marius as to the events of the preceding evening, he found only Ma'am Bougon, who answered, "Moved away." Ma'am Bougon was convinced that Marius was to some extent an accomplice of the robbers who had been seized the night before. "Who would ever have said it?" she exclaimed to the portresses of the quarter. "A young man like that, who had the air of a girl." Marius had 2 reasons for this prompt change of residence. The first was that he now had a horror of that house, where he had beheld so close at hand, and in its most repulsive and most ferocious development, a social deformity which is, perhaps, even more terrible than the wicked rich man, the wicked poor man. The second was that he did not wish to figure in the lawsuit which would ensue in all probability, and be brought in to testify against Thénardier. Javert thought that the young man, whose name he had forgotten, was afraid and had fled, or perhaps had not even returned home at the time of the ambush. He made some efforts to find him, however, but without success. A month passed, then another. Marius was still with Courfeyrac. He had learned from a young licentiate in law, an habitual frequenter of the courts, that Thénardier was in close confinement. Every Monday, Marius had 5 francs handed in to the clerk's office of La Force for Thénardier. As Marius had no longer any money, he borrowed the 5 francs from Courfeyrac. It was the first time in his life that he had ever borrowed money. These periodical 5 francs were a double riddle to Courfeyrac, who lent, and to Thénardier, who received them. "To whom can they go?" thought Courfeyrac. "Whence can this come to me?" Thénardier asked himself. Moreover, Marius was heartbroken. Everything had plunged through a trap-door once more. He no longer saw anything before him. His life was again buried in mystery, where he wandered fumblingly. He had for a moment beheld very close at hand, in that obscurity, the young girl whom he loved, the old man who seemed to be her father, those unknown beings, who were his only interest and his only hope in this world, and, at the very moment when he thought himself on the point of grasping them, a gust had swept all these shadows away. Not a spark of certainty and truth had been emitted even in the most terrible of collisions. No conjecture was possible. He no longer knew even the name that he thought he knew. It certainly was not Ursule. And the Lark was a nickname. And what was he to think of the old man? Was he actually in hiding from the police? The white-haired workman whom Marius had encountered in the vicinity of the Invalides recurred to his mind. It now seemed probable that the working man and Monsieur Leblanc were one and the same person. So he disguised himself? That man had his heroic and his equivocal sides. Why had he not called for help? Why had he fled? Was he, or was he not, the father of the young girl? Was he, in short, the man whom Thénardier thought that he recognized? Thénardier might have been mistaken. These formed so many insoluble problems. All this, it is true, detracted nothing from the angelic charms of the young girl of the Luxembourg. Heart-rending distress. Marius bore a passion in his heart, and night over his eyes. He was thrust onward, he was drawn, and he could not stir. All had vanished, save love. Of love itself he had lost the instincts and the sudden illuminations. Ordinarily, This flame which burns us lights us also a little, and casts some useful gleams without. But Marius no longer even heard these mute counsels of passion. He never said to himself, "What if I were to go to such a place? What if I were to try such and such a thing?" The girl whom he could no longer call Ursule was evidently somewhere. Nothing warned Marius in what direction he should seek her. His whole life was now summed up in 2 words: absolute uncertainty within an impenetrable fog. To see her once again, he still aspired to this, but he no longer expected it. To crown all, his poverty had returned. He felt that icy breath close to him, on his heels. In the midst of his torments and long before this, he had discontinued his work, and nothing is more dangerous than discontinued work. It is a habit which vanishes. A habit which is easy to get rid of, and difficult to take up again. A certain amount of dreaming is good, like a narcotic in discreet doses. It lulls to sleep the fevers of the mind at labour, which are sometimes severe, and produces in the spirit a soft and fresh vapour which corrects the over-harsh contours of pure thought, fills in gaps here and there, binds together and rounds off the angles of the ideas. But too much dreaming sinks and drowns. Woe to the brain worker who allows himself to fall entirely from thought into reverie. He thinks that he can reascend with equal ease, and he tells himself that, after all, it is the same thing. Error. Thought is the toil of the intelligence, reverie its voluptuousness. To replace thought with reverie is to confound a poison with a food. Marius had begun in that way, as the reader will remember. Passion had supervened, and had finished the work of precipitating him into chimeras without object or bottom. One no longer emerges from oneself except for the purpose of going off to dream. Idle production, tumultuous and stagnant gulf, and, in proportion as labour diminishes, needs increase. This is a law. Man, in a state of reverie, is generally prodigal and slack. The unstrung mind cannot hold life within close bounds. There is, in that mode of life, good mingled with evil, for if enervation is baleful, generosity is good and healthful, but the poor man, who is generous and noble, and who does not work, is lost. Resources are exhausted, needs crop up. Fatal declivity, down which the most honest and the firmest, as well as the most feeble and most vicious, are drawn, and which ends in one of 2 holds, suicide or crime. By dint of going outdoors to think, the day comes when one goes out to throw oneself in the water. Excess of reverie breeds men like Écus and Lebras. Marius was descending this declivity at a slow pace, with his eyes fixed on the girl whom he no longer saw. What we have just written seems strange, and yet it is true. The memory of an absent being kindles in the darkness of the heart. The more it has disappeared, the more it beams. The gloomy and despairing soul sees this light on its horizon, the star of the inner night. She, that was Marius's whole thought. He meditated of nothing else. He was confusedly conscious that his old coat was becoming an impossible coat, that his new coat was growing old, that his shirts were wearing out, that his hat was wearing out, that his boots were giving out, and he said to himself, "If I could but see her once again before I die." One sweet idea alone was left to him, that she had loved him, and that her glance had told him so, that she did not know his name, but that she did know his soul, and that, wherever she was, however mysterious the place, she still loved him perhaps. Who knows whether she were not thinking of him as he was thinking of her? Sometimes, in those inexplicable hours, such as are experienced by every heart that loves, though he had no reasons for anything but sadness, and yet felt an obscure quiver of joy, he said to himself, "It is her thoughts that are coming to me." Then he added, Perhaps my thoughts reach her also. This illusion, at which he shook his head a moment later, was sufficient, nevertheless, to throw beams, which at times resembled hope, into his soul. From time to time, especially at that evening hour which is the most depressing to even the dreamy, he allowed the purest, the most impersonal, the most ideal of the reveries which filled his brain to fall upon a notebook which contained nothing else. He called this writing to her. It must not be supposed that his reason was deranged. Quite the contrary. He had lost the faculty of working and of moving firmly towards any fixed goal, but he was endowed with more clear-sightedness and rectitude than ever. Marius surveyed by a calm and real, although peculiar, light, what passed before his eyes, even the most indifferent deeds and men. He pronounced just criticism on everything with a sort of honest dejection and candid disinterestedness. His judgment, which was almost wholly disassociated from hope, held itself aloof and soared on high. In this state of mind, nothing escaped him, nothing deceived him, and every moment he was discovering the foundation of life, of humanity, and of destiny. Happy, even in the midst of anguish, is he to whom God has given a soul worthy of love and of unhappiness. He who has not viewed the things of this world and the heart of man under this double light has seen nothing and knows nothing of the true. The soul which loves and suffers is in a state of sublimity. However, day followed day, and nothing new presented itself. It merely seemed to him that the sombre space which still remained to be traversed by him was growing shorter with every instant. He thought that he already distinctly perceived the brink of the bottomless abyss. What? He repeated to himself. Shall I not see her again before then? When you have ascended the Rue Saint-Jacques, left the barrier on one side, and followed the old inner boulevard for some distance, you reach the Rue de la Sante, then the Glacière, and, a little while before arriving at the little river of the Gobelins, you come to a sort of field which is the only spot in the long and monotonous chain of the boulevards of Paris where Rue would be tempted to sit down. There is something indescribable there which exhales grace, a green meadow traversed by tightly stretched lines from which flutter rags drying in the wind, and an old market gardener's house built in the time of Louis XIII, with its great roof oddly pierced with dormer windows, dilapidated palisades, a little water amid poplar trees, women, voices, laughter. On the horizon, the Pantheon, the pole of the deaf-mutes, the Val de Grâce, black, squat, fantastic, amusing, magnificent, and, in the background, the severe square crests of the towers of Notre Dame. As the place is worth looking at, no one goes thither. Hardly one cart or wagoner passes in a quarter of an hour. It chanced that Marius's solitary strolls led him to this plot of ground near the water. That day there was a rarity on the boulevard, a passer-by. Marius, vaguely impressed with the almost savage beauty of the place, asked this passer-by, "What is the name of this spot?" The person replied, "It is the Lark's Meadow." And he added, "It was here that Ulbach killed the shepherdess of Ivry." But after the word lark, Marius heard nothing more. These sudden congealments in the state of reverie, which a single word suffices to evoke, do occur. The entire thought is abruptly condensed around an idea, and it is no longer capable of perceiving anything else. The lark was the appellation which had replaced Ursule in the depths of Marius's melancholy. "Stop," said he, with a sort of unreasoning stupor peculiar to these mysterious asides. "This is her meadow. I shall know where she lives now." It was absurd, but irresistible. And every day he returned to that meadow of the lark. Javert's triumph in the Gorbeau hovel seemed complete, but had not been so. In the first place, and this constituted the principal anxiety, Javert had not taken the prisoner. The assassinated man who flees is more suspicious than the assassin, and it is probable that this personage, who had been so precious a capture for the ruffians, would be no less fine a prize for the authorities. And then, Montparnasse had escaped Javert. Another opportunity of laying hands on that devil's dandy must be waited for. Montparnasse had, in fact, encountered Éponine as she stood on the watch under the trees of the boulevard, and had led her off, preferring to play Nemorin with the daughter rather than Schinderhannes with the father. It was well that he did so. He was free. As for Éponine, Javert had caused her to be seized, a mediocre consolation. Éponine had joined Azelma at Les Madelonettes. And finally, on the way from the Gorbeau house to La Force, one of the principal prisoners, Claquesous, had been lost. It was not known how this had been effected. The police agents and the sergeants could not understand it at all. He had converted himself into vapour. He had slipped through the handcuffs. He had trickled through the crevices of the carriage. The fiacre was cracked, and he had fled. All that they were able to say was that on arriving at the prison, there was no Claquesous. Either the fairies or the police had had a hand in it. Had Claquesous melted into the shadows like a snowflake in water? Had there been unavowed connivance of the police agents? Did this man belong to the double enigma of order and disorder? Was he concentric with infraction and repression? Had this sphinx his forepaws in crime and his hindpaws in authority? Javert did not accept such combinations, and would have bristled up against such compromises. But his squad included other inspectors besides himself, who were more initiated than he, perhaps, although they were his subordinates in the secrets of the prefecture, and Claquesous had been such a villain that he might make a very good agent. It is an excellent thing for ruffianism, and an admirable thing for the police to be on such intimate juggling terms with the night. These double-edged rascals do exist. However that may be, Claquesous had gone astray and was not found again. Javert appeared to be more irritated than amazed at this. As for Marius, that booby of a lawyer, who had probably become frightened and whose name Javert had forgotten, Javert attached very little importance to him. Moreover, a lawyer can be hunted up at any time. But was he a lawyer after all? The investigation had begun. The magistrate had thought it advisable not to put one of these men of the band of Patron Minette in close confinement, in the hope that he would chatter. This man was Brujon, the long-haired man of the Rue du Petit Banquier. He had been let loose in the Charlemagne courtyard, and the eyes of the watchers were fixed on him. This name of Brujon is one of the souvenirs of La Force. In that hideous courtyard, called the Court of the Bâtiment Neuf, new building, which the administration called the Court Saint-Bernard, and which the robbers called the Fossé Lion, the Lion's Ditch, on that wall covered with scales and leprosy, which rose to the left to a level with the roofs, near an old door of rusty iron, which led to the ancient chapel of the ducal residence of La Force, then turned in a dormitory for ruffians, there could still be seen, 12 years ago, a sort of fortress roughly carved in the stone with a nail, and beneath it this signature, Brujon, 1811. The Brujon of 1811 was the father of the Brujon of 1832. The latter, of whom the reader caught but a glimpse at the Gorbeau house, was a very cunning and very adroit young spark, with a bewildered and plaintive air. It was in consequence of this plaintive air that the magistrate had released him, thinking him more useful in the Charlemagne yard than in close confinement. Robbers do not interrupt their profession because they are in the hands of justice. They do not let themselves be put out by such a trifle as that. To be in prison for one crime is no reason for not beginning on another crime. They are artists, who have one picture in the salon and who toil, nonetheless, on a new work in their studios. Brujon seemed to be stupefied by prison. He could sometimes be seen standing by the hour together in front of the sutler's window in the Charlemagne yard, staring like an idiot at the sordid list of prices which began with garlic, 62 centimes, and ended with cigar, 5 centimes. Or he passed his time in trembling, chattering his teeth, saying that he had a fever, and inquiring whether one of the 28 beds in the fever ward was vacant. All at once, towards the end of February 1832, it was discovered that Brujon, that somnolent fellow, had had 3 different commissions executed by the errand men of the establishment, not under his own name, but in the name of 3 of his comrades, and they had cost him in all 50 sous, an exorbitant outlay which attracted the attention of the prison corporal. Inquiries were instituted, and on consulting the tariff of commissions posted in the convicts' parlour, it was learned that the 50 sous could be analysed as follows: 3 commissions, 1 to the Pantheon, 10 sous, 1 to Val de Grace, 15 sous, and 1 to the Barrière des Grenelles, 25 sous. This last was the dearest of the whole tariff. Now at the Pantheon, at the Val de Grace, and at the Barrière des Grenelles were situated the domiciles of the 3 very redoubtable prowlers of the barriers, Cruy-Daniels, alias Bizarre, Glorieux, an ex-convict, and Bar Caros, upon whom the attention of the police was directed by this incident. It was thought that these men were members of Patron Minette. 2 of those leaders, Babet and Guelmer, had been captured. It was supposed that the messages, which had been addressed, not to houses but to people who were waiting for them in the street, must have contained information with regard to some crime that had been plotted. They were in possession of other indications. They laid hand on the 3 prowlers, and supposed that they had circumvented some one or other of Brujon's machinations. About a week after these measures had been taken, one night, as the superintendent of the watch, who had been inspecting the lower dormitory in the Bâtiment Neuf, was about to drop his chestnut in the box, this was the means adopted to make sure that the watchmen performed their duties punctually. Every hour, a chestnut must be dropped into all the boxes nailed to the doors of the dormitories. A watchman looked through the peephole of the dormitory, and beheld Brujon sitting on his bed and writing something by the light of the hall lamp. The guardian entered. Brujon was put in a solitary cell for a month, but they were not able to seize what he had written. The police learned nothing further about it. What is certain is that on the following morning, a postilion was flung from the Charlemagne yard into the Lion's Ditch, over the 5-story building which separated the 2 courtyards. What prisoners call a postilion is a pallet of bread artistically moulded, which is sent into Ireland, that is to say, over the roofs of a prison, from one courtyard to another. Etymology, over England, from one land to another, into Ireland. This little pellet falls in the yard. The man who picks it up opens it and finds in it a note addressed to some prisoner in that yard. If it is a prisoner who finds the treasure, he forwards the note to its destination. If it is a keeper, or one of the prisoners secretly sold, who are called sheep in prisons and foxes in the galleys, the note is taken to the office and handed over to the police. On this occasion, the postilion reached its address, although the person to whom it was addressed was, at that moment, in solitary confinement. This person was no other than Babet, one of the 4 heads of Patron Minette. The postilion contained a roll of paper on which only these 2 lines were written: Babet, there is an affair in the Rue Plumet, a gate on a garden. This is what Brujon had written the night before. In spite of male and female searchers, Babet managed to pass the note on from La Force to the Salpêtrière, to a good friend whom he had, and who was shut up there. This woman, in turn, transmitted the note to another woman of her acquaintance, a certain Magnon, who was strongly suspected by the police, though not yet arrested. This Magnon, whose name the reader has already seen, had relations with the Thénardier, which will be described in detail later on, and she could, by going to see Éponine, serve as a bridge between the Salpêtrière and les Madelonettes. It happened, at precisely that moment, as proofs were wanting in the investigation directed against Thénardier in the matter of his daughters, Éponine and Azelma were released. When Éponine came out, Magnon, who was watching the gate of the Madelonettes, handed her Brujon's note to Babet, charging her to look into the matter. Éponine went to the Rue Plumet, recognized the gate and the garden, observed the house, spied, lurked, and, a few days later, brought to Magnon, who delivers in the Rue Cloche-Perce, a biscuit, which Magnon transmitted to Babet's mistress in the Salpêtrière. A biscuit, in the shady symbolism of prisons, signifies nothing to be done. So that in less than a week from that time, as Brujon and Babet met in the circle of La Force, the one on his way to the examination, the other on his way from it. "Well," asked Brujon, "the Rue P?" "Biscuit," replied Babet. Thus did the fetus of crime, engendered by Brujon in La Force, miscarry. This miscarriage had its consequences, however, which were perfectly distinct from Brujon's programme. The reader will see what they were. Often when we think we are knotting one thread, we are tying quite another. Marius no longer went to see anyone, but he sometimes encountered Father Mabeuf by chance. While Marius was slowly descending those melancholy steps which may be called the cellar stairs, and which lead to places without light, where the happy can be heard walking overhead, Monsieur Mabeuf was descending on his side. The flora of Cauteretz no longer sold at all. The experiments on indigo had not been successful in the little garden of Austerlitz, which had a bad exposure. Monsieur Mabeuf could cultivate there only a few plants which loved shade and dampness. Nevertheless, he did not become discouraged. He had obtained a corner in the Jardin des Plantes, with a good exposure, to make his trials with indigo at his own expense. For this purpose, he had pawned his copper plates of the flora. He had reduced his breakfast to 2 eggs, and he left one of these for his old servant, to whom he had paid no wages for the last 15 months. And often his breakfast was his only meal. He no longer smiled with his infantile smile. He had grown morose and no longer received visitors. Marius did well not to dream of going thither. Sometimes, at the hour when Monsieur Mabeuf was on his way to the Jardin des Plantes, the old man and the young man passed each other on the Boulevard de l'Hôpital. They did not speak, and only exchanged a melancholy sign of the head. A heart-breaking thing it is that there comes a moment when misery looses bonds. 2 men who have been friends become 2 chance passers-by. Royal the bookseller was dead. Monsieur Mabeuf no longer knew his books, his garden, or his indigo. These were the 3 forms which happiness, pleasure, and hope had assumed for him. This sufficed him for his living. He said to himself, "When I shall have made my balls of bluing, I shall be rich. I will withdraw my copper plates from the pawn shop. I will put my flora in vogue again with trickery, plenty of money, and advertisements in the newspapers. And I will buy, I know well where, a copy of Pierre de Medine's Art de Naviguer, with woodcuts, edition of 1655. In the meantime, he toiled all day over his plot of indigo, and at night he returned home to water his garden and to read his books. At that epoch, Monsieur Mabeuf was nearly 80 years of age. One evening, he had a singular apparition. He had returned home while it was still broad daylight. Mother Plutarque, whose health was declining, was ill and in bed. He had dined on a bone, on which a little meat lingered, and a bit of bread that he had found on the kitchen table, and had seated himself on an overturned stone post, which took the place of a bench in his garden. Near this bench there rose, after a fashion in orchid gardens, a sort of large chest, of beams and planks, much dilapidated, a rabbit hutch on the ground floor, a fruit closet on the first. There was nothing in the hutch, but there were a few apples in the fruit closet, the remains of the winter's provision. Monsieur Mabeuf had set himself to turning over and reading, with the aid of his glasses, 2 books of which he was passionately fond, and in which, a serious thing at his age, he was interested. His natural timidity rendered him accessible to the acceptance of superstitions in a certain degree. The first of these books was the famous treatise of President de l'Ancre, De l'inconstance des démons. The other was a quarto by Mouton de la Rubaudière, Sur les diables de Vauvert et les gobelins de la Bièvre. This last-mentioned old volume interested him all the more because his garden had been one of the spots haunted by goblins in former times. The twilight had begun to whiten what was on high and to blacken all below. As he read, over the top of the book which he held in his hand, Father Mabeuf was surveying his plants, and among others, a magnificent rhododendron which was one of his consolations. 4 days of heat, wind, and sun without a drop of rain had passed. The stalks were bending, the buds drooping, the leaves falling. All this needed water. The rhododendron was particularly sad. Father Mabeuf was one of those persons for whom plants have souls. The old man had toiled all day over his indigo plot. He was worn out with fatigue, but he rose, laid his books on the bench, and walked, all bent over and with tottering footsteps, to the well. But when he had grasped the chain, he could not even draw it sufficiently to unhook it. Then he turned round and cast a glance of anguish towards heaven, which was becoming studded with stars. The evening had that serenity which overwhelms the troubles of man beneath an indescribably mournful and eternal joy. The night promised to be as arid as the day had been. Stars everywhere, thought the old man. Not the tiniest cloud. Not a drop of water. And his head, which had been upraised for a moment, fell back upon his breast. He raised it again, and once more looked at the sky, murmuring, "A tear of dew, a little pity." He tried again to unhook the chain of the well, and could not. At that moment, he heard a voice saying, "Father Mabeuf, would you like to have me water your garden for you?" At the same time, a noise, as of a wild animal passing, became audible in the hedge, and he beheld emerging from the shrubbery a sort of tall, slender girl, who drew herself up in front of him and stared boldly at him. She had less the air of a human being than of a form which had just blossomed forth from the twilight. Before Father Mabeuf, who was easily terrified, and who was, as we have said, quick to take alarm, was able to reply by a single syllable, this being, whose movements had a sort of odd abruptness in the darkness, had unhooked the chain, plunged in and withdrawn the bucket, and filled the watering pot. And the goodman beheld this apparition, which had bare feet and a tattered petticoat, running about among the flower beds, distributing life around her. The sound of the watering pot on the leaves filled Father Mabeuf's soul with ecstasy. It seemed to him that the rhododendron was happy now. The first bucketful emptied, the girl drew a second, then a third. She watered the whole garden. There was something about her, as she thus ran about among paths, where her outline appeared perfectly black, waving her angular arms, and with her fichu all in rags, that resembled a bat. When she had finished, Father Mabeuf approached her with tears in his eyes, and laid his hand on her brow. "God will bless you," said he. "You are an angel, since you take care of the flowers." "No," she replied. "I am the devil, but that's all the same to me." The old man exclaimed, without either waiting for or hearing her response, "What a pity that I am so unhappy and so poor, and that I can do nothing for you." "You can do something," said she.
"What?"
"Tell me where Monsieur Marius lives." The old man did not understand.
"What Monsieur Marius?"
He raised his glassy eyes and seemed to be seeking something that had vanished. "A young man who used to come here." In the meantime, Monsieur Mabeuf had searched his memory.
"Ah, yes," he exclaimed. "I know what you mean. Wait, Monsieur Marius, the Baron Marius Pontmercy, parbleu. He lives, or rather, he no longer lives. Ah, well, I don't know."
As he spoke, he had bent over to train a branch of rhododendron, and he continued,
"Hold, I know now. He very often passes along the boulevard and goes in the direction of the Glacière, Rue Creux-les-Barbes, the meadow of the Lark. Go there. It is not hard to meet him." When Monsieur Mabeuf straightened himself up, there was no longer anyone there. The girl had disappeared. He was decidedly terrified. Really, he thought, if my garden had not been watered, I should think that she was a spirit. An hour later, when he was in bed, it came back to him, and as he fell asleep, at that confused moment when thought, like that fabulous bird which changes itself into a fish in order to cross the sea, little by little assumes the form of a dream in order to traverse slumber, he said to himself in a bewildered way, "In sooth, that greatly resembles what Rubaudière narrates of the goblins. Could it have been a goblin?" Some days after this visit of a spirit to Father Mabeuf, one morning, it was on a Monday, the day when Marius borrowed the 100-sou piece from Courfeyrac for Thénardier. Marius had put this coin in his pocket, and before carrying it to the clerk's office, he had gone to take a little stroll, in the hope that this would make him work on his return. It was always thus, however. As soon as he rose, he seated himself before a book and a sheet of paper, in order to scribble some translation. His task at that epoch consisted in turning into French a celebrated quarrel between Germans, the Gans and Savigny controversy. He took Savigny, he took Gans, read 4 lines, tried to write one, could not, saw a star between him and his paper, and rose from his chair, saying, "I shall go out. That will put me in spirits." And off he went to the Lark's meadow. There he beheld more than ever the star, and less than ever Savigny and Gans. He returned home, tried to take up his work again, and did not succeed. There was no means of reknotting a single one of the threads which were broken in his brain. Then he said to himself, "I will not go out tomorrow, it prevents my working." And he went out every day. He lived in the Lark's meadow more than in Courfeyrac's lodgings. That was his real address, Boulevard de la Sante, at the 7th tree from the Rue Creux-les-Barbes. That morning he had quitted the 7th tree and had seated himself on the parapet of the river des Gobelins. A cheerful sunlight penetrated the freshly unfolded and luminous leaves. He was dreaming of her, and his meditation turning to a reproach, fell back upon himself. He reflected dolefully on his idleness, his paralysis of soul which was gaining on him, and of that night which was growing more dense every moment before him, to such a point that he no longer even saw the sun. Nevertheless, athwart this painful extrication of indistinct ideas which was not even a monologue, so feeble had action become in him, that he had no longer the force to care, to despair. Athwart this melancholy absorption, sensations from without did reach him. He heard behind him, beneath him, on both banks of the river, the laundresses of the Gobelins beating their linen, and above his head the birds chattering and singing in the elm trees. On the one hand, the sound of liberty, the careless happiness of the leisure which has wings. On the other, the sound of toil. What caused him to meditate deeply and almost reflect were 2 cheerful sounds. All at once, in the midst of his dejected ecstasy, he heard a familiar voice saying, "Come, here he is." He raised his eyes,
and recognized that wretched child who had come to him one morning, the elder of the Thénardier daughters, Éponine. He knew her name now. Strange to say, she had grown poorer and prettier, 2 steps which it had not seemed within her power to take. She had accomplished a double progress, towards the light and towards distress. She was barefooted and in rags, as on the day when she had so resolutely entered his chamber, only her rags were 2 months older now, the holes were larger, the tatters more sordid. It was the same harsh voice, the same brow dimmed and wrinkled with tan, the same free, wild, and vacillating glance. She had besides, more than formerly, in her face that indescribably terrified and lamentable something which sojourn in a prison adds to wretchedness. She had bits of straw and hay in her hair, not like Ophelia through having gone mad from the contagion of Hamlet's madness, but because she had slept in the loft of some stable. And in spite of it all, she was beautiful. What a star art thou, O youth! In the meantime, she had halted in front of Marius with a trace of joy in her livid countenance, and something which resembled a smile. She stood for several moments as though incapable of speech. "So I have met you at last," she said at length. "Father Mabeuf was right. It was on this boulevard. How I have hunted for you! If you only knew. Do you know? I have been in the jug a fortnight. They let me out. Seeing that there was nothing against me, and that, moreover, I had not reached years of discretion. I lacked 2 months of it. Oh, how I have hunted for you! These 6 weeks! So you don't live down there any more?" "No," said Marius. "Ah, I understand. Because of that affair. Those takedowns are disagreeable. You cleared out. Come now, why do you wear old hats like this? A young man like you ought to have fine clothes. Do you know, Monsieur Marius, Father Mabeuf calls you Baron Marius, I don't know what." "It isn't true that you are a baron. Barons are old fellows. They go to the Luxembourg, in front of the chateau, where there is the most sun, and they read the Quotidienne for a sou. I once carried a letter to a baron of that sort. He was over 100 years old. Say, where do you live now?" Marius made no reply. "Ah," she went on, "you have a hole in your shirt. I must sew it up for you." She resumed with an expression which gradually clouded over. "You don't seem glad to see me." Marius held his peace. She remained silent for a moment, then exclaimed, "But if I choose, nevertheless, I could force you to look glad." "What?" demanded Marius. "What do you mean?" "Ah, you used to call me thou," she retorted. "Well then, what dost thou mean?" She bit her lips. She seemed to hesitate, as though a prey to some sort of inward conflict. At last she appeared to come to a decision. "So much the worse, I don't care. You have a melancholy air. I want you to be pleased. Only promise me that you will smile. I want to see you smile and hear you say, 'Ah, well, that's good. Poor Mr. Marius. You know, you promised me that you would give me anything I like.' Yes, only speak." She looked Marius full in the eye and said, "I have the address." Marius turned pale. All the blood flowed back to his heart. "What address?" "The address that you asked me to get," she added as though with an effort. "The address you know very well." Yes, stammered Marius. "Of that young lady." This word uttered, she sighed deeply. Marius sprang from the parapet on which he had been sitting, and seized her hand distractedly. "Oh, well, lead me thither. Tell me. Ask of me anything you wish. Where is it?" "Come with me," she responded. "I don't know the street or number very well. It is in quite the other direction from here, but I know the house well. I will take you to it." She withdrew her hand, and went on, in a tone which could have rent the heart of an observer, but which did not even graze Marius in his intoxicated and ecstatic state. "Oh, how glad you are!"
A cloud swept across Marius's brow. He seized Éponine by the arm. "Swear one thing to me." "Swear?" said she. "What does that mean? Come, you want me to swear?" And she laughed. "Your father. Promise me, Éponine. Swear to me that you will not give this address to your father." She turned to him with a stupefied air. "Éponine, how do you know that my name is Éponine?" "Promise what I tell you." But she did not seem to hear him. "That's nice. You have called me Éponine." Marius grasped both her arms at once. "But answer me, in the name of heaven! Pay attention to what I am saying to you. Swear to me that you will not tell your father this address that you know." "My father?" said she. "Ah, yes, my father. Be at ease. He is in close confinement. Besides, what do I care for my father?" "But you do not promise me!" exclaimed Marius. "Let go of me," she said, bursting into a laugh. "How you do shake me! Yes, yes, I promise that. I swear that to you. What is that to me?" "I will not tell my father the address." "There, is that right? Is that it?" "Nor to anyone?" said Marius. "Nor to anyone." "Now," resumed Marius, "take me there." "Immediately?" "Immediately." "Come along." "Ah, how pleased he is," said she. After a few steps she halted. "You are following me too closely, Monsieur Marius. Let me go on ahead and follow me so without seeming to do it. A nice young man like you must not be seen with a woman like me." No tongue can express all that lay in that word, woman, thus pronounced by that child. She proceeded a dozen paces and then halted once more. Marius joined her. She addressed him sideways and without turning towards him. "By the way, you know that you promised me something?" Marius fumbled in his pocket. All that he owned in the world was the 5 francs intended for Thénardier the father. He took them and laid them in Éponine's hand. She opened her fingers and let the coin fall to the ground, and gazed at him with a gloomy air. "I don't want your money," said she.
About the middle of the last century, a Chief Justice in the Parliament of Paris, having a mistress and concealing the fact, for at that period the grand seigneurs displayed their mistresses and the bourgeois concealed them, had a little house built in the Faubourg Saint-Germain in the deserted Rue Blomet, which is now called Rue Plumet, not far from the spot which was then designated as Combat des Animaux. This house was composed of a single-storied pavilion, 2 rooms on the ground floor, 2 chambers on the first floor, a kitchen downstairs, a boudoir upstairs, an attic under the roof, the whole preceded by a garden with a large gate opening on the street. This garden was about 1.5 acres in extent. This was all that could be seen by passers-by, but behind the pavilion there was a narrow courtyard, and at the end of the courtyard a low building consisting of 2 rooms and a cellar, a sort of preparation destined to conceal a child and nurse in case of need. This building communicated in the rear by a masked door, which opened by a secret spring, with a long, narrow, paved, winding corridor open to the sky, hemmed in with 2 lofty walls, which, hidden with wonderful art, and lost, as it were, between garden enclosures and cultivated land, all of whose angles and detours it followed, ended in another door, also with a secret lock which opened 1/4 of a league away, almost in another quarter, in the solitary extremity of the Rue de Babylone. Through this the Chief Justice entered, so that even those who were spying on him and following him would merely have observed that the Justice betook himself every day in a mysterious way somewhere, and would never have suspected that to go to the Rue de Babylone was to go to the Rue Blomet. Thanks to clever purchases of land, the magistrate had been able to make a secret, sewer-like passage on his own property, and consequently without interference. Later on, he had sold in little parcels, for gardens and market gardens, the lots of ground adjoining the corridor, and the proprietors of these lots on both sides thought they had a party wall before their eyes, and did not even suspect the long paved ribbon winding between two walls amid their flower beds and their orchards. Only the birds beheld this curiosity. It is probable that the linnets and tomtits of the last century gossiped a great deal about the Chief Justice. The pavilion, built of stone in the taste of Mansard, wainscoted and furnished in the Watteau style, rocaille on the inside, old-fashioned on the outside, walled in with a triple hedge of flowers, had something discreet, coquettish, and solemn about it, as befits the caprice of love and magistracy. This house and corridor, which have now disappeared, were in existence 15 years ago. In '93, a coppersmith had purchased the house with the idea of demolishing it, but had not been able to pay the price. The nation made him bankrupt, so that it was the house which demolished the coppersmith. After that, the house remained uninhabited, and fell slowly to ruin, as does every dwelling to which the presence of man does not communicate life. It had remained fitted with its old furniture, was always for sale or to let, and the 10 or a dozen people who passed through the Rue Plumet were warned of the fact by a yellow and illegible bit of writing which had hung on the garden wall since 1819. Towards the end of the Restoration, these same passers-by might have noticed that the bill had disappeared, and that even the shutters on the first floor were open. The house was occupied, in fact. The windows had short curtains, a sign that there was a woman about. In the month of October, 1829, a man of a certain age had presented himself and had hired the house just as it stood, including, of course, the back building and the lane which ended in the Rue de Babylone. He had had the secret openings of the 2 doors to this passage repaired. The house, as we have just mentioned, was still very nearly furnished with the Justice's old fitting. The new tenant had ordered some repairs, had added what was lacking here and there, had replaced the paving stones in the yard, bricks in the floors, steps in the stairs, missing bits in the inlaid floors, and the glass in the lattice windows, and had finally installed himself there with a young girl and an elderly maidservant, without commotion, rather like a person who was slipping in than like a man who was entering his own house. The neighbours did not gossip about him, for the reason that there were no neighbours. This unobtrusive tenant was Jean Valjean. The young girl was Cosette. The servant was a woman named Toussaint, whom Jean Valjean had saved from the hospital and from wretchedness, and who was elderly, a stammerer, and from the provinces, 3 qualities which had decided Jean Valjean to take her with him. He had hired the house under the name of M. Fauchelevent, independent gentleman. In all that has been related heretofore, the reader has doubtless been no less prompt than Thénardier to recognize Jean Valjean. Why had Jean Valjean quitted the convent of the Petit Picpus? What had happened? Nothing had happened. It will be remembered that Jean Valjean was happy in the convent, so happy that his conscience finally took the alarm. He saw Cosette every day. He felt paternity spring up and develop within him more and more. He brooded over the soul of that child. He said to himself that she was his, that nothing could take her from him, that this would last indefinitely, that she would certainly become a nun, being there too gently incited every day, that thus the convent was henceforth the universe for her as it was for him, that he should grow old there, and that she should grow up there, that she would grow old there, and that he should die there. That, in short, delightful hope, no separation was possible. On reflecting upon this, he fell into perplexity. He interrogated himself. He asked himself if all that happiness were really his, if it were not composed of the happiness of another, of the happiness of that child which he, an old man, was confiscating and stealing, if that were not theft. He said to himself that this child had a right to know life before renouncing it, that to deprive her in advance, and in some sort without consulting her, of all joys, under the pretext of saving her from all trials, to take advantage of her ignorance of her isolation in order to make an artificial vocation germinate in her, was to rob a human being of its nature and to lie to God. And who knows if when she came to be aware of all this some day, and found herself a nun to her sorrow, Cosette would not come to hate him? A last, almost selfish thought, and less heroic than the rest, but which was intolerable to him. He resolved to quit the convent. He resolved on this. He recognised with anguish the fact that it was necessary. As for objections, there were none. 5 years' sojourn between these four walls of disappearance had necessarily destroyed or dispersed the elements of fear. He could return tranquilly among men. He had grown old, and all had undergone a change. Who would recognise him now? And then, to face the worst, there was danger only for himself, and he had no right to condemn Cosette to the cloister for the reason that he had been condemned to the galleys. Besides, what is danger in comparison with the right? Finally, nothing prevented his being prudent and taking his precautions. As for Cosette's education, it was almost finished and complete. His determination once taken, he waited an opportunity. It was not long in presenting itself. Old Fauchelevent died. Jean Valjean demanded an audience with the revered prioress, and told her that having come into a little inheritance at the death of his brother, which permitted him henceforth to live without working, he should leave the service of the convent and take his daughter with him, but that, as it was not just that Cosette, since she had not taken the vows, should have received her education gratuitously, he humbly begged the reverend prioress to see fit that he should offer to the community, as indemnity for the 5 years which Cosette had spent there, the sum of 5,000 francs. It was thus that Jean Valjean quitted the convent of the Perpetual Adoration. On leaving the convent, he took into his own arms the little valise, the key to which he still wore on his person, and would permit no porter to touch it. This puzzled Cosette, because of the odour of embalming which proceeded from it. Let us state at once that this trunk never quitted him more. He always had it in his chamber. It was the first and only thing sometimes that he carried off in his moving when he moved about. Cosette laughed at it and called this valise his inseparable, saying, "I am jealous of it." Nevertheless, Jean Valjean did not reappear in the open air without profound anxiety. He discovered the house in the Rue Plumet and hid himself from sight there. Henceforth he was in the possession of the name Ultime Fauchelevent. At the same time he hired 2 other apartments in Paris, in order that he might attract less attention than if he were to remain always in the same quarter, and so that he could, at need, take himself off at the slightest disquietude which should assail him, and, in short, so that he might not again be caught unprovided, as on the night when he had so miraculously escaped from Javert. These 2 apartments were very pitiable, poor in appearance, and in 2 quarters which were far remote from each other, the one in the Rue de l'Ouest, the other in the Rue de l'Homme Armé. He went from time to time, now to the Rue de l'Homme Armé, now to the Rue de l'Ouest, to pass a month or 6 weeks without taking Toussaint. He had himself served by the porters, and gave himself out as a gentleman from the suburbs, living on his funds, and having a little temporary resting place in town. This lofty virtue had 3 domiciles in Paris for the sake of escaping from the police. However, properly speaking, he lived in the Rue Plumet, and he had arranged his existence there in the following fashion. Cosette and the servant occupied the pavilion. She had the big sleeping room with the painted pier glasses, the boudoir with the gilded fillets, the justice's drawing room furnished with tapestries and vast armchairs. She had the garden. Jean Valjean had a canopy bed of antique damask in 3 colours and a beautiful Persian rug purchased in the Rue de Figuier-Saint-Paul at Mother Gaucher's, put into Cosette's chamber, and in order to redeem the severity of these magnificent old things, he had amalgamated with this bric-a-brac all the gay and graceful little pieces of furniture suitable to young girls, an étagère, a bookcase filled with gilt-edged books, an inkstand, a blotting book, paper, a work table encrusted with mother-of-pearl, a silver-gilt dressing-case, a toilet service in Japanese porcelain. Long damask curtains with a red foundation and 3 colours, like those on the bed, hung at the windows of the first floor. On the ground floor the curtains were of tapestry. All winter long Cosette's little house was heated from top to bottom. Jean Valjean inhabited the sort of porter's lodge which was situated at the end of the back courtyard, with a mattress on a folding bed, a white wood table, 2 straw chairs, an earthenware water jug, a few old volumes on a shelf, his beloved valise in one corner, and never any fire. He dined with Cosette, and he had a loaf of black bread on the table for his own use. When Toussaint came, he had said to her, "It is a young lady who is mistress of this house." "And you, monsieur?" Toussaint replied in amazement. "I am a much better thing than a master. I am the father." Cosette had been taught housekeeping in the convent, and she regulated their expenditure, which was very modest. Every day Jean Valjean put his arm through Cosette's and took her for a walk. He led her to the Luxembourg, to the least frequented walk, and every Sunday he took her to Mass at Saint-Jacques-de-Haut-Pas, because that was a long way off. As it was a very poor quarter, he bestowed alms largely there, and the poor people surrounded him in church, which had drawn upon him Thénardier's epistle, "To the benevolent gentlemen of the church of Saint-Jacques-de-Haut-Pas." He was fond of taking Cosette to visit the poor and the sick. No stranger ever entered the house in the Rue Plumet. Toussaint brought their provisions, and Jean Valjean went himself for water to a fountain near by on the boulevard. Their wood and wine were put into a half-subterranean hollow lined with rockwork, which lay near the Rue de Babylone, and which had formerly served the Chief Justice as a grotto, for at the epoch of follies and little houses, no love was without a grotto. In the door opening on the Rue de Babylone there was a box destined for the reception of letters and papers, only, as the 3 inhabitants of the pavilion in the Rue Plumet received neither papers nor letters, the entire usefulness of that box, formerly the go-between of a love affair and the confidant of a love-lorn lawyer, was now limited to the tax collector's notices and the summons of the guard, for M. Fauchelevent, independent gentleman, belonged to the National Guard. He had not been able to escape through the fine meshes of the census of 1831. The municipal information collected at the time had even reached the convent of the Petit Picpus, a sort of impenetrable and holy cloud, whence Jean Valjean had emerged in venerable guise, and consequently worthy of mounting guard in the eyes of the town hall. 3 or 4 times a year Jean Valjean donned his uniform and mounted guard. He did this willingly, however. It was a correct disguise which mixed him with everyone, and yet left him solitary. Jean Valjean had just attained his 60th birthday, the age of legal exemption. But he did not appear to be over 50. Moreover, he had no desire to escape his sergeant-major, nor to quibble with the Comte de la Balle. He possessed no civil status. He was concealing his name. He was concealing his identity. So he concealed his age. He concealed everything. And, as we have just said, he willingly did his duty as a National Guard. The sum of his ambition lay in resembling any other man who paid his taxes. This man had for his ideal within the angel, without the bourgeois. Let us note one detail, however. When Jean Valjean went out with Cosette, he dressed as the reader has already seen, and had the air of a retired officer. When he went out alone, which was generally at night, he was always dressed in a working man's trousers and blouse, and wore a cap which concealed his face. Was this precaution or humility? Both. Cosette was accustomed to the enigmatical side of her destiny, and hardly noticed her father's peculiarities. As for Toussaint, she venerated Jean Valjean, and thought everything he did right. One day her butcher, who had caught a glimpse of Jean Valjean, said to her, "That's a queer fish." She replied, "He's a saint." Neither Jean Valjean, nor Cosette, nor Toussaint ever entered or emerged except by the door on the Rue de Babylone. Unless seen through the garden gate, it would have been difficult to guess that they lived in a Rue Plumet. That gate was always closed. Jean Valjean had left the garden uncultivated in order not to attract attention. In this, possibly, he made a mistake. The garden thus left to itself for more than half a century had become extraordinary and charming. The passers-by of 40 years ago halted to gaze at it, without a suspicion of the secrets which it hid in its fresh and verdant depths. More than one dreamer of that epoch often allowed his thoughts and his eyes to penetrate indiscreetly between the bars of that ancient padlocked gate, twisted, tottering, fastened to two green and moss-covered pillars, and oddly crowned with a pediment of undecipherable arabesque. There was a stone bench in one corner, one or two mouldy statues, several lattices which had lost their nails with time were rotting on the wall, and there were no walks nor turf, but there was enough grass everywhere. Gardening had taken its departure and nature had returned. Weeds abounded, which was a great piece of luck for a poor corner of land. The festival of gillyflowers was something splendid. Nothing in this garden obstructed the sacred effort of things towards life. Venerable growth reigned there among them. The trees had bent over towards the nettles, the plant had sprung upward, the branch had inclined, that which crawls on the earth had gone in search of that which expands in the air, that which floats on the wind had bent over towards that which trails in the moss. Trunks, boughs, leaves, fibres, clusters, tendrils, shoots, spines, thorns, had mingled, crossed, married, confounded themselves in each other. Vegetation in a deep and close embrace had celebrated and accomplished there, under the well-pleased eye of the Creator, in that enclosure 300 feet square, the holy mystery of fraternity, symbol of the human fraternity. This garden was no longer a garden, it was a colossal thicket, that is to say, something as impenetrable as a forest, as peopled as a city, quivering like a nest, sombre like a cathedral, fragrant like a bouquet, solitary as a tomb, living as a throng. In Floreal this enormous thicket, free behind its gate and within its four walls, entered upon the secret labour of germination, quivered in the rising sun, almost like an animal which drinks in the breaths of cosmic love, and which feels the sap of April rising and boiling in its veins, and shakes to the wind its enormous wonderful green locks, sprinkled on the damp earth, on the defaced statues, on the crumbling steps of the pavilion, and even on the pavement of the deserted street, flowers like stars, dew like pearls, fecundity, beauty, life, joy, perfumes. At midday 1,000 white butterflies took refuge there, and it was a divine spectacle to see that living summer snow whirling about there in flakes amid the shade. There, in those gay shadows of verdure, a throng of innocent voices spoke sweetly to the soul, and what the twittering forgot to say, the humming completed. In the evening a dreamy vapour exhaled from the garden and enveloped it. A shroud of mist, a calm and celestial sadness covered it. The intoxicating perfume of the honeysuckles and the convolvulus poured out from every part of it, like an exquisite and subtle poison. The last appeals of the woodpeckers and the wagtails were audible as they dozed among the branches. One felt the sacred intimacy of the birds and the trees. By day the wings rejoiced the leaves. By night the leaves protect the wings. In winter the thicket was black, dripping, bristling, shivering, and allowed some glimpse of the house. Instead of flowers on the branches and dew in the flowers, the long silvery tracks of the snails were visible on the cold, thick carpet of yellow leaves. But in any fashion, under any aspect at all seasons, spring, winter, summer, autumn, this tiny enclosure breathed forth melancholy, contemplation, solitude, liberty, the absence of man, the presence of God. And the rusty old gate had the air of saying, "This garden belongs to me." It was of no avail that the pavements of Paris were there on every side, the classic and splendid hotels of the Rue de Varenne a couple of paces away, the dome of the Invalides close at hand, the Chamber of Deputies not far off, the carriages of the Rue de Bourgogne and the Rue de Saint-Dominique rumbled luxuriously in vain in the vicinity. In vain did the yellow, brown, white and red omnibuses cross each other's course at the neighbouring crossroads. The Rue Plumet was the desert, and the death of the former proprietors, the revolution which had passed over it, the crumbling away of ancient fortunes, absence, forgetfulness, 40 years of abandonment and widowhood, had sufficed to restore to this privileged spot ferns, mulleins, hemlock, yarrow, tall weeds, great crimped plants with large leaves of pale green cloth, lizards, beetles, uneasy and rapid insects, to cause to spring forth from the depths of the earth and to reappear between those four walls a certain indescribable and savage grandeur, and for nature, which disconcerts the petty arrangements of man, and which sheds herself always thoroughly where she diffuses herself at all, in the ant as well as in the eagle, to blossom out in a petty Parisian garden with as much rude force and majesty as in a virgin forest of the New World. Nothing is small, in fact. Anyone who is subject to the profound and penetrating influence of nature knows this. Although no absolute satisfaction is given to philosophy, either to circumscribe the cause or to limit the effect, the contemplator falls into those unfathomable ecstasies caused by these decompositions of force terminating in unity. Everything toils at everything. Algebra is applied to the cloud. The radiation of the star profits the rose. No thinker would venture to affirm that the perfume of the hawthorn is useless to the constellations. Who, then, can calculate the course of a molecule? How do we know that the creation of worlds is not determined by the fall of grains of sand? Who knows the reciprocal ebb and flow of the infinitely great and the infinitely little, the reverberations of causes in the precipices of being and the avalanches of creation? The tiniest worm is of importance. The great is little, the little is great. Everything is balanced in necessity. Alarming vision for the mind. There are wonderful relations between beings and things. In that inexhaustible whole, from the sun to the grub, nothing despises the other. All have need of each other. The light does not bear away terrestrial perfumes into the azure depths without knowing what it is doing. The night distributes stellar essences to the sleeping flowers. All birds that fly have round their leg the thread of the infinite. Germination is complicated with the bursting forth of a meteor and with the peck of a swallow cracking its egg, and it places on one level the birth of an earthworm and the advent of Socrates. Where the telescope ends, the microscope begins. Which of the two possesses the larger field of vision? Choose. A bit of mould is a pleiad of flowers, a nebula is an anthill of stars. The same promiscuousness, and yet more unprecedented, exists between the things of the intelligence and the facts of substance. Elements and principles mingle, combine, wed, multiply with each other, to such a point that the material and the moral world are brought eventually to the same clearness. The phenomenon is perpetually returning upon itself. In the vast cosmic exchanges the universal life goes and comes in unknown quantities, rolling entirely in invisible mystery over fluvia, employing everything, not losing a single dream, not a single slumber, sowing an animalcule here, crumbling to bits a planet there, oscillating and winding, making of light a force and of thought an element, disseminated and invisible, dissolving all except that geometrical point, the I, bringing everything back to the sole atom, expanding everything in God, entangling all activity from summit to base in the obscurity of a dizzy mechanism, attaching the flight of an insect to the movement of the earth, subordinating, who knows, were it only by the identity of the law, the evolution of the comet in the firmament to the whirling of the infusoria in the drop of water. A machine is made of mind. Enormous gearing, the prime motor of which is the gnat, and whose final wheel is the zodiac. It seemed that this garden, created in olden days to conceal wanton mysteries, had been transformed and become fitted to shelter chaste mysteries. There were no longer either arbours, or bowling greens, or tunnels, or grottos. There was a magnificent dishevelled obscurity falling like a veil over all. Paphos had been made over into Eden. It is impossible to say what element of repentance had rendered this retreat wholesome. This flower girl now offered her blossom to the soul. This coquettish garden, formerly decidedly compromised, had returned to virginity and modesty. A justice assisted by a gardener, a good man who thought that he was a continuation of Le Moignon, and another good man who thought that he was a continuation of Le Nôtre, had turned it about, cut, ruffled, decked, moulded it to gallantry. Nature had taken possession of it once more, had filled it with shade, and had arranged it for love. There was also in this solitude a heart which was quite ready. Love had only to show himself. He had here a temple composed of verdure, grass, moss, the sight of birds, tender shadows, agitated branches, and a soul made of sweetness, of faith, of candour, of hope, of aspiration, and of illusion. Cosette had left the convent when she was still almost a child. She was a little more than 14, and she was at the ungrateful age. We have already said that with the exception of her eyes, she was homely rather than pretty. She had no ungraceful feature, but she was awkward, thin, timid, and bold at once. A grown-up little girl, in short. Her education was finished, that is to say, she had been taught religion, and even and above all, devotion, then history, that is to say, the thing that bears that name in convents, geography, grammar, the participles, the kings of France, a little music, a little drawing, etc. But in all other respects she was utterly ignorant, which is a great charm and a great peril. The soul of a young girl should not be left in the dark. Later on, mirages that are too abrupt and too lively are formed there, as in a dark chamber. She should be gently and discreetly enlightened, rather with the reflection of realities than with their harsh and direct light. A useful and graciously austere half-light which dissipates puerile fears and obviates falls. There is nothing but the maternal instinct, that admirable intuition composed of the memories of the Virgin and the experience of the woman, which knows how this half-light is to be created and of what it should consist. Nothing supplies the place of this instinct. All the nuns in the world are not worth as much as one mother in the formation of a young girl's soul. Cosette had had no mother. She had only had many mothers, in the plural. As for Jean Valjean, he was indeed all tenderness, all solicitude, but he was only an old man, and he knew nothing at all. Now, in this work of education, in this grave matter of preparing a woman for life, what science is required to combat that vast ignorance which is called innocence? Nothing prepares a young girl for passions like the convent. The convent turns the thought in the direction of the unknown. The heart, thus thrown back upon itself, works downward within itself, since it cannot overflow, and grows deep, since it cannot expand. Hence visions, suppositions, conjectures, outlines of romances, a desire for adventures, fantastic constructions, edifices built wholly in the inner obscurity of the mind, sombre and secret abodes where the passions immediately find a lodgment as soon as the open gate permits them to enter. The convent is a compression which, in order to triumph over the human heart, should last during the whole life. On quitting the convent, Cosette could have found nothing more sweet and more dangerous than the house in the Rue Plumet. It was the continuation of solitude with the beginning of liberty, a garden that was closed, but a nature that was acrid, rich, voluptuous, and fragrant. The same dreams as in the convent, but with glimpses of young men, a grating, but one that opened on the street. Still, when she arrived there, we repeat, she was only a child. Jean Valjean gave this neglected garden over to her. "Do what you like with it," he said. This amused Cosette. She turned over all the clumps and all the stones, she hunted for beasts, she played in it while awaiting the time when she would dream in it. She loved this garden for the insects that she found beneath her feet amid the grass, while awaiting the day when she would love it for the stars that she would see through the boughs above her head. And then she loved her father, that is to say, Jean Valjean, with all her soul, with an innocent filial passion which made the good man a beloved and charming companion to her. It will be remembered that M. Madeleine had been in the habit of reading a great deal. Jean Valjean had continued this practice. He had come to converse well. He possessed the secret riches and the eloquence of a true and humble mind which has spontaneously cultivated itself. He retained just enough sharpness to season his kindness. His mind was rough and his heart was soft. During their conversation in the Luxembourg, he gave her explanations of everything, drawing on what he had read and also on what he had suffered. As she listened to him, Cosette's eyes wandered vaguely about. This simple man sufficed for Cosette's thoughts, the same as the wild garden sufficed for her eyes. When she had had a good chase after the butterflies, she came panting up to him and said, "Ah, how I have run!" He kissed her brow. Cosette adored the good man. She was always at his heels. Where Jean Valjean was, there happiness was. Jean Valjean lived neither in the pavilion nor the garden. She took greater pleasure in the paved-backed courtyard than in the enclosure filled with flowers, and in his little lodge furnished with straw-seated chairs than in the great drawing-room hung with tapestry, against which stood tufted easy-chairs. Jean Valjean sometimes said to her, smiling at his happiness in being importuned, "Do go to your own quarters. Leave me alone a while." She gave him those charming and tender scoldings which are so graceful when they come from a daughter to her father. "Father, I am very cold in your rooms. Why don't you have a carpet here and a stove?" "Dear child, there are so many people who are better than I, and who have not even a roof over their heads." "Then why is there a fire in my rooms, and everything that is needed?" "Because you are a woman and a child." "Bah! Must men be cold and feel uncomfortable?" "Certain men." "That is good. I shall come here so often that you will be obliged to have a fire." And again she said to him, "Father, why do you eat horrible bread like that?" "Because, my daughter." "Well, if you eat it, I will eat it too." Then, in order to prevent Cosette eating black bread, Jean Valjean ate white bread. Cosette had but a confused recollection of her childhood. She prayed morning and evening for the mother whom she had never known. The Thénardiers had remained with her as two hideous figures in a dream. She remembered that she had gone, one day at night, to fetch water in a forest. She thought that it had been very far from Paris. It seemed to her that she had begun to live in an abyss, and that it was Jean Valjean who had rescued her from it. Her childhood produced upon her the effect of a time when there had been nothing around her but millipedes, spiders, and serpents. When she meditated in the evening before falling asleep, as she had not a very clear idea that she was Jean Valjean's daughter, and that he was her father, she fancied that the soul of her mother had passed into that good man and had come to dwell near her. When he was seated, she leaned her cheek against his white hair and dropped a silent tear, saying to herself, "Perhaps this man is my mother." Cosette, although this is a strange statement to make in the profound ignorance of a girl brought up in a convent, maternity being also absolutely unintelligible to virginity, had ended by fancying that she had had as little mother as possible. She did not even know her mother's name. Whenever she asked Jean Valjean remained silent. If she repeated her question, he responded with a smile. Once she insisted. The smile ended in a tear. This silence on the part of Jean Valjean covered Fantine with darkness. Was it prudence? Was it respect? Was it a fear that he should deliver this name to the hazards of another memory than his own? So long as Cosette had been small, Jean Valjean had been willing to talk to her of her mother. When she became a young girl, it was impossible for him to do so. It seemed to him that he no longer dared. Was it because of Cosette? Was it because of Fantine? He felt a certain religious horror at letting that shadow enter Cosette's thought, and of placing a third in their destiny. The more sacred this shade was to him, the more did it seem that it was to be feared. He thought of Fantine and felt himself overwhelmed with silence. Through the darkness he vaguely perceived something which appeared to have its finger on its lips. Had all the modesty which had been in Fantine, and which had violently quitted her during her lifetime, returned to rest upon her after her death, to watch in indignation over the peace of that dead woman, and in its shyness to keep her in her grave? Was Jean Valjean unconsciously submitting to the pressure? We who believe in death are not among the number who will reject this mysterious explanation. Hence the impossibility of uttering, even for Cosette, the name of Fantine. One day Cosette said to him, "Father, I saw my mother in a dream last night. She had 2 big wings. My mother must have been almost a saint during her life." "Through martyrdom," replied Jean Valjean. However, Jean Valjean was happy. When Cosette went out with him, she leaned on his arm, proud and happy, in the plenitude of her heart. Jean Valjean felt his heart melt within him with delight, at all these sparks of a tenderness so exclusive, so wholly satisfied with himself alone. The poor man trembled, inundated with angelic joy. He declared to himself ecstatically that this would last all their lives. He told himself that he really had not suffered sufficiently to merit so radiant a bliss, and he thanked God in the depth of his soul for having permitted him to be loved thus, he, a wretch, by that innocent being.
One day, Cosette chanced to look at herself in her mirror, and she said to herself, "Really?" It seemed to her almost that she was pretty. This threw her in a singularly troubled state of mind. Up to that moment, she had never thought of her face. She saw herself in her mirror, but she did not look at herself. And then, she had so often been told that she was homely. Jean Valjean alone said gently, "No, indeed. No, indeed." At all events, Cosette had always thought herself homely, and had grown up in that belief with the easy resignation of childhood. And here, all at once, was her mirror saying to her, as Jean Valjean had said, "No, indeed." That night she did not sleep. What if I were pretty, she thought. How odd it would be if I were pretty. And she recalled those of her companions, whose beauty had produced a sensation in the convent, and she said to herself, "What? Am I to be like Mademoiselle so-and-so?" The next morning she looked at herself again, not by accident this time, and she was assailed with doubts. "Where did I get such an idea?" said she. "No, I am ugly." She had not slept well, that was all. Her eyes were sunken and she was pale. She had not felt very joyous on the preceding evening in the belief that she was beautiful, but it made her very sad not to be able to believe in it any longer. She did not look at herself again, and for more than a fortnight she tried to dress her hair with her back turned to the mirror. In the evening, after dinner, she generally embroidered in wool or did some convent needlework in the drawing-room, and Jean Valjean read beside her. Once she raised her eyes from her work, and she was rendered quite uneasy by the manner in which her father was gazing at her. On another occasion, she was passing along the street, and it seemed to her that someone behind her, whom she did not see, said, "A pretty woman, but badly dressed." "Bah," she thought, "he does not mean me. I am well dressed and ugly." She was then wearing a plush hat and her merino gown. At last, one day when she was in the garden, she heard poor old Toussaint saying, "Do you notice how pretty Cosette is growing, sir?" Cosette did not hear her father's reply, but Toussaint's words caused a sort of commotion within her. She fled from the garden, ran up to her room, flew to the looking-glass. It was 3 months since she had looked at herself, and gave vent to a cry. She had just dazzled herself. She was beautiful and lovely. She could not help agreeing with Toussaint and her mirror. Her figure was formed, her skin had grown white, her hair was lustrous, an unaccustomed splendor had been lighted in her blue eyes. The consciousness of her beauty burst upon her in an instant, like the sudden advent of daylight. Other people noticed it also. Toussaint had said so. It was evidently she of whom the passerby had spoken. There could no longer be any doubt of that. She descended to the garden again, thinking herself a queen, imagining that she heard the birds singing, though it was winter, seeing the guy gilded, the sun among the trees, flowers in the thickets, distracted, wild, in inexpressible delight. Jean Valjean, on his side, experienced a deep and undefinable oppression at heart. In fact, he had, for some time past, been contemplating with terror that beauty which seemed to grow more radiant every day on Cosette's sweet face. The dawn that was smiling for all was gloomy for him. Cosette had been beautiful for a tolerably long time before she became aware of it herself. But from the very first day, that unexpected light which was rising slowly and enveloping the whole of the young girl's person wounded Jean Valjean's somber eye. He felt that it was a change in a happy life, a life so happy that he did not dare to move for fear of disarranging something. This man, who had passed through all manner of distresses, who was still all bleeding from the bruises of fate, who had been almost wicked, and who had become almost a saint, who, after having dragged the chains of the galleys, was now dragging the invisible but heavy chain of indefinite misery. This man whom the law had not released from its grasp, and who could be seized at any moment and brought back from the obscurity of his virtue to the broad daylight of public opprobrium. This man accepted all, excused all, pardoned all, and merely asked of Providence, of man, of the law, of society, of nature, of the world, one thing, that Cosette might love him, that Cosette might continue to love him, that God would not prevent the heart of the child from coming to him and from remaining with him. Beloved by Cosette, he felt that he was healed, rested, appeased, loaded with benefits, recompensed, crowned. Beloved by Cosette, it was well with him. He asked nothing more. Had anyone said to him, "Do you want anything better?" he would have answered, "No." God might have said to him, "Do you desire heaven?" And he would have replied, "I should lose by it." Everything which could affect this situation, if only on the surface, made him shudder like the beginning of something new. He had never known very distinctly himself what the beauty of a woman means, but he understood instinctively that it was something terrible. He gazed with terror on this beauty which was blossoming out ever more triumphant and superb beside him, beneath his very eyes, on the innocent and formidable brow of that child, from the depths of her homeliness, of his old age, of his misery, of his reprobation. He said to himself, "How beautiful she is! What is to become of me?" There, moreover, lay the difference between his tenderness and the tenderness of a mother. What he beheld with anguish, a mother would have gazed upon with joy. The first symptoms were not long in making their appearance. On the very morrow of the day on which she had said to herself, "Decidedly I am beautiful," Cosette began to pay attention to her toilet. She recalled the remark of that passer-by, pretty but badly dressed. The breath of an oracle, which had passed beside her and had vanished, after depositing in her heart one of the two gems which are destined, later on, to fill the whole life of woman, coquetry. Love is the other. With faith in her beauty, the whole feminine soul expanded within her. She conceived a horror for her merinos, and shame for her plush hat. Her father had never refused her anything. She had once acquired the whole science of the bonnet, the gown, the mantle, the boot, the cuff, the stuff which is in fashion, the color which is becoming, that science which makes of the Parisian woman something so charming, so deep, and so dangerous. The words heady woman were invented for the Parisienne. In less than a month, little Cosette, an attaché of the Rue de Babylone, was not only one of the prettiest, but one of the best-dressed women in Paris, which means a great deal more. She would have liked to encounter her passer-by to see what he would say, and to teach him a lesson. The truth is that she was ravishing in every respect, and that she distinguished the difference between a bonnet from Gérard and one from Herbault, in the most marvelous way. Jean Valjean watched these ravages with anxiety. He who felt that he could never do anything but crawl, walk at the most, beheld wings sprouting on Cosette. Moreover, from the mere inspection of Cosette's toilet, a woman would have recognized the fact that she had no mother. Certain little proprieties, certain special conventionalities were not observed by Cosette. A mother, for instance, would have told her that a young girl does not dress in damask. The first day that Cosette went out in her black damask gown and mantle and her white crepe bonnet, she took Jean Valjean's arm, gay, radiant, rosy, proud, dazzling. "Father," she said, "how do you like me in this guise?" Jean Valjean replied in a voice which resembled the bitter voice of an envious man, "Charming." He was the same as usual during their walk. On their return home, he asked Cosette, "Won't you put on the other gown and bonnet again? You know the ones I mean." This took place in Cosette's chamber. Cosette turned towards the wardrobe where her cast-off schoolgirl's clothes were hanging. "That disguise," said she. "Father, what do you want me to do with it? Oh no, the idea! I shall never put on those horrors again. With that machine on my head, I have the air of Madame Mad Dog." Jean Valjean heaved a deep sigh. From that moment forth, he noticed that Cosette, who had always heretofore asked to remain at home, saying, "Father, I enjoy myself more here with you," now was always asking to go out. In fact, what is the use of having a handsome face and a delicious costume if one does not display them? He also noticed that Cosette had no longer the same taste for the back garden. Now she preferred the garden, and did not dislike to promenade back and forth in front of the railed fence. Jean Valjean, who was shy, never set foot in the garden. He kept to his backyard, like a dog. Cosette, in gaining the knowledge that she was beautiful, lost the grace of ignoring it. An exquisite grace, for beauty enhanced by ingenuousness, is ineffable, and nothing is so adorable as a dazzling and innocent creature who walks along, holding in her hand the key to paradise, without being conscious of it. But what she had lost in an ingenuous grace, she gained in pensive and serious charm. Her whole person, permeated with the joy of youth, of innocence, and of beauty, breathed forth a splendid melancholy. It was at this epoch that Marius, after the lapse of 6 months, saw her once more at the Luxembourg. Cosette in her shadow, like Marius in his, was all ready to take fire. Destiny, with its mysterious and fatal patience, slowly drew together these two beings, all charged and all languishing, with the stormy electricity of passion, these two souls which were laden with love, as two clouds are laden with lightning, and which were bound to overflow and mingle in a look like the clouds in a flash of fire. The glance had been so much abused in love romances that it has finally fallen into disrepute. One hardly dares to say nowadays that two beings fell in love because they looked at each other. That is the way people do fall in love, nevertheless, and the only way. The rest is nothing, but the rest comes afterwards. Nothing is more real than these great shocks which two souls convey to each other by the exchange of that spark. At that particular hour, when Cosette unconsciously darted that glance which troubled Marius, Marius had no suspicion that he had also launched a look which disturbed Cosette. He caused her the same good and the same evil. She had been in the habit of seeing him for a long time, and she had scrutinized him as girls scrutinize and see while looking elsewhere. Marius still considered Cosette ugly, when she had already begun to think Marius handsome. But as he paid no attention to her, the young man was nothing to her. Still, she could not refrain from saying to herself that he had beautiful hair, beautiful eyes, handsome teeth, a charming tone of voice when she heard him conversing with his comrades, that he held himself badly when he walked, if you like, but with a grace that was all his own, that he did not appear to be at all stupid, that his whole person was noble, gentle, simple, proud, and that, in short, though he seemed to be poor, yet his air was fine. On the day when their eyes met at last, and said to each other those first obscure and ineffable things which the glance lisps. Cosette did not immediately understand. She returned thoughtfully to the house in the Rue de l'Ouest, where Jean Valjean, according to his custom, had come to spend 6 weeks. The next morning, on waking, she thought of that strange young man, so long indifferent and icy, who now seemed to pay attention to her, and it did not appear to her that his attention was the least in the world agreeable to her. She was, on the contrary, somewhat incensed at this handsome and disdainful individual. A substratum of war stirred within her. It struck her, and the idea caused her a wholly childish joy that she was going to take her revenge at last. Knowing that she was beautiful, she was thoroughly conscious, though in an indistinct fashion, that she possessed a weapon. Women play with their beauty as children do with a knife. They wound themselves. The reader will recall Marius's hesitations, his palpitations, his terrors. He remained on his bench and did not approach. This vexed Cosette. One day she said to Jean Valjean, "Father, let us stroll about a little in that direction." Seeing that Marius did not come to her, she went to him. In such cases, all women resemble Mahomet. And then, strange to say, the first symptom of true love in a young man is timidity. In a young girl, it is boldness. This is surprising, and yet nothing is more simple. It is the two sexes tending to approach each other and assuming each the other's qualities. That day, Cosette's glance drove Marius beside himself, and Marius's glance set Cosette to trembling. Marius went away confident, and Cosette uneasy. From that day forth, they adored each other. The first thing that Cosette felt was a confused and profound melancholy. It seemed to her that her soul had become black since the day before. She no longer recognized it. The whiteness of soul in young girls, which is composed of coldness and gaiety, resembles snow. It melts in love, which is its sun. Cosette did not know what love was. She had never heard the word uttered in its terrestrial sense. On the books of profane music which entered the convent, amour, love, was replaced by timbre, drum, or pandore. This created enigmas which exercised the imaginations of the big girls, such as, "Ah, how delightful is the drum," or, "Pity it is not a pandore." But Cosette had left the convent too early to have occupied herself much with the drum. Therefore, she did not know what name to give to what she now felt. Is anyone the less ill because one does not know the name of one's malady? She loved with all the more passion because she loved ignorantly. She did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, useful or dangerous, eternal or temporary, allowable or prohibited. She loved. She would have been greatly astonished had anyone said to her, "You do not sleep? But that is forbidden. You do not eat? Why, that is very bad. You have oppressions and palpitations of the heart? That must not be. You blush and turn pale when a certain being clad in black appears at the end of a certain green walk? But that is abominable." She would not have understood, and she would have replied, "What fault is there of mine in a matter in which I have no power and of which I know nothing?" It turned out that the love which presented itself was exactly suited to the state of her soul. It was a sort of admiration at a distance, a mute contemplation, the deification of a stranger. It was the apparition of youth to youth, the dream of nights become a reality, yet remaining a dream, the longed-for phantom realized and made flesh at last, but having as yet neither name, nor fault, nor spot, nor exigence, nor defect. In a word, the distant lover who lingered in the ideal, a chimera but with a form. Any nearer and more palpable meeting would have alarmed Cosette at this first stage, when she was still half immersed in the exaggerated mists of the cloister. She had all the fears of children and all the fears of nuns combined. The spirit of the convent, with which she had been permeated for the space of 5 years, was still in the process of slow evaporation from her person and made everything tremble around her. In this situation, he was not a lover. He was not even an admirer. He was a vision. She set herself to adoring Marius as something charming, luminous, and impossible. As extreme innocence borders on extreme coquetry, she smiled at him with all frankness. Every day she looked forward to the hour for their walk with impatience. She found Marius there, she felt herself unspeakably happy, and thought in all sincerity that she was expressing her whole thought when she said to Jean Valjean, "What a delicious garden the Luxembourg is." Marius and Cosette were in the dark as to one another. They did not address each other. They did not salute each other. They did not know each other. They saw each other, and, like the stars of heaven, which are separated by millions of leagues, they lived by gazing at each other. It was thus that Cosette gradually became a woman and developed, beautiful and loving, with a consciousness of her beauty and in ignorance of her love. She was a coquette to boot through her ignorance.
All situations have their instincts. Old and eternal Mother Nature warned Jean Valjean in a dim way of the presence of Marius. Jean Valjean shuddered to the very bottom of his soul. Jean Valjean saw nothing, knew nothing, and yet he scanned with obstinate attention the darkness in which he walked, as though he felt on one side of him something in the process of construction, and on the other something which was crumbling away. Marius, also warned, and, in accordance with the deep law of God, by that same Mother Nature, did all he could to keep out of sight of the Father. Nevertheless, it came to pass that Jean Valjean sometimes espied him. Marius's manners were no longer in the least natural. He exhibited ambiguous prudence and awkward daring. He no longer came quite close to them as formerly. He seated himself at a distance and pretended to be reading. Why did he pretend that? Formerly, he had come in his old coat. Now he wore his new one every day. Jean Valjean was not sure that he did not have his hair curled. His eyes were very queer. He wore gloves. In short, Jean Valjean cordially detested this young man. Cosette allowed nothing to be divined. Without knowing just what was the matter with her, she was convinced that there was something in it, and that it must be concealed. There was a coincidence between the taste for toilette, which had recently come to Cosette, and the habit of new clothes developed by that stranger, which was very repugnant to Jean Valjean. It might be accidental, no doubt, certainly, but it was a menacing accident. He never opened his mouth to Cosette about this stranger. One day, however, he could not refrain from so doing, and, with that vague despair which suddenly cast the lead into the depths of its despair, he said to her, "What a very pedantic air that young man has." Cosette, but a year before, only an indifferent little girl, would have replied, "Why, no, he is charming." 10 years later, with the love of Marius in her heart, she would have answered, "A pedant and insufferable to the sight." You are right. At the moment in life, and the heart which she had then attained, she contented herself with replying, with supreme calmness, "That young man," as though she now beheld him for the first time in her life. How stupid I am, thought Jean Valjean. She had not noticed him. It is I who have pointed him out to her. Oh, the simplicity of the old! Oh, the depth of children! It is one of the laws of those fresh years of suffering and trouble, of those vivacious conflicts between a first love and the first obstacles, that the young girl does not allow herself to be caught in any trap whatever, and that the young man falls into every one. Jean Valjean had instituted an undeclared war against Marius, which Marius, with the sublime stupidity of his passion and his age, did not divine. Jean Valjean laid a host of ambushes for him. He changed his hour, he changed his bench, he forgot his handkerchief, he came alone to the Luxembourg. Marius dashed headlong into all these snares, and to all the interrogation marks planted by Jean Valjean in his pathway. He ingenuously answered, yes. But Cosette remained immured in her apparent unconcern and her imperturbable tranquillity, so that Jean Valjean arrived at the following conclusion: that ninny is madly in love with Cosette, but Cosette does not even know that he exists. Nonetheless, did he bear in his heart a mournful tremor. The minute when Cosette would love might strike at any moment. Does not everything begin with indifference? Only once did Cosette make a mistake and alarm him. He rose from his seat to depart after a stay of 3 hours, and she said, "What? Already?" Jean Valjean had not discontinued his trips to the Luxembourg, as he did not wish to do anything out of the way, and as, above all things, he feared to arouse Cosette. But during the hours which were so sweet to the lovers, while Cosette was sending her smile to the intoxicated Marius, who perceived nothing else now, and who saw nothing in all the world but an adored and radiant face, Jean Valjean was fixing on Marius flashing and terrible eyes. He who had finally come to believe himself incapable of a malevolent feeling experienced moments when Marius was present in which he thought he was becoming savage and ferocious once more, and he felt the old depths of his soul, which had formerly contained so much wrath, opening once more and rising up against that young man. It almost seemed to him that unknown craters were forming in his bosom. What? He was there, that creature. What was he there for? He came creeping about, smelling out, examining, trying. He came saying, "Hey, why not?" He came to prowl about his, Jean Valjean's life, to prowl about his happiness, with the purpose of seizing it and bearing it away. Jean Valjean added, "Yes, that's it. What is he in search of? An adventure. What does he want? A love affair. A love affair. And I? What? I have been first the most wretched of men, and then the most unhappy, and I have traversed 60 years of life on my knees. I have suffered everything that a man can suffer. I have grown old without having been young. I have lived without a family, without relatives, without friends, without life, without children. I have left my blood on every stone, on every bramble, on every milepost, along every wall. I have been gentle, though others have been hard to me, and kind, although others have been malicious. I have become an honest man once more, in spite of everything. I have repented of the evil that I have done, and have forgiven the evil that has been done to me. And at the moment when I receive my recompense, at the moment when it is all over, at the moment when I am just touching the goal, at the moment when I have what I desire, it is well, it is good, I have paid, I have earned it. All this is to take flight. All this will vanish, and I shall lose Cosette, and I shall lose my life, my joy, my soul, because it has pleased a great booby to come and lounge at the Luxembourg. Then his eyes filled with a sad and extraordinary gleam. It was no longer a man gazing at a man. It was no longer an enemy surveying an enemy. It was a dog scanning a thief. The reader knows the rest. Marius pursued his senseless course. One day he followed Cosette to the Rue de l'E. Another day he spoke to the porter. The porter on his side spoke and said to Jean Valjean, "Monsieur, who is that curious young man who is asking for you?" On the morrow, Jean Valjean bestowed on Marius that glance which Marius at last perceived. A week later, Jean Valjean had taken his departure. He swore to himself that he would never again set foot either in the Luxembourg or in the Rue de l'Est. Cosette did not complain. She said nothing. She asked no questions. She did not seek to learn his reasons. She had already reached the point where she was afraid of being divined and of betraying herself. Jean Valjean had no experience of these miseries, the only miseries which are charming and the only ones with which he was not acquainted. The consequence was that he did not understand the grave significance of Cosette's silence. He merely noticed that she had grown sad, and he grew gloomy. On his side and on hers, inexperience had joined issue. Once he made a trial. He asked Cosette, "Would you like to come to the Luxembourg?" A ray illuminated Cosette's pale face. "Yes," said she. They went thither. 3 months had elapsed. Marius no longer went there. Marius was not there. On the following day, Jean Valjean asked Cosette again, "Would you like to come to the Luxembourg?" She replied, sadly and gently, "No." Jean Valjean was hurt by this sadness and heartbroken at this gentleness. What was going on in that mind which was so young and yet already so impenetrable? What was on its way there within? What was taking place in Cosette's soul? Sometimes, instead of going to bed, Jean Valjean remained seated on his pallet, with his head in his hands, and he passed whole nights asking himself, "What has Cosette in her mind?" and in thinking of the things that she might be thinking about. Oh, at such moments, what mournful glances did he cast towards that cloister, that chaste peak, that abode of angels, that inaccessible glacier of virtue. How he contemplated with despairing ecstasy that convent garden, full of ignored flowers and cloistered virgins, where all perfumes and souls mount straight to heaven. How he adored that Eden forever closed against him, whence he had voluntarily and madly emerged. How he regretted his abnegation and his folly in having brought Cosette back into the world, poor hero of sacrifice, seized and hurled to the earth by his very self-devotion. How he said to himself, "What have I done?" However, nothing of all this was perceptible to Cosette. No ill temper, no harshness. His face was always serene and kind. Jean Valjean's manners were more tender and more paternal than ever. If anything could have betrayed his lack of joy, it was his increased suavity. On her side, Cosette languished. She suffered from the absence of Marius as she had rejoiced in his presence, peculiarly without exactly being conscious of it. When Jean Valjean ceased to take her on their customary strolls, a feminine instinct murmured confusedly at the bottom of her heart that she must not seem to set store on the Luxembourg garden, and that if this proved to be a matter of indifference to her, her father would take her thither once more. But days, weeks, months elapsed. Jean Valjean had tacitly accepted Cosette's tacit consent. She regretted it. It was too late. So Marius had disappeared. All was over. The day on which she returned to the Luxembourg, Marius was no longer there. What was to be done? Should she ever find him again? She felt an anguish at her heart which nothing relieved, and which augmented every day. She no longer knew whether it was winter or summer, whether it was raining or shining, whether the birds were singing, whether it was the season for dahlias or daisies, whether the Luxembourg was now more charming than the Tuileries, whether the linen which the laundress brought home was starched too much or not enough, whether Toussaint had done her marketing well or ill. And she remained dejected, absorbed, attentive to but a single thought, her eyes vague and staring, as when one gazes by night at a black and fathomless spot where an apparition has vanished. However, she did not allow Jean Valjean to perceive anything of this except her pallor. She still wore her sweet face for him. The pallor sufficed, but too thoroughly, to trouble Jean Valjean. Sometimes he asked her, "What is the matter with you?" She replied, "There is nothing the matter with me." And after a silence, when she divined that he was sad also, she would add, "And you, father, is there anything wrong with you?" "With me? Nothing," said he. These two beings, who had loved each other so exclusively and with so touching an affection, and who had lived so long for each other, now suffered side by side, each on the other's account, without acknowledging it to each other, without anger toward each other, and with a smile. Jean Valjean was the more unhappy of the two. Youth, even in its sorrows, always possesses its own peculiar radiance. At times, Jean Valjean suffered so greatly that he became puerile. It is the property of grief to cause the childish side of man to reappear. He had an inconquerable conviction that Cosette was escaping from him. He would have liked to resist, to retain her, to arouse her enthusiasm by some external and brilliant matter. These ideas, puerile, as we have just said, and at the same time senile, conveyed to him by their very childishness a tolerably just notion of the influence of gold lace on the imaginations of young girls. He once chanced to see a general on horseback in full uniform pass along the street. Comte Coutard, the commandant of Paris. He envied that gilded man. What happiness it would be, he said to himself, if he could put on that suit, which was an incontestable thing, and if Cosette could behold him thus, she would be dazzled. And when he had Cosette on his arm, and passed the gates of the Tuileries, the guard would present arms to him. And that would suffice for Cosette, and would dispel her idea of looking at young men. An unforeseen shock was added to these sad reflections. In the isolated life in which they led, and since they had come to dwell in the Rue Plumet, they had contracted one habit. They sometimes took a pleasure trip to see the sunrise, a mild species of enjoyment which befits those who are entering life and those who are quitting it. For those who love solitude, a walk in the early morning is equivalent to a stroll by night, with the cheerfulness of nature added. The streets are deserted and the birds are singing. Cosette, a bird herself, liked to rise early. These matutinal excursions were planned on the preceding evening. He proposed, and she agreed. It was arranged like a plot. They set out before daybreak, and these trips were so many small delights for Cosette. These innocent eccentricities pleased young people. Jean Valjean's inclination led him, as we have seen, to the least frequented spots, to solitary nooks, to forgotten places. There then existed, in the vicinity of the barriers of Paris, a sort of poor meadows, which were almost confounded with the city, where grew in summer sickly grain, and which in autumn, after the harvest had been gathered, presented the appearance not of having been reaped, but peeled. Jean Valjean loved to haunt these fields. Cosette was not bored there. It meant solitude to him and liberty to her. There she became a little girl once more. She could run and almost play. She took off her hat, laid it on Jean Valjean's knees, and gathered bunches of flowers. She gazed at the butterflies on the flowers, but did not catch them. Gentleness and tenderness are born with love, and the young girl who cherishes within her breast a trembling and fragile ideal has mercy on the wing of a butterfly. She wove garlands of poppies, which she placed on her head, and which, crossed and penetrated with sunlight, glowing until they flamed, formed for her rosy face a crown of burning embers. Even after their life had grown sad, they kept up their custom of early strolls. One morning in October, therefore, Tempted by the serene perfection of the autumn of 1831, they set out and found themselves at break of day near the Barrière du Maine. It was not dawn, it was daybreak, a delightful and stern moment. A few constellations here and there in the deep, pale azure, the earth all black, the heavens all white, a quiver amid the blades of grass, everywhere the mysterious chill of twilight. A lark, which seemed mingled with the stars, was caroling at a prodigious height, and one would have declared that the hymn of pettiness calmed immensity. In the east, the Val de Grace projected its dark mass on the clear horizon with the sharpness of steel. Venus, dazzlingly brilliant, was rising behind that dome, and had the air of a soul making its escape from a gloomy edifice. All was peace and silence. There was no one on the road. A few stray laborers, of whom they barely caught a glimpse, were on their way to work along the side paths. Jean Valjean was sitting in a crosswalk on some planks deposited at the gate of a timber yard. His face was turned towards the highway, his back towards the light. He had forgotten the sun, which was on the point of rising. He had sunk into one of those profound absorptions in which the mind becomes concentrated, which imprison even the eye, and which are equivalent to four walls. There are meditations, which may be called vertical. When one is at the bottom of them, time is required to return to earth. Jean Valjean had plunged into one of these reveries. He was thinking of Cosette, of the happiness that was possible if nothing came between him and her, of the light with which she filled his life, a light which was but the emanation of her soul. He was almost happy in his reverie. Cosette, who was standing beside him, was gazing at the clouds as they turned rosy. All at once Cosette exclaimed, "Father, I think someone was coming yonder." Jean Valjean raised his eyes. Cosette was right. The causeway, which leads to the ancient Barrière du Maine, is a prolongation, as the reader knows, of the Rue de Sèvres, and is cut at right angles by the inner boulevard. At the elbow of the causeway and the boulevard, at the spot where it branches, they heard a noise which it was difficult to account for at that hour, and a sort of confused pile made its appearance. Some shapeless thing which was coming from the boulevard was turning into the road. It grew larger. It seemed to move in an orderly manner, though it was bristling and quivering. It seemed to be a vehicle, but its load could not be distinctly made out. There were horses, wheels, shouts. Whips were cracking. By degrees the outlines became fixed, although bathed in shadows. It was a vehicle, in fact, which had just turned from the boulevard into the highway, and which was directing its course towards the barrier near which sat Jean Valjean. A second of the same aspect followed, then a third, then a fourth. 7 chariots made their appearance in succession, the heads of the horses touching the rear of the wagon in front. Figures were moving on these vehicles. Flashes were visible through the dusk, as though there were naked swords there. A clanking became audible, which resembled the rattling of chains, and as this something advanced, the sound of voices waxed louder, and it turned into a terrible thing, such as emerges from the cave of dreams. As it drew nearer, it assumed a form, and was outlined behind the trees with the pallid hue of an apparition. The mass grew white. The day, which was slowly dawning, cast a wan light on this swarming heap, which was at once both sepulchral and living. The heads of the figures turned into the faces of corpses, and this is what it proved to be. 7 wagons were driving in a file along the road. The first 6 were singularly constructed. They resembled cooper's drays. They consisted of long ladders placed on 2 wheels and forming barrows at their rear extremities. Each dray, or rather let us say each ladder, was attached to 4 horses harnessed tandem. On these ladders, strange clusters of men were being drawn. In the faint light, these men were to be divined rather than seen. 24 on each vehicle, 12 on a side, back to back, facing the passers-by, their legs dangling in the air. This was the manner in which these men were traveling, and behind their backs they had something which clanked, and which was a chain, and on their necks something which shone, and which was an iron collar. Each man had his collar, but the chain was for all. So that if these 24 men had occasion to alight from the dray and walk, they were seized with a sort of inexorable unity, and were obliged to wind over the ground with the chain for a backbone, somewhat after the fashion of millipeds. In the back and front of each vehicle, 2 men with muskets stood erect, each holding one end of the chain under his foot. The iron necklets were square. The 7th vehicle, a huge rack-sided baggage wagon without a hood, had 4 wheels and 6 horses, and carried a sonorous pile of iron boilers, cast-iron pots, braziers, and chains, among which were mingled several men who were pinioned and stretched at full length, and who seemed to be ill. This wagon, all lattice work, was garnished with dilapidated hurdles, which appeared to have served for former punishments. These vehicles kept to the middle of the road. On each side marched a double hedge of guards of infamous aspect, wearing 3-cornered hats like the soldiers under the Directory, shabby, covered with spots and holes, muffled in uniforms of veterans and the trousers of undertakers' men, half gray, half blue, which were almost hanging in rags, with red epaulets, yellow shoulder belts, short sabers, muskets, and cudgels. They were a species of soldier blackguards. These myrmidons seemed composed of the abjectness of the beggar and the authority of the executioner. The one who appeared to be their chief held a postillion's whip in his hand. All these details, blurred by the dimness of dawn, became more and more clearly outlined as the light increased. At the head and in the rear of the convoy rode mounted gendarmes, serious and with sword in fist. The procession was so long that when the first vehicle reached the barrier, the last was barely debouching from the boulevard. A throng sprung, it is impossible to say whence, and formed in a twinkling, as is frequently the case in Paris, pressed forward from both sides of the road and looked on. In the neighboring lanes, the shouts of people calling to each other and the wooden shoes of market gardenings hastening up to gaze were audible. The men massed upon these drays allowed themselves to be jolted along in silence. They were livid with the chill of morning. They all wore linen trousers, and their bare feet were thrust into wooden shoes. The rest of their costume was a fantasy of wretchedness. Their accoutrements were horribly incongruous. Nothing is more funereal than the harlequin in rags. Battered felt hats, tarpaulin caps, hideous woolen nightcaps, and side by side with a short blouse, a black coat broken at the elbow, many wore women's headgear, others had baskets on their heads, hairy breasts were visible, and through the rent in their garments, tattooed designs could be descried. Temples of love, flaming hearts, cupids, eruptions, and unhealthy red blotches could also be seen. 2 or 3 had a straw rope attached to the crossbar of the dray, and suspended under them like a stirrup, which supported their feet. One of them held in his hand and raised to his mouth something which had the appearance of a black stone, and which he seemed to be gnawing. It was bread which he was eating. There were no eyes there that were not either dry, dulled, or flaming with an evil light. The escort troop cursed. The men in chains did not utter a syllable. From time to time, the sound of a blow became audible, as the cudgels descended on shoulder blades or skulls. Some of these men were yawning. Their rags were terrible. Their feet hung down, their shoulders oscillated, their heads clashed together, their fetters clanked, their eyes glared ferociously, their fists clenched or fell open inertly like the hands of corpses. In the rear of the convoy ran a band of children screaming with laughter. This file of vehicles, whatever its nature was mournful. It was evident that tomorrow, that an hour hence, a pouring rain might descend, that it might be followed by another and another, and that their dilapidated garments would be drenched. that once soaked, these men would not get dry again, that once chilled, they would not again get warm, that their linen trousers would be glued to their bones by the downpour, that the water would fill their shoes, that no lashes from the whips would be able to prevent their jaws from chattering, that the chain would continue to bind them by the neck, that their legs would continue to dangle, and it was impossible not to shudder at the sight of these human beings, thus bound and passive beneath the cold clouds of autumn, and delivered over to the rain, to the blast, to all the furies of the air like trees and stones. Blows from the cudgel were not omitted, even in the case of the sick men, who lay there knotted with ropes and motionless on the seventh wagon, and who appeared to have been tossed like sacks, filled with misery. Suddenly the sun made its appearance. The immense light of the Orient burst forth, and one would have said that it had set fire to all those ferocious heads. Their tongues were unloosed, a conflagration of grins, oaths, and songs exploded. The broad horizontal sheet of light severed the file in two parts, illuminating heads and bodies, leaving feet and wheels in the obscurity. Thoughts made their appearance on these faces. It was a terrible moment. Visible demons with their masks removed, fierce souls laid bare. Though lighted up, this wild throng remained in gloom. Some who were gay had in their mouths quills through which they blew vermin over the crowd, picking out the women. The dawn accentuated these lamentable profiles with the blackness of its shadows. There was not one of these creatures who was not deformed by reason of wretchedness, and the whole was so monstrous that one would have said that the sun's brilliancy had changed into the glare of the lightning. The wagon load which headed the line had struck up a song, and were shouting at the top of their voices with a haggard joviality, a potpourri of Desaugiers, then famous, called the Vestal. The trees shivered mournfully in the cross lanes. Countenances of bourgeois listened in an idiotic delight to these coarse strains droned by spectres. All sorts of distress met in this procession as in chaos. Here were to be found the facial angles of every sort of beast, old men, youths, bald heads, graybeards, cynical monstrosities, sour resignation, savage grins, senseless attitudes, snouts surmounted by caps, heads like those of young girls with corkscrew curls on the temples, infantile visages, and by reason of that, horrible thin skeleton faces, to which death alone was lacking. On the first cart was a Negro, who had been a slave in all probability, and who could make a comparison of his chains. The frightful leveler from below, shame, had passed over these brows. At that degree of abasement, the last transformations were suffered by all in their extremest depths, and ignorance, converted into dullness, was the equal of intelligence converted into despair. There was no choice possible between these men who appeared to the eye as the flower of the mud. It was evident that the person who had the ordering of that unclean procession had not classified them. These beings had been fettered and coupled pell-mell, in alphabetical disorder probably, and loaded haphazard on those carts. Nevertheless, horrors, when grouped together, always end by evolving a result. All additions of wretched men give a sum total. Each chain exhaled a common soul, and each dray load has its own physiognomy. By the side of the one where they were singing, there was one where they were howling, a third where they were begging. One could be seen in which they were gnashing their teeth. Another load menaced the spectators. Another blasphemed God. The last was as silent as the tomb. Dante would have thought that he beheld his 7 circles of hell on the march of the damned to their tortures, performed in sinister wise, not on the formidable and flaming chariot of the apocalypse, but what was more mournful than that, on the gibbet cart. One of the guards, who had a hook on the end of his cudgel, made a pretense from time to time of stirring up this mass of human filth. An old woman in the crowd pointed them out to her little boy 5 years old, and said to him, "Rascal, let that be a warning to you." As the songs and blasphemies increased, The man who appeared to be the captain of the escort cracked his whip, and at that signal a fearful dull and blind flogging, which produced the sound of hail, fell upon the 7 dray-loads. Many roared and foamed at the mouth, which redoubled the delight of the street urchins who had hastened up, a swarm of flies on these wounds. Jean Valjean's eyes had assumed a frightful expression. They were no longer eyes. They were those deep and glassy objects which replace the glance in the case of certain wretched men, which seem unconscious of reality, and in which flames the reflection of terrors and of catastrophes. He was not looking at a spectacle. He was seeing a vision. He tried to rise, to flee, to make his escape. He could not move his feet. Sometimes the things that you see seize upon you and hold you fast. He remained nailed to the spot, petrified, stupid, asking himself, athwart confused and inexpressible anguish, what this sepulchral persecution signified, and whence had come that pandemonium which was pursuing him. All at once he raised his hand to his brow, a gesture habitual to those whose memory suddenly returns. He remembered that this was, in fact, the usual itinerary, that it was customary to make this detour in order to avoid all possibility of encountering royalty on the road to Fontainebleau, and that 35 years before he had himself passed through that barrier. Cosette was no less terrified, but in a different way. She did not understand. What she beheld did not seem to her to be possible. At length she cried, "Father, what are those men in those carts?" Jean Valjean replied, "Convicts." "Whither are they going?" "To the galleys." At that moment, the cudgeling, multiplied by 100 hands, became zealous. Blows with the flat of the sword were mingled with it. It was a perfect storm of whips and clubs. The convicts bent before it. A hideous obedience was evoked by the torture, and all held their peace, darting glances like chained wolves. Cosette trembled in every limb. She resumed, "Father, are they still men?" "Sometimes," answered the unhappy man. It was the chain gang, in fact, which had set out before daybreak from Bicêtre, and had taken the road to Mans, in order to avoid Fontainebleau, where the king then was. This caused the horrible journey to last 3 or 4 days longer, but torture may surely be prolonged with the object of sparing the royal personage a sight of it. Jean Valjean returned home utterly overwhelmed. Such encounters are shocks, and the memory that they leave behind them resembles a thorough shaking up. Nevertheless, Jean Valjean did not observe that, on his way back to the Rue de Balberon with Cosette, the latter was plying him with other questions on the subject of what they had just seen. Perhaps he was too much absorbed in his own dejection to notice her words and reply to them. But when Cosette was leaving him in the evening to betake herself to bed, he heard her say in a low voice, as though talking to herself, "It seems to me that if I were to find one of those men in my pathway, oh my God, I should die merely from the sight of him close at hand." Fortunately, chance ordained that on the morrow of that tragic day there was some official solemnity apropos of I know not what. Fetes in Paris, a review in the Champ de Mars, jousts in the Seine, theatrical performance in the Champs-Élysées, fireworks at the Arc de l'Étoile, illuminations everywhere. Jean Valjean did violence to his habits and took Cosette to see these rejoicings, for the purpose of diverting her from the memory of the day before, and of effacing, beneath the smiling tumult of all Paris, the abominable thing which had passed before her. The review with which the festival was spiced made the presence of uniforms perfectly natural. Jean Valjean donned his uniform of a National Guard with the vague inward feeling of a man who is betaking himself to shelter. However, this trip seemed to attain its object. Cosette, who made it her law to please her father, and to whom, moreover, all spectacles were a novelty, accepted this diversion with the light and easy good grace of youth, and did not pout too disdainfully at that flutter of enjoyment called a public feat, so that Jean Valjean was able to believe that he had succeeded, and that no trace of that hideous vision remained. Some days later, one morning when the sun was shining brightly, and they were both on the steps leading to the garden, another infraction of the rules which Jean Valjean seemed to have imposed upon himself, and the custom of remaining in her chamber which melancholy had caused Cosette to adopt, Cosette, in a wrapper, was standing erect in that negligent attire of early morning which envelops young girls in an adorable way, and which produces the effect of a cloud drawn over a star, and, with her head bathed in light, rosy after a good sleep, submitting to the gentle glances of the tender old man, she was picking a daisy to pieces. Cosette did not know the delightful legend, "I love a little, passionately," etc. Who was there who could have taught her? She was handling the flower instinctively, innocently, without a suspicion that to pluck a daisy apart is to do the same by heart. If there were a fourth and smiling grace called melancholy, she would have worn the air of that grace. Jean Valjean was fascinated by the contemplation of those tiny fingers on that flower, and forgetful of everything in the radiance emitted by that child. A red breast was warbling in the thicket on one side. White cloudlets floated across the sky so gaily that one would have said that they had just been set at liberty. Cosette went on, attentively tearing the leaves from her flower. She seemed to be thinking about something, but whatever it was, it must be something charming. All at once, she turned her head over her shoulder with the delicate languor of a swan, and she said to Jean Valjean, "Father, what are the galleys like?"
Thus their life clouded over by degrees. But one diversion, which had formerly been a happiness, remained to them, which was to carry bread to those who were hungry, and clothing to those who were cold. Cosette often accompanied Jean Valjean on these visits to the poor, on which they recovered some remnants of their former free intercourse. And sometimes, when the day had been a good one, and they had assisted many in distress, and cheered and warmed many little children, Cosette was rather merry in the evening. It was at this epoch that they paid their visit to the Jondrette den. On the day following that visit, Jean Valjean made his appearance in the pavilion in the morning, calm as was his wont, but with a large wound on his left arm, which was much inflamed, and very angry, which resembled a burn, and which he explained in some way or other. This wound resulted in his being detained in the house for a month with fever. He would not call in the doctor. When Cosette urged him, "Call the dog doctor," said he. Cosette dressed the wound morning and evening with so divine an air and such angelic happiness at being of use to him that Jean Valjean felt all his former joy returning, his fears and anxieties dissipating, and he gazed at Cosette, saying, "Oh, what a kindly wound! Oh, what a great misfortune!" Cosette, on perceiving that her father was ill, had deserted the pavilion and again taken a fancy to the little lodging and the back courtyard. She passed nearly all her days beside Jean Valjean, and read to him the books which he desired. Generally they were books of travel. Jean Valjean was undergoing a new birth. His happiness was reviving in these ineffable rays, the Luxembourg, the prowling young stranger, Cosette's coldness. All these clouds upon his soul were growing dim. He had reached the point where he said to himself, "I imagined all that. I am an old fool." His happiness was so great that the horrible discovery of the Thénardiers made in the Jondrette hovel, unexpected as it was, had, after a fashion, glided over him unnoticed. He had succeeded in making his escape. All trace of him was lost. What more did he care for? He only thought of those wretched beings to pity them. Here they are in prison, and henceforth they'll be incapacitated for doing any harm, he thought. But what a lamentable family in distress! As for the hideous vision of the Barrière du Maine, Cosette had not referred to it again. Sister Saint-Mechtilde had taught Cosette music in the convent. Cosette had the voice of a linnet with a soul, and sometimes in the evening, in the wounded man's humble abode, she warbled melancholy songs which delighted Jean Valjean. Spring came. The garden was so delightful at that season of the year that Jean Valjean said to Cosette, "You never go there. I want you to stroll in it." "As you like, father," said Cosette. And for the sake of obeying her father, she resumed her walks in the garden, generally alone, for, as we have mentioned, Jean Valjean, who was probably afraid of being seen through the fence, hardly ever went there. Jean Valjean's wound had created a diversion. When Cosette saw that her father was suffering less, that he was convalescing, and that he appeared to be happy, she experienced a contentment which she did not even perceive, so gently and naturally had it come. Then, it was in the month of March, the days were growing longer, the winter was departing, the winter always bears away with it a portion of our sadness. Then came April, that daybreak of summer, fresh as dawn always is, gay like every childhood, a little inclined to weep at times like the newborn being that it is. In that month, nature has charming gleams which pass from the sky, from the trees, from the meadows and the flowers into the heart of man. Cosette was still too young to escape the penetrating influence of that April joy which bore so strong a resemblance to herself. Insensibly, and without her suspecting the fact, the blackness departed from her spirit. In spring, sad souls grow light, as light falls into cellars at midday. Cosette was no longer sad. However, though this was so, she did not account for it to herself. In the morning, about 10 o'clock after breakfast, when she had succeeded in enticing her father into the garden for a quarter of an hour, and when she was pacing up and down in the sunlight in front of the steps, supporting his left arm for him, she did not perceive that she laughed every moment, and that she was happy. Jean Valjean, intoxicated, beheld her growing fresh and rosy once more. "Oh, what a good wound!" he repeated in a whisper, and he felt grateful to the Thénardiers. His wound once healed, he resumed his solitary twilight strolls. It is a mistake to suppose that a person can stroll alone in that fashion in the uninhabited regions of Paris without meeting with some adventure. Chapter 2. Mother Plutarque finds no difficulty in explaining a phenomenon. One evening, little Gavroche had had nothing to eat. He remembered that he had not dined on the preceding day either. This was becoming tiresome. He resolved to make an effort to secure some supper. He strolled out beyond the Salpêtrière into deserted regions. That is where windfalls are to be found. Where there is no one always finds something. He reached a settlement which appeared to him to be the village of Austerlitz. On one of his preceding lounges he had noticed there an old garden haunted by an old man and an old woman, and in that garden a passable apple tree. Beside the apple tree stood a sort of fruit house, which was not securely fastened, and where one might contrive to get an apple. One apple is a supper. One apple is life. That which was Adam's ruin might prove Gavroche's salvation. The garden abutted on a solitary unpaved lane, bordered with brushwood, while awaiting the arrival of houses. The garden was separated from it by a hedge. Gavroche directed his steps towards this garden. He found the lane, he recognized the apple tree, he verified the fruit house, he examined the hedge. A hedge means merely one stride. The day was declining. There was not even a cat in the lane. The hour was propitious. Gavroche began the operation of scaling the hedge, then suddenly paused. Someone was talking in the garden. Gavroche peeped through one of the breaks in the hedge. A couple of paces distant, at the foot of the hedge on the other side, exactly at the point where the gap which he was meditating would have been made, there was a sort of recumbent stone which formed a bench, and on this bench was seated the old man of the garden, while the old woman was standing in front of him. The old woman was grumbling. Gavroche, who was not very discreet, listened. "Monsieur Mabeuf," said the old woman. "Mabeuf," thought Gavroche, "that name is a perfect farce." The old man, who was thus addressed, did not stir. The old woman repeated, "Monsieur Mabeuf." The old man, without raising his eyes from the ground, made up his mind to answer, "What is it, Mother Plutarch?" "Mother Plutarch," thought Gavroche, "another farcical name." Mother Plutarch began again, and the old man was forced to accept the conversation. "The landlord is not pleased." "Why?" "We owe 3/4 rent." "In 3 months we shall owe him for 4/4. "He says that he will turn you out to sleep." "I will go." "The greengrocer insists on being paid. She will no longer leave her faggots. What will you warm yourself with this winter? We shall have no wood." "There is the sun." "The butcher refuses to give credit. He will not have us buy any more meat." "That is quite right. I do not digest meat well. It is too heavy." "What shall we have for dinner?" "Bread." "The baker demands a settlement and says, 'No money, no bread.'" "That is well." "What will you eat?" "We have apples in the apple room." "But, monsieur, we can't live like that without money." "I have none." The old woman went away. The old man remained alone. He fell into thought. Gavroche became thoughtful also. It was almost dark. The first result of Gavroche's meditation was that instead of scaling the hedge, he crouched down under it. The branches stood apart a little at the foot of the thicket. "Come," exclaimed Gavroche mentally, "here's a nook." And he curled up in it. His back was almost in contact with Father Mabeuf's bench. He could hear the octogenarian breathe. Then, by way of dinner, he tried to sleep. It was a catnap, with one eye open. While he dozed, Gavroche kept on the watch. The twilight pallor of the sky blanched the earth, and the lane formed a livid line between 2 rows of dark bushes. All at once, in this whitish band, 2 figures made their appearance. One was in front, the other some distance in the rear. "Here come 2 creatures," muttered Gavroche. The first form seemed to be some elderly bourgeois, who was bent and thoughtful, dressed more than plainly, and who was walking slowly because of his age, and strolling about in the open evening air. The second was straight, firm, slender. It regulated its pace by that of the first, but in the voluntary slowness of its gait, suppleness and agility were discernible. This figure had also something fierce and disquieting about it. The whole shape was that of what was then called an elegant. The hat was of good shape, the coat black, well cut, probably of fine cloth and well fitted in at the waist. The head was held erect with a sort of robust grace, and beneath the hat the pale profile of a young man could be made out in the dim light. The profile had a rose in its mouth. This second form was well known to Gavroche. It was Montparnasse. He could have told nothing about the other, except that he was a respectable old man. Gavroche immediately began to take observations. One of these 2 pedestrians evidently had a project connected with the other. Gavroche was well placed to watch the course of events. The bedroom had turned into a hiding place at a very opportune moment. Montparnasse, on the hunt at such an hour, in such a place, betokened something threatening. Gavroche felt his gamin's heart move with compassion for the old man. What was he to do? Interfere? One weakness coming to the aid of another. It would be merely a laughing matter for Montparnasse. Gavroche did not shut his eyes to the fact that the old man, in the first place, and the child in the second, would make but 2 mouthfuls for that redoubtable ruffian 18 years of age. While Gavroche was deliberating, the attack took place, abruptly and hideously. The attack of the tiger on the wild ass, the attack of the spider on the fly. Montparnasse suddenly tossed away his rose, bounded upon the old man, seized him by the collar, grasped and clung to him, and Gavroche with difficulty restrained a scream. A moment later, one of these men was underneath the other, groaning, struggling, with a knee of marble upon his breast. Only, it was not just what Gavroche had expected. The one who lay on the earth was Montparnasse. The one who was on top was the old man. All this took place a few paces distant from Gavroche. The old man had received the shock, had returned it, and that in such a terrible fashion that in a twinkling the assailant and the assailed had exchanged roles. "Here's a hearty veteran," thought Gavroche. He could not refrain from clapping his hands, but it was applause wasted. It did not reach the combatants, absorbed and deafened as they were, each by the other, as their breath mingled in the struggle. Silence ensued. Montparnasse ceased his struggles. Gavroche indulged in this aside. "Can he be dead?" The good man had not uttered a word, nor given vent to a cry. He rose to his feet, and Gavroche heard him say to Montparnasse, "Get up." Montparnasse rose, but the good man held him fast. Montparnasse's attitude was the humiliated and furious attitude of the wolf who has been caught by a sheep. Gavroche looked on and listened, making an effort to reinforce his eyes with his ears. He was enjoying himself immensely. He was repaid for his conscientious anxiety in the character of a spectator. He was able to catch on the wing a dialogue which borrowed from the darkness an indescribably tragic accent. The good man questioned. Montparnasse replied. "How old are you?" 19. "You are strong and healthy. Why do you not work?" "It bores me." "What is your trade?" "An idler." "Speak seriously. Can nothing be done for you? What would you like to be?" "A thief." A pause ensued. The old man seemed absorbed in profound thought. He stood motionless, and did not relax his hold on Montparnasse. Every moment the vigorous and agile young ruffian indulged in the twitchings of a wild beast caught in a snare. He gave a jerk, tried a crook of the knee, twisted his limbs desperately, and made efforts to escape. The old man did not appear to notice it, and held both his arms with one hand, with the sovereign indifference of absolute force. The old man's reverie lasted for some time, then, looking steadily at Montparnasse, he addressed him in a gentle voice, in the midst of the darkness where they stood, a solemn harangue, of which Gavroche did not lose a single syllable. "My child, you are entering, through indolence, on one of the most laborious of lives. Ah, you declare yourself to be an idler. Prepare to toil. There is a certain formidable machine. Have you seen it? It is the rolling mill. You must be on your guard against it. It is crafty and ferocious. If it catches hold of the skirt of your coat, you'll be drawn in bodily. That machine is laziness. Stop while there is yet time, and save yourself. Otherwise it is all over with you. In a short time you will be among the gearing. Once entangled, hope for nothing more. Toil, lazy bones. There is no more repose for you. The iron hand of implacable toil has seized you. You do not wish to earn your living, to have a task, to fulfill a duty. It bores you to be like other men? Well, you will be different. Labour is the law. He who rejects it will find ennui his torment. You do not wish to be a working man? You will be a slave. Toil lets go of you on one side only to grasp you again on the other. You do not desire to be its friend? You shall be its negro slave. Ah! You would have none of the honest weariness of men. You shall have the sweat of the damned. Where others sing, you will rattle in your throat. You will see afar off, from below, other men at work. It will seem to you that they are resting. The labourer, the harvester, the sailor, the blacksmith will appear to you in glory like the blessed spirits in paradise. What radiance surrounds the forge! To guide the plough, to bind the sheaves is joy. The bark at liberty in the wind, what delight! Do you, lazy idler, delve, drag on, roll, march, drag your halter. You are a beast of burden in the team of hell. Ah, to do nothing is your object. Well, not a week, not a day, not an hour shall you have free from oppression. You will be able to lift nothing without anguish. Every minute that passes will make your muscles crack. What is a feather to others will be a rock to you. The simplest things will become steep acclivities. Life will become monstrous all about you. To go, to come, to breathe will be just so many terrible labours. Your lungs will produce on you the effect of weighing 100 pounds. Whether you shall walk here rather than there will become a problem that must be solved. Anyone who wants to go out simply gives his door a push, and there he is, in the open air. If you wish to go out, you will be obliged to pierce your wall. What does everyone who wants to step into the street do? He goes downstairs. You will tear up your sheets. Little by little, you will make of them a rope, then you will climb out of your window, and you will suspend yourself by that thread over an abyss, and it will be night, amid storm, rain, and a hurricane. And if the rope is too short, but one way of descending will remain to you, to fall, to drop haphazard into the gulf from an unknown height. On what? On what is beneath, on the unknown. Or you will crawl up a chimney flue at the risk of burning, or you will creep through a sewer pipe at the risk of drowning. I do not speak of the holes you will be obliged to mask, of the stones which you will have to take up and replace 20 times a day, of the plaster that you will have to hide in your straw pallet. A lock presents itself. The bourgeois has in his pocket a key made by a locksmith. If you wish to pass out, you will be condemned to execute a terrible work of art. You will take a large sou, you will cut it into 2 plates. With what tools? You will have to invent them. That is your business. Then you will hollow out the interior of these plates, taking great care of the outside, and you will make on the edges a thread, so that they can be adjusted one upon the other like a box in its cover. The top and bottom, thus screwed together, nothing will be suspected. To the overseers it will be only a sou. To you it will be a box. What will you put in this box? A small bit of steel, a watch spring in which you have cut teeth and which will form a saw. With this saw, long as a pin and concealed in a sou, you will cut the bolt of the lock, you will sever the bolts, the padlock of your chain, and the bar at your window, and the fetter on your leg. This masterpiece finished, this prodigy accomplished, all these miracles of art, address, skill, and patience executed, what will be your recompense if it becomes known that you are the author? The dungeon. There is your future. What precipices are idleness and pleasure! Do you know that to do nothing is a melancholy resolution? To live in idleness on the property of society? To be useless, that is to say, pernicious? This leads straight to the depth of wretchedness. Woe to the man who desires to be a parasite. He will become vermin. Ah, so it does not please you to work. Ah, you have but one thought, to drink well, to eat well, to sleep well. You will drink water. You will eat black bread. You will sleep on a plank with a fetter whose cold touch you will feel on your flesh all night long, riveted to your limbs. You will break those fetters. You will flee. That is well. You will crawl on your belly through the brushwood, and then you will eat grass like the beasts of the forest. And you will be recaptured, and then you will pass years in a dungeon, riveted to a wall, groping for your jug that you may drink, gnawing at a horrible loaf of darkness which dogs would not touch, eating beans that the worms have eaten before you. You will be a woodlouse in a cellar. Ah, have pity on yourself, you miserable young child, who was sucking at nurse less than 20 years ago, and who have, no doubt, a mother still alive. I conjure you, listen to me, I entreat you. You desire fine black cloth, varnished shoes, to have your hair curled and sweet-smelling oils on your locks, to please low women, to be handsome. You will be shaven clean, and you will wear a red blouse and wooden shoes. You want rings on your fingers. You will have an iron necklet on your neck. If you glance at a woman, you'll receive a blow, and you will enter there at the age of 20, and you will come out at 50. You will enter young, rosy, fresh, with brilliant eyes, and all your white teeth, and your handsome youthful hair. You will come out broken, bent, wrinkled, toothless, horrible with white locks. Ah, my poor child, you are on the wrong road. Idleness is counselling you badly. The hardest of all work is thieving. Believe me, do not undertake that painful profession of an idle man. It is not comfortable to become a rascal. It is less disagreeable to be an honest man. Now go, and ponder on what I have said to you. By the way, what did you want of me? My purse? Here it is. And the old man, releasing Montparnasse, put his purse into the latter's hand. Montparnasse weighed it for a moment, after which he allowed it to slide gently into the back pocket of his coat, with the same mechanical precaution as though he had stolen it. All this having been said and done, the good man turned his back and tranquilly resumed his stroll. The blockhead, muttered Montparnasse. Who was this good man? The reader has, no doubt, already divined. Montparnasse watched him with amazement as he disappeared in the dusk. This contemplation was fatal to him. While the old man was walking away, Gavroche drew near. Gavroche had assured himself, with a sidelong glance, that Father Mabeuf was still sitting on his bench, probably sound asleep. Then the gamin emerged from his thicket and began to crawl after Montparnasse in the dark, as the latter stood there motionless. In this manner he came up to Montparnasse without being seen or heard, gently insinuated his hand into the back pocket of that frock coat of fine black cloth, seized the purse, withdrew his hand, and having recourse once more to his crawling, he slipped away like an adder through the shadows. Montparnasse, who had no reason to be on guard, and who was engaged in thought for the first time in his life, perceived nothing. When Gavroche had once more attained the point where Father Mabeuf was, he flung the purse over the hedge and fled as fast as his legs would carry him. The purse fell on Father Mabeuf's foot. This commotion roused him. He bent over and picked up the purse. He did not understand in the least, and opened it. The purse had 2 compartments. In one of them there was some small change. In the other lay 6 Napoleons. Monsieur Mabeuf, in great alarm, referred the matter to his housekeeper. "That has fallen from heaven," said Mother Plutarque.
Cosette's grief, which had been so poignant and lively 4 or 5 months previously, had, without her being conscious of the fact, entered upon its convalescence. Nature, spring, youth, love for her father, the gaiety of the birds and flowers, caused something almost resembling forgetfulness to filter gradually, drop by drop, into that soul which was so virgin and so young. Was the fire wholly extinct there? Or was it merely that layers of ashes had formed? The truth is that she hardly felt the painful and burning spot any longer. One day she suddenly thought of Marius. "Why," said she, "I no longer think of him." That same week she had noticed a very handsome officer of lancers, with a wasp-like waist, a delicious uniform, the cheeks of a young girl, a sword under his arm, waxed moustaches, and a glazed shapka, passing the gate. Moreover, he had light hair, prominent blue eyes, a round face, was vain, insolent, and good-looking, quite the reverse of Marius. He had a cigar in his mouth. Cosette thought that this officer, doubtless, to the regiment and barracks in the Rue du Babylon. On the following day she saw him pass again. She took note of the hour. From that time forth, was it chance? She saw him pass nearly every day. The officer's comrades perceived that there was, in that badly kept garden, behind that malicious rococo fence, a very pretty creature, who was almost always there, when the handsome lieutenant, who was not unknown to the reader, and whose name was Théodule Gillenormand, passed by. "See here," they said to him. "There's a little creature there who's making eyes at you. Look." "Have I the time," replied the lancer, "to look at all the girls who look at me?" This was at the precise moment when Marius was descending heavily towards agony, and was saying, "If I could but see her before I die." Had his wish been realized, had he beheld Cosette at the moment, gazing at the lancer, he would not have been able to utter a word, and he would have expired with grief. Whose fault was it? No one's. Marius possessed one of those temperaments which bury themselves in sorrow, and there abide. Cosette was one of those persons who plunge into sorrow and emerge from it again. Cosette was, moreover, passing through that dangerous period, that fatal phase of feminine reverie, abandoned to itself, in which the isolated heart of a young girl resembles the tendrils of the vine which cling, as chance directs, to the capital of a marble column, or to the post of a wine shop. A rapid and decisive moment, critical for every orphan, be she rich or poor, for wealth does not prevent a bad choice. Misalliances are made in very high circles. Real misalliance is that of souls, and as many an unknown young man, without name, without birth, without fortune, is a marble column which bears up a temple of grand sentiments and grand ideas, so such and such, a man of the world, satisfied and opulent, who has polished boots and varnished words, if looked at not outside, but inside, a thing which is reserved for his wife, is nothing more than a block obscurely haunted by violent, unclean, and vinous passions, the post of a drinking shop. What did Cosette's soul contain? Passion, calmed or lulled to sleep, something limpid, brilliant, troubled to a certain depth, and gloomy lower down. The image of the handsome officer was reflected in the surface. Did a souvenir linger in the depths, quite at the bottom? Possibly. Cosette did not know. A singular incident supervened. During the first fortnight in April, Jean Valjean took a journey. This, as the reader knows, happened from time to time, at very long intervals. He remained absent a day or 2 days at the utmost. Where did he go? No one knew, not even Cosette. Once only, on the occasion of one of these departures, she had accompanied him in a hackney coach as far as a little blind alley, at the corner of which she read, Impasse de la Planchette. There he alighted, and the coach took Cosette back to the Rue de Babylone. It was usually when money was lacking in the house that Jean Valjean took these little trips. So Jean Valjean was absent. He had said, "I shall return in 3 days." That evening Cosette was alone in the drawing-room. In order to get rid of her ennui, she had opened her piano organ, and had begun to sing, accompanying herself the while, the chorus from Eurytheme, "Hunters stray in the wood," which is probably the most beautiful thing in all the sphere of music. When she had finished, she remained wrapped in thought. All at once it seemed to her that she had heard the sound of footsteps in the garden. It could not be her father, he was absent. It could not be Toussaint. She was in bed, and it was 10 o'clock at night. She stepped to the shutter of the drawing-room, which was closed, and laid her ear against it. It seemed to her that it was the tread of a man, and that he was walking very softly. She mounted rapidly to the first floor, to her own chamber, opened a small wicket in her shutter, and peeped into the garden. The moon was at the full. Everything could be seen as plainly as by day. There was no one there. She opened the window. The garden was absolutely calm, and all that was visible was that the street was deserted, as usual. Cosette thought that she had been mistaken. She thought that she had heard a noise. It was a hallucination produced by the melancholy and magnificent chorus of Weber, which lays open before the mind terrified depths, which trembles before the gaze like a dizzy forest, and in which one hears the cackling of dead branches beneath the uneasy tread of the huntsman, of whom one catches a glimpse through the twilight. She thought no more about it. Moreover, Cosette was not very timid by nature. There flowed in her veins some of the blood of the bohemian and the adventuress who runs barefoot. It will be remembered that she was more of a lark than a dove. There was a foundation of wilderness and bravery in her. On the following day, at an earlier hour, towards nightfall, she was strolling in the garden. In the midst of the confused thoughts which occupied her, she fancied that she caught for an instant a sound similar to that of the preceding evening, as though someone were walking beneath the trees in the dusk, and not very far from her. But she told herself that nothing so closely resembled a step on the grass as the friction of 2 branches, which have moved from side to side, and she paid no heed to it. Besides, she could see nothing. She emerged from the thicket. She had still to cross a small lawn to regain the steps. The moon, which had just risen behind her, cast Cosette's shadow in front of her upon this lawn, as she came out from the shrubbery. Cosette halted in alarm. Beside her shadow, the moon outlined distinctly upon the turf another shadow, which was particularly startling and terrible, a shadow which had a round hat. It was the shadow of a man who must have been standing on the border of the clump of shrubbery, a few paces in the rear of Cosette. She stood for a moment, without the power to speak, or cry, or call, or stir, or turn her head. Then she summoned up all her courage, and turned round resolutely. There was no one there. She glanced on the ground. The figure had disappeared. She re-entered the thicket, searched the corners boldly, went as far as the gate, and found nothing. She felt herself absolutely chilled with terror. Was this another hallucination? What, 2 days in succession? One hallucination might pass, but 2 hallucinations? The disquieting point about it was that the shadow had assuredly not been a phantom. Phantoms do not wear round hats. On the following day, Jean Valjean returned. Cosette told him what she thought she had heard and seen. She wanted to be reassured and to see her father shrug his shoulders and say to her, "You are a little goose." Jean Valjean grew anxious. "Cannot be anything," said he. He left her under some pretext and went into the garden, and she saw him examining the gate with great attention. During the night she woke up. This time she was sure, and she distinctly heard someone walking close to the flight of steps beneath her window. She ran to her little wicket and opened it. In point of fact, there was a man in the garden, with a large club in his hand. Just as she was about to scream, the moon lighted up the man's profile. It was her father. She returned to her bed, saying to herself, "He is very uneasy." Jean Valjean passed that night, and the 2 succeeding nights in the garden. Cosette saw him through the hole in her shutter. On the 3rd night, the moon was on the wane, and had begun to rise later. At 1 o'clock in the morning, possibly, she had heard a loud burst of laughter, and her father's voice calling her, "Cosette!" She jumped out of bed, threw on her dressing gown, and opened her window. Her father was standing on the grass plot below. "I have waked you for the purpose of reassuring you," said he. "Look, there is your shadow with the round hat." And he pointed out to her on the turf a shadow cast by the moon, and which did indeed bear considerable resemblance to the spectre of a man wearing a round hat. It was the shadow produced by a chimney pipe of sheet iron, with a hood, which rose above a neighboring roof. Cosette joined in his laughter. All her lugubrious suppositions were allayed, and the next morning, as she was at breakfast with her father, she made merry over the sinister garden, haunted by shadows of iron chimney-pots. Jean Valjean became quite tranquil once more. As for Cosette, she did not pay much attention to the question whether the chimney-pot was really in the direction of the shadow which she had seen, or thought she had seen, and whether the moon had been in the same spot in the sky. She did not question herself as to the peculiarity of a chimney-pot, which is afraid of being caught in the act, and which retires when someone looks at its shadow, for the shadow had taken alarm when Cosette had turned round, and Cosette had thought herself very sure of this. Cosette's serenity was fully restored. The proof appeared to her to be complete, and it quite vanished from her mind. Whether there could possibly be anyone walking in the garden during the evening or at night. A few days later, however, a fresh incident occurred.
In the garden, near the railing on the street, there was a stone bench, screened from the eyes of the curious by a plantation of yoke elms, but which could, in case of necessity, be reached by an arm from the outside, past the trees and the gate. One evening, during that same month of April, Jean Valjean had gone out. Cosette had seated herself on this bench after sundown. The breeze was blowing briskly in the trees. Cosette was meditating. An objectless sadness was taking possession of her little by little, that invincible sadness evoked by the evening, and which arises, perhaps, who knows, from the mystery of the tomb which is ajar at that hour. Perhaps Fantine was within that shadow. Cosette rose, slowly made the tour of the garden, walking on the grass drenched in dew, and saying to herself, through the species of melancholy somnambulism in which she was plunged, "Really, one needs wooden shoes for the garden at this hour. One takes cold." She returned to the bench. As she was about to resume her seat there, she observed on the spot which she had quitted a tolerably large stone, which had evidently not been there a moment before. Cosette gazed at the stone, asking herself what it meant. All at once, the idea occurred to her that the stone had not reached the bench all by itself, that someone had placed it there, that an arm had been thrust through the railing, and this idea appeared to alarm her. This time the fear was genuine. The stone was there. No doubt was possible. She did not touch it, fled without glancing behind her, took refuge in the house, and immediately closed with shutter, bolt, and bar the door-like window opening on the flight of steps. She inquired of Toussaint, "Has my father returned yet?" "Not yet, mademoiselle." We have already noted, once for all, the fact that Toussaint stuttered. May we be permitted to dispense with it for the future? The musical notation of an infirmity is repugnant to us. Jean Valjean, a thoughtful man and given to nocturnal strolls, often returned quite late at night. "Toussaint," went on Cosette, "are you careful to thoroughly barricade the shutters opening on the garden, at least with bars in the evening, and to put the little iron things in the little rings that close them?" "Oh, be easy on that score, miss." Toussaint did not fail in her duty, and Cosette was well aware of the fact, but she could not refrain from adding, "It is so solitary here." "So far as that is concerned," said Toussaint, "it is true. We might be assassinated before we had time to say, 'Oh!' And monsieur does not sleep in the house to boot. But fear nothing, miss. I fasten the shutters up like prisons. Lone women, that is enough to make one shudder, I believe you. Just imagine, what if you were to see men enter your chamber at night, and say, 'Hold your tongue,' and begin to cut your throat? It's not the dying so much. You die, for one must die, that's all right. It's the abomination of feeling those people touch you. And then their knives, they can't be able to cut well with them. Ah, good gracious!" "Be quiet," said Cosette. "Fasten everything thoroughly." Cosette, terrified by the melodrama improvised by Toussaint, and possibly also by the recollection of the apparitions of the past week which recurred to her memory, dared not even say to her, "Go and look at the stone which has been placed on the bench," for fear of opening the garden gate and allowing the men to enter. She saw that all the doors and windows were carefully fastened, made Toussaint go all over the house from garret to cellar, locked herself up in her own chamber, bolted her door, looked under her couch, went to bed, and slept badly. All night long she saw that big stone, as large as a mountain and full of caverns. At sunrise, the property of the rising sun is to make us laugh at all our terrors of the past night, and our laughter is in direct proportion to our terror which they have caused. At sunrise, Cosette, when she woke, viewed her fright as a nightmare, and said to herself, "What have I been thinking of? It is like the footsteps that I thought I heard a week or two ago in the garden at night. It is like the shadow of the chimney-pot. Am I becoming a coward?" The sun, which was glowing through the crevices in her shutters, and turning the damask curtains crimson, reassured her to such an extent that everything vanished from her thoughts, even the stone. "There was no more a stone on the bench than there was a man in a round hat in the garden. I dreamed about the stone, as I did all the rest." She dressed herself, descended to the garden, ran to the bench, and broke out in a cold perspiration. The stone was there. But this lasted only for a moment. That which is terror by night is curiosity by day. "Ah," said she, "come, let us see what it is." She lifted the stone, which was tolerably large. Beneath it was something which resembled a letter. It was a white envelope. Cosette seized it. There was no address on one side, no seal on the other. Yet the envelope, though unsealed, was not empty. Papers could be seen inside. Cosette examined it. It was no longer alarm, it was no longer curiosity. It was a beginning of anxiety. Cosette drew from the envelope its contents, a little notebook of paper, each page of which was numbered, and bore a few lines in a very fine and rather pretty handwriting, as Cosette thought. Cosette looked for a name. There was none. To whom was this addressed? To her, probably, since a hand had deposited the packet on her bench. From whom did it come? An irresistible fascination took possession of her. She tried to turn away her eyes from the leaflets which were trembling in her hand. She gazed at the sky, the street, the acacias all bathed in light, the pigeons fluttering over a neighboring roof. And then her glance suddenly fell upon the manuscript, and she said to herself that she must know what it contained. This is what she read. Chapter 4. A Heart Beneath a Stone. The reduction of the universe to a single being, the expansion of a single being even to God, that is love. Love is the salutation of the angels to the stars. How sad is the soul when it is sad through love! What a void in the absence of the being who by herself fills the world! Oh, how true it is that the beloved being becomes God! One could comprehend that God might be jealous of this, had not God the Father of all evidently made creation for the soul, and the soul for love. The glimpse of a smile beneath a white crepe bonnet with a lilac curtain is sufficient to cause the soul to enter into the palace of dreams. God is behind everything, but everything hides God. Things are black, creatures are opaque. To love a being is to render that being transparent. Certain thoughts are prayers. There are moments when, whatever the attitude of the body may be, the soul is on its knees. Parted lovers beguile absence by 1,000 chimerical devices, which possess, however, a reality of their own. They are prevented from seeing each other, they cannot write to each other. They discover a multitude of mysterious means to correspond. They send each other the song of the birds, the perfume of the flowers, the smiles of children, the light of the sun, the sighings of the breeze, the rays of stars, all creation. And why not? All the works of God are made to serve love. Love is sufficiently potent to charge all nature with its messages. O spring, thou art a letter that I write to her. The future belongs to hearts even more than it does to minds. Love, that is the only thing that can occupy and fill eternity. In the infinite, the inexhaustible is requisite. Love participates of the soul itself. It is of the same nature. Like it, it is the divine spark. Like it, it is incorruptible, indivisible, imperishable. It is a point of fire that exists within us, which is immortal and infinite, which nothing can confine, and which nothing can extinguish. We feel it burning even to the very marrow of our bones, and we see it beaming in the very depths of heaven. O love, adorations! Voluptuousness of two minds which understand each other, of two hearts which exchange with each other, of two glances which penetrate each other. You will come to me, will you not, bliss? Strolls by twos in the solitudes, blessed and radiant days. I have sometimes dreamed that from time to time, hours detached themselves from the lives of the angels, and came here below to traverse the destinies of men. God can add nothing to the happiness of those who love, except to give them endless duration. After a life of love, an eternity of love is in fact an augmentation. But to increase in intensity Even the ineffable felicity which love bestows on the soul, even in this world, is impossible, even to God. God is the plenitude of heaven. Love is the plenitude of man. You look at a star for two reasons, because it is luminous and because it is impenetrable. You have beside you a sweeter radiance and a greater mystery, woman. All of us, whoever we may be, have our respirable beings. We lack air and we stifle. Then we die. To die for lack of love is horrible, suffocation of the soul. When love has fused and mingled two beings in a sacred and angelic unity, the secret of life has been discovered so far as they are concerned. They are no longer anything more than the two boundaries of the same destiny. They are no longer anything but the two wings of the same spirit. Love soar. On the day when a woman, as she passes before you, emits light as she walks, you are lost, you love. But one thing remains for you to do, to think of her so intently that she is constrained to think of you. What love commences can be finished by God alone. True love is in despair and is enchanted over a glove lost or a handkerchief found, and eternity is required for its devotion and its hopes. It is composed both of the infinitely great and the infinitely little. If you are a stone, be adamant. If you are a plant, be the sensitive plant. If you are a man, be love. Nothing suffices for love. We have happiness, we desire paradise. We possess paradise, we desire heaven. O ye who love each other, all this is contained in love. Understand how to find it there. Love has contemplation as well as heaven, and more than heaven, it has voluptuousness. Does she still come to the Luxembourg? No, sir. This is the church where she attends Mass, is it not? She no longer comes here. Does she still live in this house? She has moved away. Where has she gone to dwell? She did not say. What a melancholy thing, not to know the address of one's soul. Love has its childishness. Other passions have their pettinesses. Shame on the passions which belittle man. Honor to the one which makes a child of him. There is one strange thing, do you know it? I dwell in the night. There is a being who carried off my sky when she went away. Oh, would that we were lying side by side in the same grave, hand in hand, and from time to time in the darkness, gently caressing a finger. That would suffice for my eternity. Ye who suffer because ye love, love yet more. To die of love is to live in it. Love, a somber and starry transfiguration, is mingled with this torture. There is ecstasy in agony. O joy of the birds! It is because they have nests that they sing. Love is a celestial respiration of the air of paradise. Deep hearts, sage minds, take life as God has made it. It is a long trial, an incomprehensible preparation for an unknown destiny. This destiny, the true one, begins for a man with the first step inside the tomb. Then something appears to him, and he begins to distinguish the definitive. The definitive, meditate upon that word. The living perceive the infinite. The definitive permits itself to be seen only by the dead. In the meanwhile, love and suffer, hope and contemplate. Woe, alas, to him who shall have loved only bodies, forms, appearances. Death will deprive him of all. Try to love souls, you will find them again. I encountered in the street a very poor young man who was in love. His hat was old, His coat was worn. His elbows were in holes. Water trickled through his shoes, and the stars through his soul. What a grand thing it is to be loved! What a far grander thing it is to love! The heart becomes heroic by dint of passion. It is no longer composed of anything but what is pure. It no longer rests on anything that is not elevated and great. An unworthy thought can no more germinate in it than a nettle on a glacier. The serene and lofty soul, inaccessible to vulgar passions and emotions, dominating the clouds and the shades of this world, its follies, its lies, its hatreds, its vanities, its miseries, inhabits the blue of heaven, and no longer feels anything but profound and subterranean shocks of destiny, as the crests of mountains feel the shocks of earthquake. If there did not exist someone who loved, the sun would become extinct.
As Cosette read, she gradually fell into thought. At the very moment when she raised her eyes from the last line of the notebook, the handsome officer passed triumphantly in front of the gate. It was his hour. Cosette thought him hideous. She resumed her contemplation of the book. It was written in the most charming of chirography, thought Cosette, in the same hand, but with divers inks, sometimes very black, again whitish, as when ink has been added to the inkstand, and consequently on different days. It was, then, a mind which had unfolded itself there, sigh by sigh, irregularly, without order, without choice, without object, haphazard. Cosette had never read anything like it. This manuscript, in which she already perceived more light than obscurity, produced upon her the effect of a half-opened sanctuary. Each one of these mysterious lines shone before her eyes and inundated her heart with a strange radiance. The education which she had received had always talked to her of the soul, and never of love, very much as one might talk of the firebrand and not the flame. This manuscript of 15 pages suddenly and sweetly revealed to her all of love, sorrow, destiny, life, eternity, the beginning, the end. It was as if a hand had opened and suddenly flung upon her a handful of rays of light. In these few lines she felt a passionate, ardent, generous, honest nature, a sacred will, an immense sorrow, and an immense despair, a suffering heart, an ecstasy fully expanded. What was this manuscript? A letter. A letter without name, without address, without date, without signature, pressing and disinterested, an enigma composed of truths, a message of love made to be brought by an angel and read by a virgin, an appointment made beyond the bounds of earth, the love letter of a phantom to a shade. It was an absent one, tranquil and dejected, who seemed ready to take refuge in death, and who sent to the absent love, his lady, the secret of fate, the key of life, love. This had been written with one foot in the grave and one finger in heaven. These lines, which had fallen one by one on the paper, were what might be called drops of soul. Now, from whom could these pages come? Who could have penned them? Cosette did not hesitate for a moment. One man only. He! Day had dawned once more in her spirit. All had reappeared. She felt an unheard-of joy and a profound anguish. It was he who had written. He was there. It was he whose arm had been thrust through that railing. While she was forgetful of him, he had found her again. But had she forgotten him? No, never. She was foolish to have thought so for a single moment. She had always loved him, always adored him. The fire had been smothered and had smothered for a time, but she saw all plainly now. It had but made headway, and now it had burst forth afresh, and had inflamed her whole being. This notebook was like a spark which had fallen from that other soul into hers. She felt the conflagration starting up once more. She imbued herself thoroughly with every word of the manuscript. "Oh, yes," said she. "How perfectly I recognize all that." That is what I had already read in his eyes. As she was finishing it for the third time, Lieutenant Théodule passed the gate once more and rattled his spurs upon the pavement. Cosette was forced to raise her eyes. She thought him insipid, silly, stupid, useless, foppish, displeasing, impertinent, and extremely ugly. The officer thought it his duty to smile at her. She turned away as in shame and indignation. She would gladly have thrown something at his head. She fled, re-entered the house, and shut herself up in her chamber to peruse the manuscript once more, to learn it by heart and to dream. When she had thoroughly mastered it, she kissed it and put it in her bosom. All was over. Cosette had fallen back into deep, seraphic love. The abyss of Eden had yawned once more. All day long Cosette remained in a sort of bewilderment. She scarcely thought. Her ideas were in the state of a tangled skein in her brain. She could not manage to conjecture anything. She hoped through a tremor. What? Vague things. She dared make herself no promises, and she did not wish to refuse herself anything. Flashes of pallor passed over her countenance, and shivers ran through her frame. It seemed to her, at intervals, that she was entering the land of chimeras. She said to herself, "Is this reality?" Then she felt of the dear paper within her bosom under her gown. She pressed it to her heart. She felt its angles against her flesh, and if Jean Valjean had seen her at the moment, he would have shuddered in the presence of that luminous and unknown joy, which overflowed from beneath her eyelids. "Oh yes," she thought, "it is certainly he. This comes from him and is for me." And she told herself that an intervention of angels, a celestial dance, had given him back to her. O transfiguration of love, O dreams! That celestial dance, that intervention of the angels, was a pellet of bread tossed by one thief to another thief, from the Charlemagne courtyard to the Lion's Ditch, over the roofs of La Force. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Old people are made to go out opportunely. When evening came, Jean Valjean went out. Cosette dressed herself. She arranged her hair in the most becoming manner, and she put on a dress whose bodice had received one snip of the scissors too much, and which, through this slope, permitted a view of the beginning of her throat, and was, as young girls say, a trifle indecent. It was not in the least indecent, but it was prettier than usual. She made her toilet thus without knowing why she did so. Did she mean to go out? No. Was she expecting a visitor? No. At dusk she went down to the garden. Toussaint was busy in her kitchen, which opened to the backyard. She began to stroll under the trees, thrusting aside the branches from time to time with her hand, because there were some which hung very low. In this manner she reached the bench. The stone was still there. She sat down and gently laid her white hand on this stone as though she wished to caress and thank it. All at once she experienced that indefinable impression which one undergoes when there is someone standing behind one, even when she does not see the person. She turned her head and rose to her feet. It was he. His head was bare. He appeared to have grown thin and pale. His black clothes were hardly discernible. The twilight threw a wan light on his fine brow and covered his eyes in shadows. Beneath a veil of incomparable sweetness, he had something about him that suggested death and night. His face was illuminated by the light of the dying day, and by the thought of a soul that is taking flight. He seemed to be not yet a ghost, and he was no longer a man. He had flung away his hat in the thicket, a few paces distant. Cosette, though ready to swoon, uttered no cry. She retreated slowly, for she felt herself attracted. He did not stir. By virtue of something ineffable and melancholy which enveloped him, she felt the look in his eyes which she could not see. Cosette, in her retreat, encountered a tree and leaned against it. Had it not been for this tree, she would have fallen. Then she heard his voice, that voice which she had really never heard, barely rising above the rustle of the leaves, and murmuring, "Pardon me, here I am. My heart is full. I could not live on as I was living, and I have come. Have you read what I placed there on the bench? Do you recognize me at all? Have no fear of me. It is a long time, you remember the day, since you looked at me at the Luxembourg, near the Gladiator. And the day when you passed before me, it was on the 16th of June and the 2nd of July. It is nearly a year ago. I have not seen you for a long time. I inquired of the woman who let the chairs, and she told me that she no longer saw you. You lived in the Rue de l'Ouest, on the 3rd floor, in the front apartments of a new house. You see that I know. I followed you. What else was there for me to do? And then you disappeared. I thought I saw you pass once, while I was reading the newspapers under the arcade of the Odéon. I ran after you, but no, it was a person who had a bonnet like yours. At night I came hither. Do not be afraid, no one sees me. I come to gaze upon your windows near at hand. I walk very softly, so that you may not hear, for you might be alarmed. The other evening I was behind you, you turned round, I fled. Once I heard you singing. I was happy. Did it affect you because I heard you singing through the shutters? That could not hurt you. No, it is not so? You see, you are my angel. Let me come sometimes. I think that I am going to die. If you only knew. I adore you. Forgive me, I speak to you, but I do not know what I am saying. I may have displeased you. Have I displeased you? Oh, my mother, she said. And she sank down as though on the point of death. He grasped her. She fell. He took her in his arms. He pressed her close, without knowing what he was doing. He supported her as though he was tottering himself. It was as though his brain were full of smoke. Lightnings darted between his lips. His ideas vanished. It seemed to him that he was accomplishing some religious act, and that he was committing a profanation. Moreover, he had not the least passion for this lovely woman whose force he felt against his breast. He was beside himself with love. She took his hand and laid it on her heart. He felt the paper there. He stammered, "You love me, then?" She replied in a voice so low that it was no longer anything more than a barely audible breath. "Hush! Thou knowest it." And she hid her blushing face on the breast of the superb and intoxicated young man. He fell upon the bench, and she beside him. They had no words more. The stars were beginning to gleam. How did it come to pass that their lips met? How comes it to pass that the birds sing, that snow melts, that the rose unfolds, that May expands, that the dawn grows white beyond the black trees of the shivering crest of the hills? A kiss, and that was all. Both started and gazed into the darkness with sparkling eyes. They felt neither the cool night, nor the cold stone, nor the damp earth, nor the wet grass. They had looked at each other, and their hearts were full of thoughts. They had clasped hands unconsciously. She did not ask him, she did not even wonder, how he had entered there, and how he had made his way into the garden. It seemed so simple to her that he should be there. From time to time, Marius's knee touched Cosette's knee, and both shivered. At intervals, Cosette stammered a word. Her soul fluttered on her lips like a drop of dew on a flower. Little by little they began to talk to each other. Effusion followed silence, which is fullness. The night was serene and splendid overhead. These two beings, pure as spirits, told each other everything. Their dreams, their intoxications, their ecstasies, their chimeras, their weaknesses, how they had adored each other from afar, how they had longed for each other, their despair when they had ceased to see each other. They confided to each other in an ideal intimacy, which nothing could augment, their most secret and most mysterious thoughts. They related to each other, with candid faith in their illusions, all that love, youth, and the remains of childhood which still lingered about them, suggested to their minds. Their two hearts poured themselves out into each other in such wise that at the expiration of a quarter of an hour, it was the young man who had the young girl's soul, and the young girl who had the young man's soul. Each became permeated with the other. They were enchanted with each other. They dazzled each other. When they had finished, when they had told each other everything, she laid her head on his shoulder and asked him, "What is your name?" "My name is Marius," said he. "And yours?" "My name is Cosette."
Since 1823, when the tavern of Montfermeil was on its way to shipwreck and was being gradually engulfed, not in the abyss of bankruptcy, but in the cesspool of petty debts, The Thénardier pair had had 2 other children, both males. That made 5, 2 girls and 3 boys. Madame Thénardier had got rid of the last 2, while they were still young and very small, with remarkable luck. Got rid of is the word. There was but a mere fragment of nature in that woman, a phenomenon, by the way, of which there is more than one example extant. Like the Maréchale de la Mothe Houdancourt, the Thénardier was a mother to her daughters only. There her maternity ended. Her hatred of the human race began with her own sons. In the direction of her sons, her evil disposition was uncompromising, and her heart had a lugubrious wall in that quarter. As the reader has seen, she detested the eldest. She cursed the other 2. Why? Because. The most terrible of motives, the most unanswerable of retorts. Because. I have no need of a litter of squalling brats, said this mother. Let us explain how the Thénardiers had succeeded in getting rid of their last 2 children, and even in drawing profit from the operation. The woman Magnon, who was mentioned a few pages further back, was the same one who had succeeded in making old Gillenormand support the 2 children which she had had. She lived on the Quai des Célestins, at the corner of this ancient street of the Petit Musc, which afforded her the opportunity of changing her evil repute into good odour. The reader will remember the great epidemic of croup which ravaged the river districts of the Seine in Paris 35 years ago, and of which science took advantage to make experiments on a grand scale as to the efficacy of inhalations of alum, so beneficially replaced at the present day by the external tincture of iodine. During this epidemic, the Magnon lost both her boys, who were still very young, one in the morning, the other in the evening of the same day. This was a blow. These children were precious to their mother. They represented 80 francs a month. These 80 francs were punctually paid in the name of Monsieur Gillenormand, by collector of his rents, Monsieur Barge, a retired tipstaff in the Rue des Rois de Sicile. The children dead, the income was at an end. The Magnon sought an expedient. In that dark Freemasonry of evil, of which she formed a part, everything is known, all secrets are kept, and all lend mutual aid. Magnon needed 2 children. The Thénardiers had 2. The same sex, the same age. A good arrangement for the one, a good investment for the other. The little Thénardiers became little Magnons. Magnon quitted the Quai de la Célestine and went to live in the Rue Clocheperce. In Paris, the identity which binds an individual to himself is broken between one street and another. The registry office, being in no way warned, raised no objections, and the substitution was effected in the most simple manner in the world. Only, the Thénardier extracted for this loan of her children 10 francs a month, which Magnon promised to pay, and which she actually did pay. It is unnecessary to add that Monsieur Gillenormand continued to perform his compact. He came to see the children every 6 months. He did not perceive the change. "Monsieur," Magnon said to him, "how much they resemble you!" Thénardier, to whom avatars were easy, seized this occasion to become Jondrette. His 2 daughters and Gavroche had hardly had time to discover that they had 2 little brothers. When a certain degree of misery is reached, one is overpowered with a sort of spectral indifference, and one regards human beings as though they were spectres. Your nearest relations are often no more for you than vague shadowy forms, barely outlined against a nebulous background of life, and easily confounded again with the invisible. On the evening of the day when she handed over her 2 little ones to Magnon, with express intention of renouncing them forever, the Thénardier had felt, or had appeared to feel, a scruple. She said to her husband, "But this is abandoning our children." Thénardier, masterful and phlegmatic, cauterized the scruple with this saying, "Jean-Jacques Rousseau did even better." From scruples, the mother proceeded to uneasiness. But what if the police were to annoy us? Tell me, Monsieur Thénardier, is what we have done permissible?
Thénardier replied, Everything is permissible. No one will see anything but true blue in it. Besides, no one has any interest in looking closely after children who have not a sou.
Magnon was a sort of fashionable woman in the sphere of crime. She was careful about her toilet. She shared her lodgings, which were furnished in an affected and wretched style, with a clever Gallicized English thief. This Englishwoman, who had become a naturalized Parisienne, recommended by very wealthy relations, intimately connected with the medals in the library and Mademoiselle Mars' diamonds, became celebrated later on in judicial accounts. She was called Mamselle Miss. The two little creatures who had fallen to Magnon had no reason to complain of their lot. Recommended by the 80 francs, they were well cared for, as is everything from which profit is derived. They were neither badly clothed nor badly fed. They were treated almost like little gentlemen, better by their false mother than by their real one. Magnon played the lady and talked no thieves' slang in their presence. Thus passed several years. Thénardier had augured well from the fact. One day he chanced to say to Magnon as she handed him his monthly stipend of 10 francs, "The father must give them some education." All at once, these two poor children, who had, up to that time, been protected tolerably well, even by their evil fate, were abruptly hurled into life and forced to begin it for themselves. A wholesale arrest of malefactors, like that in the Jondrette garret, necessarily complicated by investigations and subsequent incarcerations, is a veritable disaster for that hideous and occult counter-society which pursues its existence beneath public society. An adventure of this description entails all sorts of catastrophes in that sombre world. The Thénardier catastrophe involved the catastrophe of Magnon. One day, a short time after Magnon had handed to Éponine the note relating to the Rue Plumet, a sudden raid was made by the police in the Rue Clocheperce. Magnon was seized, as was also Mamselle Miss, and all the inhabitants of the house, which was of a suspicious character, were gathered into the net. While this was going on, the two little boys were playing in the backyard and saw nothing of the raid. When they tried to enter the house again, they found the door fastened and the house empty. A cobbler opposite called them to him and delivered to them a paper which their mother had left for them. On this paper there was an address, Monsieur Barge, collector of rents, Rue de la Roi de Sicile, number 8. The proprietor of the stall said to them, "You cannot live here any longer. Go there. It is nearby, the first street on the left. Ask your way from this paper." The children set out, the elder leading the younger and holding in his hand the paper which was to guide them. It was cold, and his benumbed little fingers could not close very firmly, and they did not keep a very good hold on the paper. At the corner of the Rue Clocheperce, a gust of wind tore it from him, and as night was falling, the child was not able to find it again. They began to wander aimlessly through the streets.
Spring in Paris is often traversed by harsh and piercing breezes, which do not precisely chill, but freeze one. These north winds, which sadden the most beautiful days, produce exactly the effect of those puffs of cold air which enter a warm room through the cracks of a badly fitting door or window. It seems as though the gloomy door of winter had remained ajar, and as though the wind were pouring through it. In the spring of 1832, the epoch when the first great epidemic of this century broke out in Europe, these north gales were more harsh and piercing than ever. It was a door even more glacial than that of winter which was ajar. It was the door of the sepulchre. In these winds one felt the breath of the cholera. From a meteorological point of view, these cold winds possessed this peculiarity, that they did not preclude a strong electric tension. Frequent storms, accompanied by thunder and lightning, burst forth at this epoch. One evening,
when these gales were blowing rudely, to such a degree that January seemed to have returned, and that the bourgeois had resumed their cloaks, little Gavroche, who was always shivering gaily under his rags, was standing as though in ecstasy before a wig-maker's shop in the vicinity of the Orme Saint-Gervais. He was adorned with a woman's woolen shawl, picked up no one knows where, and which he had converted into a neck comforter. Little Gavroche appeared to be engaged in intent admiration of a wax bride in a low-necked dress, and crowned with orange flowers, who was revolving in the window and displaying her smile to passers-by, between two argand lamps. But in reality he was taking an observation of the shop, in order to discover whether he could not prig from the shop front a cake of soap, which he would then proceed to sell for a sou to a hairdresser in the suburbs. He had often managed to breakfast off of such a roll. He called his species of work, for which he possessed special aptitude, shaving barbers. While contemplating the bride and eyeing the cake of soap, he muttered between his teeth, "Tuesday. It was not Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Perhaps it was Tuesday. Yes, it was Tuesday." No one has ever discovered to what this monologue referred. Yes, perchance, this monologue had some connection with the last occasion on which he had dined, 3 days before, for it was now Friday. The barber in his shop, which was warmed by a good stove, was shaving a customer and casting a glance from time to time at the enemy, that freezing and impudent street urchin, both of whose hands were in his pockets, but whose mind was evidently unsheathed. While Gavroche was scrutinizing the shop window and the cakes of Windsor soap, 2 children of unequal stature, very neatly dressed and still smaller than himself, one apparently 7 years of age, the other 5, timidly turned the handle and entered the shop, with a request for something or other, alms possibly, in a plaintive murmur which resembled a groan rather than a prayer. They both spoke at once, and their words were unintelligible because sobs broke the voice of the younger, and the teeth of the elder were chattering with cold. The barber wheeled round with a furious look, and without abandoning his razor, thrust back the elder with his left hand, and the younger with his knee, and slammed his door, saying, "The idea of coming in and freezing everybody for nothing!" The 2 children resumed their march in tears. In the meantime, a cloud had risen. It had begun to rain. Little Gavroche ran after them and accosted them. "What's the matter with you, brats?" "We don't know where we are to sleep," replied the elder. "Is that all?" said Gavroche. "A great matter, truly. The idea of bawling about that. They must be greenies." And adopting, in addition to his superiority, which was rather bantering, an accent of tender authority and gentle patronage. "Come along with me, young uns." "Yes, sir," said the elder. And the 2 children followed him as they would have followed an archbishop. They had stopped crying. Gavroche led them up the Rue Saint-Antoine, in the direction of the Bastille. As Gavroche walked along, he cast an indignant backward glance at the barber's shop. "That fellow has no heart, the whiting," he muttered. "He's an Englishman." A woman who caught sight of these 3 marching in a file, with Gavroche at their head, burst into noisy laughter. This laugh was wanting in respect towards the group. "Good day, Mademoiselle Omnibus," said Gavroche to her. An instant later, the wig-maker occurred to his mind once more, and he added, "I am making a mistake in the beast. He's not a whiting, he's a serpent. Barber, I'll go and fetch a locksmith, and I'll have a bell hung to your tail." This wig-maker had rendered him aggressive. As he strode over a gutter, he apostrophized a bearded portress who was worthy to meet Faust on the Brocken, and who had a broom in her hand. "Madam," said he, "so you are going out with your horse?" And thereupon he spattered the polished boots of a pedestrian. "You scamp!" shouted the furious pedestrian. Gavroche elevated his nose above his shawl. "Is monsieur complaining?" "Of you!" ejaculated the man. "The office is closed," said Gavroche. "I do not receive any more complaints." In the meanwhile, as he went on up the street, he perceived a beggar girl, 13 or 14 years old, and clad in so short a gown that her knees were visible, lying thoroughly chilled under a porte cochere. The little girl was getting to be too old for such a thing. Growth does play these tricks. The petticoat becomes short at the moment when nudity becomes indecent. "Poor girl," said Gavroche, "she hasn't even trousers. Hold on, take this." And unwinding all the comfortable woolen which he had around his neck, he flung it on the thin and purple shoulders of the beggar girl, where the scarf became a shawl once more. The child stared at him in astonishment, and received the shawl in silence. When a certain stage of distress has been reached in his misery, the poor man no longer groans over evil, no longer returns thanks for good. That done, "Brrr," said Gavroche, who was shivering more than Saint Martin, for the latter retained one half of his cloak. At this "brrr," the downpour of rain, redoubled in its spite, became furious. The wicked skies punish good deeds. "Ah, come now!" exclaimed Gavroche. "What's the meaning of this? It's re-raining. Good heavens! If it goes on like this, I shall stop my subscription." And he set out on the march once more. "It's all right," he resumed, casting a glance at the beggar girl, as she coiled up under the shawl. "She's got a famous peel." And looking up the clouds, he exclaimed, "Caught!" The two children followed close on his heels. As they were passing one of these heavy grated lattices, which indicate a baker's shop, for bread is put behind bars like gold, Gavroche turned round. "Ah, by the way, brats, have we dined?" "Monsieur," replied the elder, "we have had nothing to eat since this morning." "So you have neither father nor mother?" resumed Gavroche majestically. "Excuse us, sir, we have a papa and a mamma, but we don't know where they are." "Sometimes that's better than knowing where they are," said Gavroche, who was a thinker. "We have been wandering about these 2 hours," continued the elder. "We have hunted for things at the corners of the street, but we have found nothing." "I know," ejaculated Gavroche. "It's the dogs who eat everything." He went on after a pause. "Ah, we have lost our authors. We don't know what we have done with them. This should not be, gamins. It's stupid to let old people stray off like that. Come now, we must have a snooze all the same." However, he asked them no questions. What was more simple than that they should have no dwelling place? The elder of the two children, who had almost entirely recovered the prompt heedlessness of childhood, uttered this exclamation: "It's queer all the same. Mamma told us that she would take us to get a blessed spray on Palm Sunday." "Bosh!" said Gavroche. "Mamma," resumed the elder, "is a lady who lives with Mademoiselle Miss." "Tan-flute!" retorted Gavroche. Meanwhile he had halted, and for the last 2 minutes he had been feeling and fumbling in all sorts of nooks which his rags contained. At last he tossed his head with an air intended to be merely satisfied, but which was triumphant in reality. "Let us be calm, young uns. Here's supper for 3. And from one of his pockets he drew forth a sou. Without allowing the 2 urchins time for amazement, he pushed both of them before him into the baker's shop, and flung his sou on the counter, crying, "Boy, 5 centimes worth of bread." The baker, who was the proprietor in person, took up a loaf and a knife. "In 3 pieces, my boy," went on Gavroche, and he added with dignity, "There are 3 of us." And seeing that the baker, after scrutinizing the 3 customers, had taken down a black loaf, he thrust his finger far up his nose with an inhalation as imperious as though he had had a pinch of the great Frederick's snuff on the tip of his thumb, and hurled this indignant apostrophe full in the baker's face. "Qu'est-ce que ça?" Those of our readers who might be tempted to espy in this interpolation of Gavroche's to the baker a Russian or Polish word,
or one of those savage cries which the Yoways and the Botocudos hurl at each other from bank to bank of a river athwart the solitudes, are warned that it is a word which they, our readers, utter every day, and which takes the place of the phrase, "Qu'est-ce que c'est que cela?" The baker understood perfectly and replied, "Well, it's bread, and very good bread of the second quality." "You mean larton brutal, black bread?" retorted Gavroche, calmly and coldly disdainful. "White bread, boy, white bread, larton savant. I'm standing treat." The baker could not repress a smile, and as he cut the white bread, he surveyed them in a compassionate way which shocked Gavroche. "Come now, baker's boy," said he, "what are you taking our measure like that for?" All three of them placed end to end would have hardly made a measure. When the bread was cut, the baker threw the sou into his drawer, and Gavroche said to the two children, "Grub away." The little boys stared at him in surprise. Gavroche began to laugh. "Ah, hello, that's so. They don't understand yet, they're too small." And he repeated, "Eat away." At the same time, he held out a piece of bread to each of them, and thinking that the elder, who seemed to him more worthy of his conversation, deserved some special encouragement and ought to be relieved from all hesitation to satisfy his appetite, he added, as he handed him the largest share, "Ram that into your muzzle." One piece was smaller than the others. He kept this for himself. The poor children, including Gavroche, were famished. As they tore their bread apart in big mouthfuls, they blocked up the shop of the baker, who, now that they had paid their money, looked angrily at them. "Let's go into the street again," said Gavroche. They set off once more in the direction of the Bastille. From time to time, as they passed the lighted shop windows, the smallest halted to look at the time on a leaden watch, which was suspended from his neck by a cord. "Well, he is a very green 'un," said Gavroche. Then, becoming thoughtful, he muttered between his teeth, "All the same, if I had charge of the babes, I'd lock 'em up better than that." Just as they were finishing their morsel of bread, and had reached the angle of that gloomy Rue de Ballet, at the other end of which the low and threatening wicket of La Force was visible. "Hullo! Is that you, Gavroche?" said someone. "Hullo! Is that you, Montparnasse?" said Gavroche. A man had just accosted the street urchin, and the man was no other than Montparnasse in disguise, with blue spectacles, but recognizable to Gavroche. "The bow-wows," went on Gavroche. "You've got a hide the colour of a linseed plaster, and blue specs like a doctor. You're putting on style, upon my word." "Hush!" ejaculated Montparnasse. "Not so loud." And he drew Gavroche hastily out of range of the lighted shops. The two little ones followed mechanically, holding each other by the hand. When they were ensconced under the arch of a porte-cochere, sheltered from the rain and from all eyes. "Do you know where I'm going?" demanded Montparnasse. "To the Abbey of Ascend with Regret," replied Gavroche. "Joker." And Montparnasse went on, "I'm going to find Babet." "Ah!" exclaimed Gavroche, "so her name is Babet." Montparnasse lowered his voice. "Not she, he." "Ah, Babet." "Yes, Babet. I thought he was buckled." "He has undone the buckle," replied Montparnasse. And he rapidly related to the gamin how, on the morning of that very day, Babet, having been transferred to La Conciergerie, had made his escape by turning to the left instead of the right in the police office. Gavroche expressed his admiration for this skill. "What a dentist!" he cried. Montparnasse added a few details as to Babet's flight, and ended with, "Oh, that is not all." Gavroche, as he listened, had seized a cane that Montparnasse held in his hand, and mechanically pulled at the upper part, and the blade of a dagger made its appearance. "Ah!" he exclaimed, pushing the dagger back in haste, "you have brought along your gendarme disguised as a bourgeois." Montparnasse winked. "The deuce!" resumed Gavroche.
So you're going to have a bout with the bobbies? You can't tell, replied Montparnasse with an indifferent air. It's always a good thing to have a pin about one. Gavroche persisted. What are you up to tonight? Again, Montparnasse took a grave tone and said, mouthing every syllable, things. And abruptly changing the conversation, by the way. What? Something happened the other day. Fancy. I met a bourgeois. He makes me a present of a sermon and his purse. I put it in my pocket. A minute later, I feel in my pocket. There's nothing there. Except the sermon, said Gavroche. But you, went on Montparnasse, where are you bound for now? Gavroche pointed to his two protégés and said, I'm going to put these infants to bed. Whereabouts is the bed? At my house. Where is your house? At my house. So you have a lodging? Yes, I have. And where is your lodging? In the Elephant, said Gavroche. Montparnasse, though not naturally inclined to astonishment, could not restrain an exclamation. In the Elephant? Well, yes, in the Elephant, retorted Gavroche. Qu'est-ce ça? This is another word of the language which no one writes and which everyone speaks. Qu'est-ce ça signifies, Qu'est-ce que c'est que cela? What's the matter with that? The urchin's profound remark called Montparnasse to calmness and good sense. He appeared to return to better sentiments with regard to Gavroche's lodging. Of course, said he. Yes, the Elephant. Is it comfortable there? Very, said Gavroche. It's really bully there. There ain't any draughts as there are under the bridges. How do you get in? Oh, I get in. So there is a hole? Demanded Montparnasse. Parbleu, I should say so. But you mustn't tell. It's between the forelegs. The bobbies haven't seen it. And you climb up? Yes, I understand. A turn of the hand, crick-crack, and it's all over. No one there. After a pause, Gavroche added, I shall have a ladder for these children. Montparnasse burst out laughing. Where the devil did you pick up those young uns? Gavroche replied with great simplicity, They are some brats that a wig-maker made me a present of. Meanwhile, Montparnasse had fallen to thinking. You recognized me very readily, he muttered. He took from his pocket two small objects, which were nothing more than two quills wrapped in cotton, and thrust one up each of his nostrils. This gave him a different nose. That changes you, remarked Gavroche. You are less homely so. You ought to keep them on all the time. Montparnasse was a handsome fellow, but Gavroche was a tease. Seriously, demanded Montparnasse, how do you like me so? The sound of his voice was different also. In a twinkling, Montparnasse had become unrecognizable. Oh, do play Polichinelle for us, exclaimed Gavroche. The two children, who had not been listening up to this point, being occupied themselves in thrusting their fingers up their noses, drew near at this time, and stared at Montparnasse with dawning joy and admiration. Unfortunately, Montparnasse was troubled. He laid his hand on Gavroche's shoulder and said to him, emphasizing his words, Listen to what I tell you, boy. If I were on the square, with my dog, my knife, and my wife, and if you were to squander 10 sous on me, I wouldn't refuse to work. But this isn't Shrove Tuesday. This odd phrase produced a singular effect on the gamin. He wheeled round hastily, darted his little sparkling eyes about him with profound attention, and perceived a police sergeant standing with his back to them a few paces off. Gavroche allowed an "Ah, good!" to escape him, but immediately suppressed it, and shaking Montparnasse's hand, "Well, good evening," said he. "I'm off to my Elephant with my brats. Supposing that you should need me some night, you can come and hunt me up there. I lodge on the entresol. There is no porter. You will inquire for Monsieur Gavroche." "Very good," said Montparnasse. And they parted, Montparnasse betaking himself in the direction of the Grève,
and Gavroche towards the Bastille. The little one of 5, dragged along by his brother, who was dragged by Gavroche, turned his head back several times to watch Porrichinelle as he went. The ambiguous phrase, by means of which Montparnasse had warned Gavroche of the presence of the policeman, contained no other talisman than the assonance dig, repeated 5 or 6 times in different forms. This syllable, dig, uttered alone or artistically mingled with the words of a phrase, means, take care, we can no longer talk freely. There was, besides, in Montparnasse's sentence, a literary beauty which was lost upon Gavroche. That is, mon dog, ma dague, et ma digue, a slang expression of the Temple, which signifies my dog, my knife, and my wife, greatly in vogue among clowns and the red tails, in the great century when Molière wrote and Callot drew. 20 years ago, there was still to be seen in the southwest corner of the Place de la Bastille, near the basin of the canal, excavated in the ancient ditch of the fortress prison, a singular monument which has already been effaced from the memories of Parisians, and which deserved to leave some trace, for it was the idea of a member of the Institute, the General-in-Chief of the Army of Egypt. We say monument, although it was only a rough model, but this model itself, a marvellous sketch, the grandiose skeleton of an idea of Napoleon's, which successive gusts of wind have carried away and thrown on each occasion, still further from us, had become historical, and had acquired a certain definiteness which contrasted with its provisional aspect. It was an elephant 40 feet high, constructed of timber and masonry, bearing on its back a tower which resembled a house, formerly painted green by some dauber, and now painted black by heaven, the wind, and time. In this deserted and unprotected corner of the place, the broad brow of the Colossus, his trunk, his tusks, his tower, his enormous crupper, his 4 feet, like columns, produced at night, under the starry heavens, a surprising and terrible form. It was a sort of symbol of popular force. It was sombre, mysterious, and immense. It was some mighty, visible phantom, one knew not what, standing erect beside the invisible spectre of the Bastille. Few strangers visited this edifice. No passer-by looked at it. It was falling into ruins. Every season the plaster which detached itself from its sides formed hideous wounds upon it. The Adiles, as the expression ran in elegant dialect, had forgotten it ever since 1814. There it stood in its corner, melancholy, sick, crumbling, surrounded by a rotten palisade, soiled continually by drunken coachmen. Cracks meandered athwart its belly, a lath projected from its tail. Tall grass flourished between its legs, and, as the level of the place had been rising all around it for a space of 30 years, by that slow and continuous movement which insensibly elevates the soil of large towns, it stood in a hollow, and it looked as though the ground were giving way beneath it. It was unclean, despised, repulsive, and superb, ugly in the eyes of the bourgeois, melancholy in the eyes of the thinker. There was something about it of the dirt which is on the point of being swept out, and had something of the majesty which is on the point of being decapitated. As we have said, at night, its aspect changed. Night is the real element of everything that is dark. As soon as twilight descended, the old elephant became transfigured. He assumed a tranquil and redoubtable appearance in the formidable serenity of the shadows. Being of the past, he belonged to the night, and obscurity was in keeping with his grandeur. This rough, squat, heavy, hard, austere, almost misshapen, but assuredly majestic monument, stamped with a sort of magnificent and savage gravity, has disappeared, and left to reign in peace a sort of gigantic stove, ornamented with its pipe, which has replaced the sombre fortress with its 9 towers, very much as the bourgeoisie replaces the feudal classes. It is quite natural that a stove should be the symbol of an epoch, in which a pot contains power. This epoch will pass away. People have already begun to understand that if there can be a force in a boiler, there can be no force except in the brain. In other words, that which leads and drags on the world is not locomotives, but ideas. Harness locomotives to ideas. That is well done, but do not mistake the horse for the rider. At all events, to return to the Place de la Bastille, the architect of this elephant succeeded in making a grand thing out of plaster. The architect of the stove has succeeded in making a pretty thing out of bronze. This stovepipe, which has been baptized by a sonorous name, and called the Column of July, this monument of a revolution that miscarried, was still enveloped in 1832 in an immense shirt of woodwork, which we regret for our part, and by a vast plank enclosure which completed the task of isolating the elephant. It was towards this corner of the place, dimly lighted by the reflection of a distant street lamp, that the gamin guided his two brats. The reader must permit us to interrupt ourselves here, and to remind him that we are dealing with simple reality, and that 20 years ago the tribunals were called upon to judge, under the charge of vagabondage and mutilation of a public monument, a child who had been caught asleep in this very elephant of the Bastille. This fact noted, we proceed. On arriving in the vicinity of the Colossus, Gavroche comprehended the effect which the infinitely great might produce on the infinitely small, and said, "Don't be scared, infants." Then he entered through a gap in the fence into the elephant's enclosure, and helped the young ones to clamber through the breach. The two children, somewhat frightened, followed Gavroche without uttering a word, and confided themselves to this little providence in rags, which had given them bread and promised them a shelter. There, extended along the fence, lay a ladder, which by day served the labourers in the neighbouring timber yard. Gavroche raised it with remarkable vigour, and placed it against one of the elephant's forelegs. Near the point where the ladder ended, a sort of black hole in the belly of the Colossus could be distinguished. Gavroche pointed out the ladder and the hole to his guests, and said to them, "Climb up and go in." The two little boys exchanged terrified glances. "You're afraid, brats!" exclaimed Gavroche. And he added, "You shall see." He clasped the rough leg of the elephant, and in a twinkling, without deigning to make use of the ladder, he had reached the aperture. He entered it as an adder slips through a crevice and disappeared within, and an instant later the two children saw his head, which looked pale, appear vaguely on the edge of the shadowy hole, like a wan and whitish spectre. "Well," he exclaimed, "climb up, young uns. You'll see how snug it is here. Come up, you," he said to the elder. "I'll lend you a hand." The little fellows nudged each other. The gamin frightened and inspired them with confidence at one and the same time. And then it was raining very hard. The elder one undertook the risk. The younger, on seeing his brother climbing up, and himself left alone between the paws of this huge beast, felt greatly inclined to cry, but he did not dare. The elder lad climbed, with uncertain steps, up the rungs of the ladder. Gavroche, in the meanwhile, encouraging him with exclamations like a fencing master to his pupils, or a muleteer to his mules. "Don't be afraid. That's it. Come on, put your feet there. Give us your hand here. Boldly." And when the child was within reach, he seized him suddenly and vigorously by the arm and pulled him towards him. "Nabbed," said he. The brat had passed through the crack. "Now," said Gavroche, "wait for me. Be so good as to take a seat, monsieur." And making his way out of the hole, as he had entered it, he slipped down the elephant's leg with the agility of a monkey, landed on his feet in the grass, grasped the child of 5 round the body, and planted him fairly in the middle of the ladder. Then he began to climb up behind him, shouting to the elder, "I'm going to boost him. Do you tug." And in another instant the small lad was pushed, dragged, pulled, thrust, stuffed into the hole, before he had time to recover himself, and Gavroche, entering behind him, and repulsing the ladder with a kick which sent it flat on the grass, began to clap his hands and to cry, Here we are! Long live General Lafayette! This explosion over, he added, Now, young'uns, you are in my house. Gavroche was at home, in fact. Oh, unforeseen utility of the useless, charity of great things, goodness of giants! This huge monument, which had embodied an idea of the emperor's, had become the box of a street urchin. The brat had been accepted and sheltered by the colossus. The bourgeois, decked out in their Sunday finery, who passed the elephant of the Bastille, were fond of saying as they scanned it disdainfully with their prominent eyes, "What's the good of that?" It served to save them the cold, the frost, the hail, the rain, to shelter from the winds of winter, to preserve from slumber in the mud which produces fever, and from slumber in the snow which produces death, a little being who had no father, no mother, no bread, no clothes, no refuge. It served to receive the innocent, whom society repulsed. It served to diminish public crime. It was a lair open to one against whom all doors were shut. It seemed as though the miserable old mastodon, invaded by vermin and oblivion, covered with warts, with mould and ulcers, tottering, worm-eaten, abandoned, condemned, a sort of mendicant colossus, asking alms in vain, with a benevolent look in the midst of the crossroads, had taken pity on that other mendicant, the poor pygmy, who roamed without shoes to his feet, without a roof over his head, blowing on his fingers, clad in rags, fed on rejected scraps. That was what the elephant of the Bastille was good for. This idea of Napoleon, disdained by men, had been taken back by God. That which had been merely illustrious had become august. In order to realize his thought, the emperor should have had porphyry, brass, iron, gold, marble. The old collection of planks, beams, and plaster sufficed for God. The emperor had had the dream of a genius in that titanic elephant, armed, prodigious, with trunk uplifted, bearing its tower and scattering on all sides its merry and vivifying waters. He wished to incarnate the people. God had done a grander thing with it. He had lodged a child there. The hole through which Gavroche had entered was a breach which was hardly visible from the outside, being concealed, as we have stated, beneath the elephant's belly, and so narrow that it was only cats and homeless children who could pass through it. "Let's begin," said Gavroche, "by telling the porter that we are not at home." And plunging into the darkness with the assurance of a person who is well acquainted with his apartments, he took a plank and stopped up the aperture. Again Gavroche plunged into the obscurity. The children heard the crackling of the match thrust into the phosphoric bottle. The chemical match was not yet in existence. At that epoch, the fumade steel represented progress. A sudden light made them blink. Gavroche had just managed to ignite one of those bits of cord dipped in resin which are called cellar rats. The cellar rat, which emitted more smoke than light, rendered the interior of the elephant confusedly visible. Gavroche's two guests glanced about them, and the sensation which they experienced was something like that which one would feel if shut up in the great tun of Heidelberg, or, better still, like what Jonah must have felt in the biblical belly of the whale. An entire and gigantic skeleton appeared enveloping them. Above, a long brown beam, whence started at regular distances massive, arching ribs, represented the vertebral column with its sides. Stalactites of plaster depended from them like entrails, and vast spiders' webs stretching from side to side formed dirty diaphragms. Here and there, in the corners, were visible large blackish spots, which had the appearance of being alive, and which changed places rapidly with an abrupt and frightened movement. Fragments which had fallen from the elephant's back into his belly had filled up the cavity, so that it was possible to walk upon it as on a floor. The smaller child nestled up against his brother, and whispered to him, "It's black." This remark drew an exclamation from Gavroche. The petrified air of the two brats rendered some shock necessary. "What's that you're gabbling about there?" he exclaimed. "Are you scoffing at me? Are you turning up your noses? Do you want the Tuileries? Are you brutes? Come, say. I warn you that I don't belong to the regiment of simpletons. Ah, come now, are you brats from the Pope's establishment?" A little roughness is good in cases of fear. It is reassuring. The two children drew close to Gavroche. Gavroche, paternally touched by this confidence, passed from grave to gentle, and addressing the smaller, "Stupid," said he, accenting the insulting word with a caressing intonation. "It's outside that it is black. Outside it's raining. Here it does not rain. Outside it's cold. Here there's not an atom of wind. Outside there are heaps of people. Here there's no one. Outside there ain't even the moon. Here there's my candle, confound it." The two children began to look upon the apartment with less terror, but Gavroche allowed them no more time for contemplation. "Quick," said he, and he pushed them towards what they were very glad to be able to call the end of the room. There stood his bed. Gavroche's bed was complete, that is to say, it had a mattress, a blanket, and an alcove with curtains. The mattress was a straw mat, the blanket a rather large strip of grey woolen stuff, very warm and almost new. This is what the alcove consisted of. 3 rather long poles, thrust into and consolidated with the rubbish which formed the floor, that is to say, the belly of the elephant, 2 in front and 1 behind, and united by a rope at their summits, so as to form a pyramidal bundle. This cluster supported a trellis work of brass wire, which was simply placed upon it, but artistically applied, and held by fastenings of iron wire, so that it enveloped all 3 holes. A row of heavy stones kept this network down to the floor so that nothing could pass under it. This grating was nothing else than a piece of the brass screens with which aviaries are covered in menageries. Gavroche's bed stood, as in a cage, behind this net. The whole resembled an Esquimaux tent. This trellis work took the place of curtains. Gavroche moved aside the stones which fastened the net down in front, and the 2 folds of the net which lapped over each other fell apart. "Down on all fours, brats," said Gavroche. He made his guests enter the cage with great precaution, then he crawled in after them, pulling the stones together, and closed the opening hermetically again. All 3 had stretched out on the mat. Gavroche still had the cellar rat in his hand. "Now," said he, "go to sleep. I'm going to suppress the candelabra." "Monsieur," the elder of the brothers asked Gavroche, pointing to the netting, "what's that for?" "That," answered Gavroche gravely, "is for the rats. Go to sleep." Nevertheless, he felt obliged to add a few words of instruction for the benefit of these young creatures, and he continued, "It's a thing from the Jardin des Plantes. It's used for fierce animals. There's a whole shop full of them there. All you've got to do is to climb over a wall, crawl through a window, and pass through a door. You can get as much as you want." As he spoke, he wrapped the younger one up bodily in a fold of the blanket, and the little one murmured, "Oh, how good that is! It's warm!" Gavroche cast a pleased eye on the blanket. "That's from the Jardin des Plantes, too," said he. "I took that from the monkeys." And, pointing out to the eldest the mat on which he was lying, a very thick and admirably made mat, he added, "That belonged to the giraffe." After a pause, he went on, "The beasts had all these things. I took them away from them. It didn't trouble them. I told them, 'It's for the elephant.'" He paused, then resumed, "You crawl over the walls and you don't care a straw for the government, so there now." The 2 children gazed with timid and stupefied respect on this intrepid and ingenious being, a vagabond like themselves, isolated like themselves, frail like themselves, who had something admirable and all-powerful about him, who seemed supernatural to them, and whose physiognomy was composed of all the grimaces of an old mountebank, mingled with the most ingenious and charming smiles.
Monsieur, ventured the elder timidly, you are not afraid of the police, then? Gavroche contented himself with replying, Brat! Nobody says police, they say bobbies. The smaller had his eyes wide open, but he said nothing. As he was on the edge of the mat, the elder being in the middle, Gavroche tucked the blanket round him as a mother might have done, and heightened the mat under his head with old rags, in such a way as to form a pillow for the child. Then he turned to the elder. Hey, we're jolly comfortable here, ain't we? Ah, yes, replied the elder, gazing at Gavroche with the expression of a saved angel. The two poor little children who had been soaked through began to grow warm once more. Ah, by the way, continued Gavroche, what were you bawling about? And pointing up the little one to his brother, a mite like that I've nothing to say about, but the idea of a big fellow like you crying, it's idiotic. You looked like a calf. Gracious, replied the child, we have no lodging. Bother, retorted Gavroche. You don't say lodgings, you say crib. And then we were afraid of being alone like that at night. You don't say night, you say darkmans. Thank you, sir, said the child. Listen, went on Gavroche, you must never bawl again over anything. I'll take care of you. You shall see what fun we'll have. In summer, we'll go to the glacière with Navet, one of my pals. We'll bathe in the Gare. We'll run stark naked in front of the rafts on the bridge at Austerlitz. That makes the laundresses raging. They scream, they get mad, and if you only knew how ridiculous they are. We'll go and see the man-skeleton. And then I'll take you to the play. I'll take you to see Frédéric Lemaitre. I have tickets. I know some of the actors. I even played in a piece once. There were a lot of us fellas, and we ran under a cloth, and that made the sea. I'll get you an engagement at my theatre. We'll go to see the savages. They ain't real, those savages ain't. They wear pink tights that go all in wrinkles, and you can see where their elbows have been darned with white. Then we'll go to the opera. We'll get in with the hired applauders. The opera clerk is well managed. I wouldn't associate with the clerk on the boulevard. At the opera, just fancy. Some of them pay 20 sous, but they're ninnies. They're called dishclouts. And then we'll go to see the guillotine work. I'll show you the executioner. He lives in the Rue des Marais, Monsieur Sanson. He has a letterbox at his door. Ah, we'll have famous fun. At that moment, a drop of wax fell on Gavroche's finger and recalled him to the realities of life. The deuce, said he. There's the wit giving out. Attention! I can't spend more than a sou a month on my lighting. When a body goes to bed, he must sleep. We haven't the time to read Monsieur Paul de Kock's romances. And besides, the light might pass through the cracks of the porte cochère, and all the bobbies need to do is to see it. And then, remarked the elder timidly, he alone dared to talk to Gavroche and reply to him, a spark might fall in the straw, and we must look out and not burn the house down. People don't say burn the house down, remarked Gavroche. They say blaze the crib. The storm increased in violence, and the heavy downpour beat upon the back of the Colossus amid claps of thunder. You're taken in, rain, said Gavroche. It amuses me to hear the decanter run down the legs of the house. Winter is a stupid. It wastes its merchandise. It loses its labour. It can't wet us, and that makes it kick up a row. Old water carrier that it is. This allusion to the thunder, all the consequences of which Gavroche, in his character of a philosopher of the 19th century, accepted, was followed by a broad flash of lightning, so dazzling that a hint of it entered the belly of the elephant through the crack. Almost at the same instant, the thunder rumbled with great fury. The two little creatures uttered a shriek, and started up so eagerly that the network came near being displaced. But Gavroche turned his bold face to them, and took advantage of the clap of thunder to burst into a laugh. Calm down, children. Don't topple over the edifice. That's fine, first-class thunder, all right. That's no slouch of a streak of lightning. Bravo for the good God! Deuce take it! It's almost as good as it is at the Ambigu. That said, he restored order in the netting, pushed the two children gently down on the bed, pressed their knees in order to stretch them out at full length, and exclaimed, "Since the good God is lighting his candle, I can blow out mine. Now, babes, now, my young humans, you must shut your peepers. It's very bad not to sleep. It'll make you swallow the strainer, or as they say, in fashionable society, stink in the gullet. Wrap yourself up well in the hide. I'm going to put out the light. Are you ready?" "Yes," murmured the elder. "I'm all right. I seem to have feathers under my head." "People don't say head," cried Gavroche. "They say nut." The two children nestled close to each other. Gavroche finished arranging them on the mat, drew the blanket up to their very ears, and repeated, for the third time, his injunction in the heretical tongue, "Shut your peepers!" and he snuffed out his tiny light. Hardly had the light been extinguished when a peculiar trembling began to affect the netting under which the three children lay. It consisted of a multitude of dull scratches which produced a metallic sound, as if claws and teeth were gnawing at the copper wire. This was accompanied by all sorts of little piercing cries. The little 5-year-old boy, on hearing this hubbub overhead, and chilled with terror, jogged his brother's elbow, but the elder brother had already shut his peepers, as Gavroche had ordered. Then the little one, who could no longer control his terror, questioned Gavroche, but in a very low tone and with bated breath. "Sir?" "Hey?" said Gavroche, who had just closed his eyes. "What is that?" "It's the rats," replied Gavroche, and he laid his head down on the mat again. The rats, in fact, who swarmed by thousands in the carcass of the elephant, and who were the living black spots which we have already mentioned, had been held in awe by the flame of the candle so long as it had been lighted, but as soon as the cavern, which was the same as their city, had returned to darkness, scenting what the good storyteller Perrault calls fresh meat, they had hurled themselves in throngs on Gavroche's tent, and had climbed to the top of it and had begun to bite the meshes as though seeking to pierce this new-fangled trap. Still, the little one could not sleep. "Sir?" he began again. "Hey?" said Gavroche. "What are rats?" "They are mice." This explanation reassured the child a little. He had seen white mice in the course of his life, and he was not afraid of them. Nevertheless, he lifted up his voice once more. "Sir?" "Hey?" said Gavroche again. "Why don't you have a cat?" "I did have one," replied Gavroche. "I brought one here, but they ate her." This second explanation undid the work of the first, and the little fellow began to tremble again. The dialogue between him and Gavroche began again for the fourth time. "Monsieur?" "Hey?" "Who was it that was eaten?" "The cat." "And who ate the cat?" "The rats." "The mice?" "Yes, the rats." The child, in consternation, dismayed at the thought of mice which ate cats, pursued, "Sir, would those mice eat us?" "Wouldn't they just?" ejaculated Gavroche. The child's terror had reached its climax, but Gavroche added, "Don't be afraid, they can't get in, and besides, I'm here. Here, catch hold of my hand. Hold your tongue and shut your peepers." At the same time, Gavroche grasped the little fellow's hand across his brother. The child pressed the hand close to him and felt reassured. Courage and strength have these mysterious ways of communicating themselves. Silence reigned round them once more. The sound of their voices had frightened off the rats. At the expiration of a few minutes, they came raging back, but in vain. The three little fellows were fast asleep and heard nothing more. The hours of the night fled away. Darkness covered the vast Place de la Bastille. A wintry gale, which mingled with the rain, blew in gusts. The patrol searched all the doorways, alleyways, enclosures, and obscure nooks, and in their search for nocturnal vagabonds, they passed in silence before the elephant.
The monster, erect, motionless, staring open-eyed into the shadows, had the appearance of dreaming happily over his good deed, and sheltered from heaven and from men the 3 poor, sleeping children. In order to understand what is about to follow, the reader must remember that, at that epoch, the Bastille guard-house was situated at the other end of the square, and that what took place in the vicinity of the Elephant could neither be seen nor heard by the sentinel. Towards the end of that hour which immediately precedes the dawn, a man turned from the Rue Saint-Antoine at a run, made the circuit of the enclosure of the Column of July, and glided between the palings until he was underneath the belly of the Elephant. If any light had illuminated that man, it might have been divined from the thorough manner in which he was soaked that he had passed the night in the rain. Arrived beneath the Elephant, he uttered a peculiar cry, which did not belong to any human tongue, and which a paroquet alone could have imitated. Twice he repeated this cry, of whose orthography the following barely conveys an idea. Kirikikyo! At the second cry, a clear, young, merry voice responded from the belly of the Elephant. Yes! Almost immediately, the plank which closed the hole was drawn aside, and gave passage to a child, who descended the Elephant's leg and fell briskly near the man. It was Gavroche. The man was Montparnasse. As for his cry of Kirikikyo, that was, doubtless, what the child had meant when he had said, "You will ask for Monsieur Gavroche." On hearing it, he had waked with a start, had crawled out of his alcove, pushing apart the netting a little and carefully drawing it together again. Then he had opened the trap and descended. The man and the child recognized each other silently amid the gloom. Montparnasse confined himself to the remark, "We need you. Come, lend us a hand." The lad asked for no further enlightenment. "I'm with you," said he. And both took their way towards the Rue Saint-Antoine, whence Montparnasse had emerged, winding rapidly through the long file of market gardeners' carts which descend towards the markets at that hour. The market gardeners, crouching, half asleep, in their wagons, amid the salads and vegetables, enveloped to their very eyes in their mufflers on account of the beating rain, did not even glance at these strange pedestrians.
This is what had taken place that same night at La Force. An escape had been planned between Babet, Brujon, Guelemer, and Thénardier, although Thénardier was in close confinement. Babet had arranged the matter for his own benefit on the same day, as the reader has seen from Montparnasse's account to Gavroche. Montparnasse was to help them from the outside. Brujon, after having passed a month in the punishment cell, had had time, in the first place, to weave a rope, in the second, to mature a plan. In former times, those severe places where the discipline of the prison delivers the convict to his own hands were composed of 4 stone walls, a stone ceiling, a flagged pavement, a camp bed, a grated window, and a door lined with iron, and were called dungeons. But the dungeon was judged to be too terrible. Nowadays they are composed of an iron door, a grated window, a camp bed, a flagged pavement, 4 stone walls, and a stone ceiling, and are called chambers of punishment. A little light penetrates towards midday. The inconvenient point about these chambers, which, as the reader sees, are not dungeons, is that they allow the persons who should be at work to think. So Brujon meditated, and he emerged from the chamber of punishment with a rope. As he had the name of being very dangerous in the Charlemagne courtyard, he was placed in the new building. The first thing he found in the new building was Guelemer. The second was a nail. Guelemer, that is to say, crime. A nail, that is to say, liberty. Brujon, of whom it is high time that the reader should have a complete idea, was, with an appearance of delicate health and a profoundly premeditated languor, a polished, intelligent sprig, and a thief, who had a caressing glance and an atrocious smile. His glance resulted from his will, and his smile from his nature. His first studies in his art had been directed to roofs. He had made great progress in the industry of men who tear off lead, who plunder the roofs, and despoil the gutters by the process called double pickings. The circumstance which put the finishing touch on the moment peculiarly favorable for an attempt at escape was when the roofers were relaying and rejointing, at that very moment, a portion of the slates on the prison. The St. Bernard courtyard was no longer absolutely isolated from the Charlemagne and the St. Louis courtyard. Up above there were scaffoldings and ladders, in other words, bridges and stairs in the direction of liberty. The new building, which was the most cracked and decrepit thing to be seen anywhere in the world, was the weak point in the prison. The walls were eaten by saltpeter to such an extent that the authorities had been obliged to line the vaults of the dormitories with a sheathing of wood, because stones were in the habit of becoming detached and falling on the prisoners in their beds. In spite of this antiquity, the authorities committed the error of confining in the new building the most troublesome prisoners, of placing there the hard cases, as they say in prison parlance. The new building contained 4 dormitories, one above the other, and a top story which was called the Bel Air, or Fine Air. A large chimney flue, probably from some ancient kitchen of the Duc de la Force, started from the ground floor, traversed all 4 stories, cut the dormitories, where it figured as a flattened pillar, into 2 portions, and finally pierced the roof. Guelemer and Brujon were in the same dormitory. They had been placed, by way of precaution, on the lower story. Chance ordained that the heads of their beds should rest against the chimney. Thénardier was directly over their heads, in the top story known as Bel Air. The pedestrian, who halts on the Rue Culture Sainte-Catherine, after passing the barracks of the firemen, in front of the porte cochere of the bathing establishment, beholds a yard full of flowers and shrubs in wooden boxes, at the extremity of which spreads out a little white rotunda with 2 wings, brightened up with green shutters, the bucolic dream of Jean-Jacques. Not more than 10 years ago, there rose above the rotunda an enormous, black, hideous bare wall by which it was backed up. This was the outer wall of La Force. This wall, beside that rotunda, was Milton viewed through Berquin. Lofty as it was, this wall was overtopped by a still blacker roof, which could be seen beyond. This was the roof of the new building. There one could descry 4 dormer windows guarded with bars. They were the windows of the Bel Air. A chimney pierced the roof. This was the chimney which traversed the dormitories. The Bel Air, that top story of the new building, was a sort of a large hall, with a mansard roof, guarded with triple gratings and double doors of sheet iron, which were studded with enormous bolts. When one entered from the north end, one had on one's left the 4 dormer windows, on one's right, facing the windows at regular intervals, 4 square, tolerably vast cages, separated by narrow passages, built of masonry, to about the height of the elbow, and the rest, up to the roof, of iron bars. Thénardier had been in solitary confinement in one of these cages since the night of the 3rd of February. No one was ever able to discover how and by what connivance he succeeded in procuring and secreting a bottle of wine, invested, so it is said by Deroux, with which a narcotic is mixed, and which the band of the endormeurs, or sleep-compellers, rendered famous. There are, in many prisons, treacherous employees, half jailers, half thieves, who assist in escapes, who sell to the police an unfaithful service, and who turn a penny whenever they can. On that same night, then, when little Gavroche picked up the 2 lost children, Brujon and Guelemer, who knew that Babet, who had escaped that morning, was waiting for them in the street as well as Montparnasse, rose softly, and with the nail which Brujon had found, began to pierce the chimney against which their bed stood. The rubbish fell on Brujon's bed so that they were not heard. Showers, mingled with thunder, shook the doors on their hinges, and created in the prison a terrible and opportune uproar. Those of the prisoners who woke pretended to fall asleep again and left Guelemer and Brujon to their own devices. Brujon was adroit, Guelemer was vigorous. Before any sound had reached the watcher who was sleeping in the grated cell which opened into the dormitory, the wall had been pierced, the chimney scaled, the iron grating, which bared the upper orifice and the flue, forced, and the two redoubtable ruffians were on the roof. The wind and rain redoubled. The roof was slippery. "What a good night to leg it," said Brujon. An abyss 6 feet broad and 8 feet deep separated them from the surrounding wall. At the bottom of this abyss they could see the musket of a sentinel gleaming through the gloom. They fastened on one end of the rope which Brujon had spread in his dungeon to the stumps of the iron bars which they had just wrenched off, flung the other over the outer wall, crossed the abyss at one bound, clung to the coping of the wall, got astride of it, let themselves slip one after the other along the rope upon a little roof which touches the bathhouse, pulled their rope after them, jumped down into the courtyard of the bathhouse, traversed it, pushed open the porter's wicket, beside which hung his rope, pulled this, opened the porte-cochere, and found themselves in the street. 3/4 of an hour had not elapsed since they had risen in bed, in the dark, nail in hand, and their project in their heads. A few moments later they had joined Babet and Montparnasse, who were prowling about the neighborhood. They had broken their rope in pulling it after them, and a bit of it remained attached to the chimney on the roof. They had sustained no other damage, however, than that of scratching nearly all the skin off their hands. That night Thénardier was warned, without anyone being able to explain how, and was not asleep. Towards 1 o'clock in the morning, the night being very dark, he saw 2 shadows passing along the roof, in the rain and squalls, in front of the dormer window, which was opposite his cage. One halted at the window long enough to dart in a glance. This was Brujon. Thénardier recognized him and understood. This was enough. Thénardier, rated as a burglar, and detained as a measure of precaution under the charge of organizing a nocturnal ambush with armed force, was kept in sight. The sentry, who was relieved every 2 hours, marched up and down in front of his cage with a loaded musket. The Bel Air was lighted by a skylight. The prisoner had on his feet fetters weighing 50 pounds. Every day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a jailer, escorted by 2 dogs, this was still in vogue at that time, entered his cage, deposited beside his bed a loaf of black bread weighing 2 pounds, a jug of water, a bowl filled with rather thin bouillon, in which swam a few Mayagan beans, inspected his irons, and tapped the bars. This man and his dog made 2 visits during the night. Thénardier had obtained permission to keep a sort of iron bolt which he used to spike his bread into a crack in the wall, in order to preserve it from the rats, as he said. As Thénardier was kept in sight, no objection had been made to this spike. Still, it was remembered afterward that one of the jailers had said, "It would be better to let him have only a wooden spike." At 2 o'clock in the morning the sentinel, who was an old soldier, was relieved and replaced by a conscript. A few moments later the man with the dogs paid his visit, and went off without noticing anything except, possibly, the excessive youth and the rustic air of the raw recruit. 2 hours afterward, at 4 o'clock, when they came to relieve the conscript, he was found asleep on the floor, lying like a log near Thénardier's cage. As for Thénardier, he was no longer there. There was a hole in the ceiling of his cage, and, above it, another hole in the roof. One of the planks of his bed had been wrenched off, and probably carried away with him, as it was not found. They also seized in his cell a half-empty bottle which contained the remains of the stupefying wine with which the soldier had been drugged. The soldier's bayonet had disappeared. At the moment when this discovery was made, it was assumed that Thénardier was out of reach. The truth is that he was no longer in the new building, but that he was still in great danger. Thénardier, on reaching the roof of the new building, had found the remains of Brujon's rope hanging to the bars of the upper trap of the chimney. But, As this broken fragment was much too short, he had not been able to escape by the outer wall as Brujon and Guelemer had done. When one turns from the Rue de Belay into the Rue de Roi Cecile, one almost immediately encounters a repulsive ruin. There stood on that spot in the last century a house of which only the back wall now remains, a regular wall of masonry, which rises to the height of the third story between the adjoining buildings. This ruin can be recognized by two large square windows which are still to be seen there. The middle one, that nearest the right gable, is barred with a worm-eaten beam, adjusted like a prop. Through these windows there was formerly visible a lofty and lugubrious wall, which was a fragment of the outer wall of La Force. The empty space on the street left by the demolished house is half filled by a fence of rotten boards, shored up by 5 stone posts. In this recess lies concealed a little shanty which leans against the portion of the ruin which has remained standing. The fence has a gate, which a few years ago was fastened only by a latch. It was the crest of this ruin that Thénardier had succeeded in reaching a little after 1 o'clock in the morning. How had he got there? That is what no one has ever been able to explain or understand. The lightning must at the same time have hindered and helped him. He had made use of the ladders and scaffoldings of the slaters to get from roof to roof, from enclosure to enclosure, from compartment to compartment, to the buildings of the Charlemagne Court, then to the buildings of the St. Louis Court, and thence to the hut on the Rue de Roi de Sicily. Had he made use of the ladders and scaffoldings of the slaters to get from roof to roof, from enclosure to enclosure, from compartment to compartment, to the buildings of the Charlemagne Court, then to the buildings of the St. Louis Court, to the outer wall, and thence to the hut on the Rue de Roi de Sicily? But in that itinerary there existed breaks which seemed to render it an impossibility. Had he placed the plank from his bed like a bridge from the roof of the Bel Air to the outer wall, and crawled flat on his belly on the coping of the outer wall to the whole distance round the prison as far as the hut? But the outer wall of La Force formed a crenellated and unequal line. It mounted and descended. It dropped at the firemen's barracks. It rose towards the bathhouse. It was cut in twain by building. It was not even of the same height on the Hotel La Mignon as on the Rue Pavie. Everywhere occurred falls and right angles, and then the sentinel must have espied the dark form of the fugitive. Hence, the route taken by Thénardier still remains rather inexplicable. In 2 manners, flight was impossible. Had Thénardier, spurred on by the thirst for liberty which changes precipices into ditches, iron bars into wattles of osier, a legless man into an athlete, a gouty man into a bird, stupidity into instinct, instinct into intelligence, and intelligence into genius. Had Thénardier invented a third mode? No one has ever found out. The marvels of escape cannot always be accounted for. The man who makes his escape, we repeat, is inspired. There is something of the star and of the lightning in the mysterious gleam of flight. The efforts toward deliverance is no less surprising than the flight toward the sublime. And one says of the escaped thief, "How did he contrive to scale that wall?" In the same way that one says of Corneille, "Where did he find the means of dying?" At all events, dripping with perspiration, drenched with rain, with his clothes hanging in ribbons, his hands flayed, his elbows bleeding, his knees torn, Thénardier had reached what children, in their figurative language, call the edge of the wall of the ruin. There he had stretched himself out at full length, and there his strength had failed him. A steep escarpment, 3 stories high, separated him from the pavement of the street. The rope, which he had, was too short. There he waited, pale, exhausted, desperate with all the despair which he had undergone, still hidden by the night, but telling himself that the day was on the point of dawning, alarmed at the idea of hearing the neighboring clock of St. Paul strike 4 within a few minutes, an hour when the sentinel was relieved, and when the latter would be found asleep under the pierced roof, staring in horror at a terrible depth, at the light of the street lanterns, the wet black pavement, that pavement longed for, yet frightful, which meant death, and which meant liberty. He asked himself whether his 3 accomplices in flight had succeeded, if they had heard him, and if they would come to his assistance. He listened. With the exception of the patrol, no one had passed through the street since he had been there. Nearly the whole of the descent of the market gardeners from Montreuil, from Charonne, from Vincennes, and from Bercy to the markets was accomplished through the Rue Saint-Antoine. 4 o'clock struck. Thénardier shuddered. A few moments later, that terrified and confused uproar which follows the discovery of an escape broke forth in the prison. The sound of doors opening and shutting, the creaking of gratings on their hinges, a tumult in the guard-house, the hoarse shouts of the turnkeys, the shock of the musket butts on the pavement of the courts reached his ears. Lights ascended and descended past the grated windows of the dormitories. A torch ran along the ridgepole of the top story of the new building. The firemen belonging in the barracks on the right had been summoned. Their helmets, with the torch lighted up in the rain, went and came along the roofs. At the same time, Thénardier perceived in the direction of the Bastille a wan whiteness lighting up the edge of the sky in doleful wise. He was on top of a wall 10 inches wide, stretched out under the heavy rains with 2 gulfs to the right and the left. Unable to stir, subject to the giddiness of a possible fall and to the horror of a certain arrest, and his thoughts, like the pendulum of a clock, swung from one of these ideas to the other. Dead if I fall, caught if I stay. In the midst of this anguish he suddenly saw, the street being still dark, a man who was gliding along the walls and coming from the Rue Pavie halt in the recess above which Thénardier was, as it were, suspended. Here this man was joined by a second, who walked with the same caution, then by a third, then by a fourth. When these men were reunited, one of them lifted the latch of the gate in the fence, and all 4 entered the enclosure in which the shanty stood. They halted directly under Thénardier. These men had evidently chosen this vacant space in order that they might consult without being seen by the passers-by, or by the sentinel who guards the wicket of La Force a few paces distant. It must be added that the rain kept this sentinel blocked in his box. Thénardier, not being able to distinguish their visages, lent an ear to their words with the desperate attention of a wretch who feels himself lost. Thénardier saw something resembling a gleam of hope flash before his eyes. These men conversed in slang. The first said in a low but distinct voice, "Let's cut. What are we up to here?" The second replied, "It's raining hard enough to put out the very devil's fire, and the bobbies will be along instanter. There's a soldier on guard yonder. We shall get nabbed here." These 2 words, "Icigo" and "Icicale," both of which mean icy, and which belong, the first to the slang of the barriers, the second to the slang of the temple, were flashes of light for Thénardier. By the icico he recognized Brujon, who was a prowler of the barriers. By the icicale he knew Babet, who was, among his other trades, had been an old clothes broker at the temple. The antique slang of the great century is no longer spoken except in the temple, and Babet was really the only person who spoke it in all its purity. Had it not been for the icicale, then Thénardier would not have recognized him, for he had entirely changed his voice. In the meanwhile, the third man had intervened. "There's no hurry yet. Let's wait a bit. How do we know that he doesn't stand in need of us?" By this, which was nothing but French, Thénardier recognized Montparnasse, who made it a point in his elegance to understand all slangs, and to speak none of them. As for the fourth, he held his peace, but his huge shoulders betrayed him. Thénardier did not hesitate. It was Guelemer. Brujon replied almost impetuously, but still in a low tone, "What are you jabbering about? The tavern-keeper hasn't managed to cut his stick. He don't tumble into the racket, that he don't. You have to be a pretty knowing cove to tear up your shirt, cut up your sheet to make a rope, punch holes in doors, get up false papers, make false keys, file your irons, hang out your cord, hide yourself, and disguise yourself. The old fellow hasn't managed to play it. He doesn't understand how to work the business." Babet added, still in that classical slang, which was spoken by Polier and Cartouche, and which is to the bold, new, highly colored, and risky argot used by Bergeon, what the language of Racine is to the language of André Chenier. "Your tavern-keeper must have been nabbed in the act. You have to be knowing. He's only a greenhorn. He must have let himself be taken in by a bobby, perhaps even by a sheep who played it on him as his pal. Listen, Montparnasse, do you hear those shouts in the prison? You have seen all those lights. He's recaptured there. He'll get off with 20 years. I ain't afraid. I ain't a coward. But there ain't anything more to do, or otherwise they'd lead us a dance. Don't get mad. Come with us. Let's go drink a bottle of old wine together." "One doesn't desert one's friends in a scrape," grumbled Montparnasse. "I tell you he's nabbed," retorted Bergeon. "At the present moment, the innkeeper ain't worth a halfpenny. We can't do nothing for him. Every minute I think a bobby has got me in his fist." Montparnasse no longer offered more than a feeble resistance. The fact is that these four men, with the fidelity of ruffians who never abandon each other, had prowled all night long about La Force, great as was their peril, and the hope of seeing Thénardier make his appearance on the top of some wall. But the night, which was really growing too fine, for the downpour was such as to render all the streets deserted, the cold, which was overpowering them, soaked their garments, their hole-ridden shoes, the alarming noise which had just burst forth from the prison, the hours which had elapsed, the patrol which they had encountered, the hope which was vanishing, all urged them to beat a retreat. Montparnasse himself, who was, perhaps, almost Thénardier's son-in-law, yielded. A moment more, and they would be gone. Thénardier was panting on his wall like the shipwrecked sufferers of the Méduse on their raft, when they beheld the vessel which had appeared in sight vanish on the horizon. He dared not call to them. A cry might be heard and ruin everything. An idea occurred to him. A last idea. A flash of inspiration. He drew from his pocket the end of Bergeon's rope, which he had detached from the chimney of the new building, and flung it into the space enclosed by the fence. The rope fell at their feet. "A widow," said Babet. "My Tortue," said Bergeon. "The tavern-keeper is there," said Montparnasse. They raised their eyes. Thénardier thrust out his head a very little. "Quick," said Montparnasse. "Have you the other end of the rope, Bergeon?" "Yes." "Knot the two pieces together. We'll fling him the rope. He can fasten it to the wall, and he'll have enough of it to get down with." Thénardier ran the risk and spoke. "I am paralyzed with cold." "We will warm you up." "I can't budge." "Let yourself slide. We'll catch you." "My hands are benumbed." "Only fasten the rope to the wall." "I can't." "Then one of us must climb up," said Montparnasse. 3 stories!" ejaculated Bergeon. The ancient plaster flue which had served for a stove that had been used in the shanty in former times ran along the wall and mounted almost to the very spot where they could see Thénardier. This flue, then much damaged and full of cracks, has since fallen, but the marks of it are still visible. It was very narrow. "One might get up by the help of that," said Montparnasse. "By that flue?" exclaimed Babet. "A grown-up cove? Never. It would take a brat." "A brat must be got," resumed Bergeon. "Where are we to find a young-un?" said Guelemer. "Wait," said Montparnasse. "I've got the very article." He opened the gate of the fence very softly, made sure that no one was passing along the street, stepped out cautiously, shut the gate behind him, and set off at a run in the direction of the Bastille. 7 or 8 minutes elapsed. 8,000 centuries to Thénardier. Babet, Bergeon, and Guelemer did not open their lips. At last the gate opened once more, and Montparnasse appeared, breathless, and followed by Gavroche. The rain still rendered the street completely deserted. Little Gavroche entered the enclosure and gazed at the forms of these ruffians with a tranquil air. The water was dripping from his hair. Guelemer addressed him. "Are you a man, young-un?" Gavroche shrugged his shoulders and replied, "A young un like me's a man, and men like you are babes." "The brat's tongue is well hung," exclaimed Babet. "The Paris brat ain't made of mere straw," added Brujon. "What do you want?" asked Gavroche. Montparnasse answered, "Climb up that flue." "With this rope," said Babet. "And fasten it," continued Brujon. "To the top of the wall," went on Babet. "To the crossbar of the window," added Brujon. "And then," said Gavroche. "There," said Guelemer. The gamin examined the rope, the flue, the wall, the windows, and made that indescribable and disdainful noise with his lips which signifies, "Is that all?" "There's a man up there whom you are to save," resumed Montparnasse. "Will you?" began Brujon again. "Greenhorn," replied the lad, as though the question appeared a most unprecedented one to him, and he took off his shoes. Guelemer seized Gavroche by one arm and set him on the roof of the shanty, whose worm-eaten planks bent beneath the urchin's weight, and handed him the rope which Brujon had knotted together during Montparnasse's absence. The gamin directed his steps toward the flue, which it was easy to enter, thanks to the large crack which touched the roof. At the moment when he was on the point of ascending, Thénardier, who saw life and safety approaching, bent over the edge of the wall. The first light of dawn struck white upon his brow, dripping with sweat upon his livid cheekbones, his sharp and savage nose, his bristling grey beard, and Gavroche recognized him. "Hullo, it's my father!" "Oh, that won't hinder." And taking the rope in his teeth, he resolutely began the ascent. He reached the summit of the hut, bestrode the old wall as though it had been a horse, and knotted the rope firmly to the upper crossbar of the window. A moment later Thénardier was in the street. As soon as he touched the pavement, as soon as he found himself out of danger, he was no longer either weary or chilled or trembling. The terrible things from which he had escaped vanished like smoke. All that strange and ferocious mind awoke once more, and stood erect and free, ready to march onward. These were the man's first words. "Now, whom are we to eat?" It is useless to explain the sense of this frightfully transparent remark, which signifies both to kill, to assassinate, and to plunder. To eat, true sense, to devour. "Let's get well into a corner," said Brujon. "Let's settle it in 3 words and part at once." There was an affair that promised well in the Rue Plumet, a deserted street, an isolated house, an old rotten gate on a garden, and a lone woman. "Well, why not?" demanded Thénardier. "Your girl, Éponine, went to see about the matter," replied Babet. "And she brought a biscuit to Magnon," added Guelemer. "Nothing to be made there." "The girl's no fool," said Thénardier. "Still, it must be seen to." "Yes, yes," said Brujon. "It must be looked up." In the meanwhile, none of the men seemed to see Gavroche, who during this colloquy had seated himself on one of the fence posts. He waited a few moments, thinking that perhaps his father would turn towards him. Then he put on his shoes again and said, "Is that all? You don't want me any more, my men? Now you're out of your scrape. I'm off. I must go and get my brats out of bed." And off he went. The 5 men emerged one after another from the enclosure. When Gavroche had disappeared at the corner of the Rue de Bellay, Babet took Thénardier aside. "Did you take a good look at that young un?" he asked. "What young un?" "The one who climbed the wall and carried you the rope." "Not particularly." "Well, I don't know, but it strikes me that it was your son." "Bah!" said Thénardier. "Do you think so?"
Pigrita is a terrible word. It engenders a whole world. La pègre, for which red theft, and a hell, la pégrenne, for which red hunger. Thus, idleness is the mother. She has a son, theft, and a daughter, hunger. Where are we at this moment? In the land of slang. What is slang? It is at one and the same time a nation and a dialect. It is theft in its 2 kinds, people and language. When, 34 years ago, the narrator of this grave and somber history introduced into a work written with the same aim as this a thief who talked argot,
There arose amazement and clamor. What? How? Argot? Why, argot is horrible. It is the language of prisons, galleys, convicts, of everything that is most abominable in society, etc., etc. We have never understood this sort of objections. Since that time, two powerful romancers, one of whom is a profound observer of the human heart, the other an intrepid friend of the people, Balzac and Eugene Sue, having represented their ruffians as talking their natural language, as the author of The Last Day of a Condemned Man did in 1828. The same objections have been raised. People repeated, "What do authors mean by that revolting dialect? Slang is odious. Slang makes one shudder." Who denies that? Of course it does. When it is a question of probing a wound, a gulf, a society, since when has it been considered wrong to go too far, to go to the bottom? We have always thought that it was sometimes a courageous act, and, at least, a simple and useful deed, worthy of the sympathetic attention which duty accepted and fulfilled merits. Why should one not explore everything and study everything? Why should one halt on the way? The halt is a matter depending on the sounding line and not on the leadsman. Certainly, too, it is neither an attractive nor an easy task to undertake an investigation into the lowest depths of the social order, where terra firma comes to an end and where mud begins, to rummage in those vague, murky waves, to follow up, to seize and to fling, still quivering upon the pavement, that abject dialect which is dripping with filth when thus brought to the light, that pustulous vocabulary, each word of which seems an unclean ring from a monster of the mire and the shadows. Nothing is more lugubrious than the contemplation thus in its nudity, in the broad light of thought, of the horrible swarming of slang. It seems, in fact, to be a sort of horrible beast made for the night, which has just been torn from its cesspool. One thinks one beholds a frightful, living, and bristling thicket which quivers, rustles, wavers, returns to shadow, threatens, and glares. One word resembles a claw, another an extinguished and bleeding eye. Such and such a phrase seems to move like the claw of a crab. All this is alive with the hideous vitality of things which have been organized out of disorganization. Now, when has horror ever excluded study? Since when has malady banished medicine? Can one imagine a naturalist refusing to study the viper, the bat, the scorpion, the centipede, the tarantula, and one who would cast them back into their darkness, saying, "Oh, how ugly that is"? The thinker who should turn aside from slang would resemble a surgeon who would avert his face from an ulcer or a wart. He would be like a philologist refusing to examine a fact in language, a philosopher hesitating to scrutinize a fact in humanity. For it must be stated to those who are ignorant of the case that argot is both a literary phenomenon and a social result. What is slang, properly speaking? It is the language of wretchedness. We may be stopped. The fact may be put to us in general terms, which is one way of attenuating it. We may be told that all trades, professions, it may be added, all the accidents of the social hierarchy and all forms of intelligence have their own slang. The merchant who says, "Montpellier not active, Marseille fine quality." The broker on change who says, "Assets at end of current month." The gambler who says, tiers et tout, refait de pique. The sheriff of the Norman Isles, who says the holder in fee reverting to his landed estate cannot claim the fruits of that estate during the hereditary seizure of the real estate by the mortgagor. The playwright, who says the piece was hissed. The comedian, who says I've made a hit. The philosopher, who says phenomenal triplicity. The huntsman, who says voici aller, voici fouillon. The phrenologist, who says amativeness, combativeness, secretiveness. The infantry soldier, who says my shooting iron. The cavalryman, who says my turkey cock. The fencing master, who says tierce, carte, break. The printer, who says my shooting stick and galley. All printer, fencing master, cavalry, dragoon, infantry man, phrenologist, huntsman, philosopher, comedian, playwright, sheriff, gambler, stockbroker, and merchant speak slang. The painter, who says my grinder. The notary, who says my skip the gutter. The hairdresser, who says my mealy back. The cobbler, who says my cub, talks slang. Strictly speaking, if one absolutely insists on the point, all the different fashions of saying the right and the left, the sailor's port and starboard, the scene shifter's court side and garden side, the Beatles' gospel side and epistle slide, are slang. There is the slang of the affected lady as well as of the Precieuses. The Hotel Rambouillet nearly adjoins the Cour des Miracles. There is a slang of duchesses. Witness this phrase contained in a love letter from a very great lady and a very pretty woman of the Restoration. You will find in this gossip a multitude of reasons why I should libertize. Diplomatic ciphers are slang. The pontifical chancellery, by using 26 for Rome, Gerzichtendiesel for dispatch, and Abfuxtugurzu to XI for the Due de Modena, speaks slang. The physicians of the Middle Ages who, for carrot, radish, and turnip, said opopinac perfrosinum, reptitalmus, dracotholicum, angolorum, postmegorum, talked slang. The sugar manufacturer who says loaf, clarified, lumps, bastard, common, burnt, this honest manufacturer talks slang. A certain school of criticism 20 years ago, which used to say, half of the works of Shakespeare consists of plays upon words and puns, talked slang. The poet and the artist who, with profound understanding, would designate M. de Montmorency as a bourgeois, if he were not a judge of verses and statutes, speaks slang. The classic academician who calls flowers flora, fruits pomona, the sea Neptune, love fires, beauty charms, a horse a courser, the white or tricolored cockade the rose of Bellona, the three-cornered hat Mars's triangle, that classical academician talks slang. Algebra, medicine, botany have each their slang. The tongue which is employed on board ship, that wonderful language of the sea, which is so complete and so picturesque, which was spoken by Jean Bart, Duquesne, Suffren, and Duper, which mingles with the whistling of the rigging, the sound of the speaking trumpets, the shock of the boarding irons, the roll of the sea, the wind, the gale, the cannon is wholly a heroic and dazzling slang, which is to the fierce slang of the thieves what the lion is to the jackal. No doubt, but say what we will, this manner of understanding the word slang is an extension which everyone will not admit. For our part, we reserve to the word its ancient and precise, circumscribed and determined significance, and we restrict slang to slang. The veritable slang and the slang that is preeminently slang, if the two words can be coupled thus, the slang immemorial which was a kingdom is nothing else, we repeat, than the homely, uneasy, crafty, treacherous, venomous, cruel, equivocal, vile, profound, fatal tongue of wretchedness. There exists, at the extremity of all abasement and all misfortunes, a last misery which revolts and makes up its mind to enter into conflict with the whole mass of fortunate facts and reigning rights. A fearful conflict where, now cunning, now violent, unhealthy and ferocious at one and the same time, it attacks the social order with pinpricks through vice, and with club blows through crime. To meet the needs of this conflict, wretchedness has invented a language of combat, which is slang. To keep afloat and to rescue from oblivion, to hold above the gulf, were it but a fragment of some language which man has spoken and which would otherwise be lost, that is to say, one of the elements, good or bad, of which civilization is composed, or by which it is complicated, to extend the records of social observation, is to serve civilization itself. This service Plautus rendered, consciously or unconsciously, by making two Carthaginian soldiers talk Phoenician. That service Molière rendered by making so many of his characters talk Levantine and all sorts of dialects. Here objections spring up afresh. Phoenician, very good. Levantine, quite right. Even dialect, let that pass. They are tongues which have belonged to nations or provinces. But slang! What is the use of preserving slang? What is the good of assisting slang to survive? To this we reply in one word only, assuredly. If the tongue which a nation or a province has spoken is worthy of interest, the language which has been spoken by a misery is still more worthy of attention and study. It is the language which has been spoken in France, for example, for more than 4 centuries, not only by a misery, but by every possible human misery. And then we insist upon it, the study of social deformities and infirmities, and the task of pointing them out with a view to remedy, is not a business in which choice is permitted. The historian of manners and ideas has no less austere a mission than the historian of events. The latter has a surface of civilization, the conflicts of crowns, the births of princes, the marriages of kings, battles, assemblages, great public men, revolutions in the daylight, everything on the exterior. The other historian has the interior, the depths, the people who toil, suffer, wait, the oppressed woman, the agonizing child, the secret war between man and man, obscure ferocities, prejudices, plotted iniquities, the subterranean, the indistinct tremors of multitudes, the die of hunger, the counterblows of the law, the secret evolution of souls, the go barefoot, the bare-armed, the disinherited, the orphans, the unhappy, and the infamous, all the forms which roam through the darkness. He must descend with his heart full of charity and severity at the same time, as a brother and as a judge, to those impenetrable casemates where crawl pell-mell those who bleed and those who deal the blow, those who weep and those who curse, those who fast and those who devour, those who endure evil and those who inflict it. Have these historians of hearts and souls duties at all inferior to the historians of external facts? Does anyone think that Alighieri has any fewer things to say than Machiavelli? Is the underside of civilization any less important than the upper side, merely because it is deeper and more somber? Do we really know the mountain well when we are not acquainted with the cavern? Let us say, moreover, parenthetically, that from a few words of what precedes a marked separation might be inferred between the two classes of historians, which does not exist in our mind. No one is a good historian of the patent, visible, striking, and public life of peoples, if he is not, at the same time, in a certain measure, the historian of their deep and hidden life, and no one is a good historian of the interior, unless he understands, at need, to be the historian of the exterior also. The history of manners and ideas permeates the history of events, and this is true reciprocally. They constitute two different orders of facts which correspond to each other, which are always interlaced, and which often bring forth results. All the lineaments which Providence traces on the surface of a nation have their parallels, somber but distinct in their depths, and all convulsions of the depths produce ebullitions on the surface. True history being a mixture of all things, the true historian mingles in everything. Man is not a circle with a single center. He is an ellipse with a double focus. Facts form one of these, and ideas the other. Slang is nothing but a dressing room where the tongue, having some bad action to perform, disguises itself. There it clothes itself in word masks, in metaphor rags. In this guise it becomes horrible. One finds it difficult to recognize. Is it really the French tongue, the great human tongue? Behold it ready to step upon the stage, and to retort upon crime, and prepared for all the employments of the repertory of evil. It no longer walks, it hobbles, it limps on the crutch of the court of miracles, a crutch metamorphosable into a club. It is called vagrancy. Every sort of spectre its dressers have painted its face. It crawls and rears, the double gait of the reptile. Henceforth it is apt at all roles, and is made suspicious by the counterfeiter, covered with verdigris by the forger, blacked by the soot of the incendiary, and the murderer applies its rouge. When one listens by the side of honest men, at the portals of society, one overhears the dialogues of those who are on the outside. One distinguishes questions and replies. One perceives, without understanding it, a hideous murmur, sounding almost like human accents, but more nearly resembling a howl than an articulate word. It is slang. The words are misshapen and stamped with an indescribable and fantastic bestiality. One thinks one hears hydras talking. It is unintelligible in the dark. It gnashes and whispers, completing the gloom with mystery. It is black in misfortune. It is blacker still in crime. These two blacknesses amalgamated compose slang. Obscurity in the atmosphere, obscurity in acts, obscurity in voices, terrible toad-like tongue, which goes and comes, leaps, crawls, slobbers, and stirs about in monstrous wise in that immense grey fog composed of rain and night, of hunger, of vice, of falsehood, of injustice, of nudity, of suffocation, and of winter, the high noonday of the miserable. Let us have compassion on the chastised. Alas, who are we ourselves? Who am I who now address you? Who are you who are now listening to me? And are you very sure that we have done nothing before we were born? The earth is not devoid of resemblance to a jail. Who knows whether man is not a recaptured offender against divine justice? Look closely at life. It is so made that everywhere we feel the sense of punishment. Are you what is called a happy man? Well, you are sad every day. Each day has its own great grief or its little care. Yesterday you were trembling for a health that is dear to you. Today you fear for your own. Tomorrow it will be anxiety about money. The day after tomorrow the diatribe of a slanderer. The day after that the misfortune of some friend. Then the prevailing weather. Then something that has been broken or lost, then a pleasure with which your conscience and your vertebral column reproach you. Again, the course of public affairs. This without reckoning in the pains of the heart, and so it goes on. One cloud is dispelled, another forms. There is hardly one day out of 100 which is wholly joyous and sunny. And you belong to that small class who are happy? As for the rest of mankind, stagnating night rests upon them. Thoughtful minds make but little use of the phrase, the fortunate and the unfortunate. In this world, evidently the vestibule of another, there are no fortunate. The real human division is this, the luminous and the shady. To diminish the number of the shady, to augment the number of the luminous, that is the object. That is why we cry education, science. To teach reading means to light the fire. Every syllable spelled out sparkles. However, he who says light does not necessarily say joy. People suffer in the light. Excess burns. The flame is the enemy of the wing, to burn without ceasing to fly. Therein lies the marvel of genius. When you shall have learned to know and to love, you will still suffer. The day is born in tears. The luminous weep, if only over those in darkness.
Slang is the tongue of those who sit in darkness. Thought is moved in its most sombre depths. Social philosophy is bidden to its most poignant meditations in the presence of that enigmatic dialect at once so blighted and rebellious. Therein lies chastisement made visible. Every syllable has an air of being marked. The words of the vulgar tongue appear therein wrinkled and shrivelled, as it were, beneath the hot iron of the executioner. Some seem to be still smoking. Such and such a phrase produces upon you the effect of the shoulder of a thief branded with the fleur-de-lis which has suddenly been laid bare. Ideas almost refuse to be expressed in these substantives, which are fugitives from justice. Metaphor is sometimes so shameless that one feels that it has worn the iron neck fetter. Moreover, in spite of all this, and because of all this strange dialect has by rights its own compartment in that great impartial case of pigeon-holes where there is room for the rusty farthing as well as for the gold metal, and which is called literature. Slang, whether the public admit the fact or not, has its syntax and its poetry. It is a language. Yes, by the deformity of certain terms, we recognise the fact that it was chewed by Mandoin, and by the splendour of certain metonymies, we feel that Villon spoke it. That exquisite and celebrated verse, Mais où sont les neiges d'antan? But where are the snows of years gone by? Is a verse of slang. Antam, ante annum, is a word of Toon slang, which signified the past year, and by extension, formerly. 35 years ago, at the epoch of the departure of the great chain gang, there could be read in one of the cells at Bicêtre this maxim engraved with a nail on the wall by a king of Toon condemned to the galleys. Le daube d'antan trémait sempre pour la pierre de Sèvres. This means kings in days gone by always went and had themselves anointed. In the opinion of that king, anointment meant the galleys. The word décarade, which expresses the departure of heavy vehicles at a gallop, is attributed to Villon, and it is worthy of him. This word, which strikes fire with all four of its feet, sums up in a masterly onomatopoeia the whole of La Fontaine's admirable verse, Six forts chevaux tiraient un coche. 6 stout horses drew a coach. From a purely literary point of view, few studies would prove more curious and fruitful than the study of slang. It is a whole language within a language, a sort of sickly excrescence, an unhealthy graft which has produced a vegetation, a parasite which has its roots in the old Gallic trunk, and whose sinister foliage crawls all over one side of the language. This is what may be called the first, the vulgar aspect of slang. But for those who study the tongue as it should be studied, that is to say, as geologists study the earth, slang appears like a veritable alluvial deposit. According as one digs a longer or shorter distance into it, one finds in slang, below the old popular French, Provençal, Spanish, Italian, Levantine, that language of the Mediterranean ports, English and German, the Romance language in its 3 varieties, French, Italian and Romance, Latin, and finally Basque and Celtic, a profound and unique formation, a subterranean edifice erected in common by all the miserable. Each accursed race has deposited its layer, each suffering has dropped its stone there, each heart has contributed its pebble. A throng of evil, base or irritated souls, who have traversed life and have vanished into eternity, linger there almost entirely visible still beneath the form of some monstrous word. Do you want Spanish? The old Gothic slang abounded in it. Here is boffet, a box on the ear, which is derived from boffeton. Ventan, window, later on ventin, which comes from ventana. Gat, cat, which comes from gatto. Acite, oil, which comes from acete. Do you want Italian? Here is spade, sword, which comes from spada. Carvel, boat, which comes from caravella. Do you want English? Here is bichot, which comes from bishop. Raya, spy, which comes from rascal, rascalion. Pilch, a case, which comes from pilcher, a sheath. Do you want German? Here is the Keller, the waiter, Kellner, the Herz, the master, Herzog, duke. Do you want Latin? Here is frangir, to break, frangere, a fourré, to steal, fur. Cadene, chain, catena. There is one word which crops up in every language of the continent, with a sort of mysterious power and authority. It is the word magnus. The Scotchman makes of it his mac, which designates the chief of the clan, MacFarlane, MacCallamore, the great Farlane, the great Cullamore. Slang turns it into mech, and later lemech, that is to say, God. Would you like Basque? Here is Cajisto, the devil, which comes from gaitstoa, evil. Soir bon, good night, which comes from gabon, good evening. Do you want Celtic? Here is blavin, a handkerchief, which comes from blaver, gushing water. Ménesse, a woman, in a bad sense, which comes from mainet, full of stones. Barant, brook, which comes from baranton, fountain. Goffeur, locksmith, from goff, blacksmith. Guedeuse, death, which comes from gundu, black, white. Finally, would you like history? Slang calls crowns le maltese, a souvenir of the coin in circulation on the galleys of Malta. In addition to the philological origins just indicated, slang possesses other and still more natural roots, which spring, so to speak, from the mind of man itself. In the first place, the direct creation of words. Therein lies the mystery of tongues. To paint with words, which contains figures one knows not how or why, is a primitive foundation of all human languages, what may be called their granite. Slang abounds in words of this description, immediate words, words created instantaneously, no one knows either where or by whom, without etymology, without analogies, without derivatives, solitary, barbarous, sometimes hideous words, which at times possess a singular power of expression and which live. The executioner, le tôle, the forest, le sabri, fear, flight, tough, the lackey, le larbin, the mineral, the prefect, the minister, pharos, the devil, le rabouin. Nothing is stranger than these words which both mask and reveal. Some, le rabouin, for example, are at the same time grotesque and terrible, and produce on you the effect of a cyclopean grimace. In the second place, metaphor. The peculiarity of a language which is desirous of saying all, yet concealing all, is that it is rich in figures. Metaphor is an enigma, wherein the thief who is plotting a stroke, the prisoner who is arranging an escape, take refuge. No idiom is more metaphorical than slang. Dévisser le coco, to unscrew the nut, to twist the neck. Tortiller, to wriggle, to eat. Étrangère, to be tried. A rat, a bread thief. Il en skin, it rains. A striking ancient figure which partly bears its date about it, which assimilates long oblique lines of rain, with the dense and slanting pikes of the lances, and which compresses into a single word the popular expression, it rains halberds. Sometimes, in proportion as slang progresses from the first epoch to the second, words pass from the primitive and savage sense to the metaphorical sense. The devil ceases to be le rabouin and becomes le boulanger, the baker, who puts the bread into the oven. This is more witty, but less grand, something like Racine after Corneille, like Euripides after Aeschylus. Certain slang phrases which participate in the two epochs and have at once the barbaric character and the metaphorical character resemble phantasmagories. Les chausseurs vont solliciter des gars à la lune. The prowlers are going to steal horses by night. This passes before the mind like a group of spectres. One knows not what one sees. In the third place, the expedient. Slang lives on the language. It uses it in accordance with its fancy. It dips into it haphazard, and it often confines itself, when occasion arises, to alter it in a gross and summary fashion. Occasionally, with the ordinary words thus deformed and complicated with words of pure slang, picturesque phrases are formed, in which there can be felt the mixture of the two preceding elements, the direct creation and the metaphor. Le cab jaspine, je marron que la roulotte de panton crime dans le sabri. The dog is barking. I suspect that the diligence for Paris is passing through the woods. Le daube est cendre. Le dabouge est le mérossière. Le fait est votif. The bourgeois is stupid. The bourgeoisie is cunning. The daughter is pretty. Generally, to throw listeners off the track, slang confines itself to adding to all the words of the language without distinction an ignoble tail, a termination in ire, org, yerg, or in ush. Thus, vos yerg travaille bon org sesi gumouche. Do you think that leg of mutton good? A phrase addressed by Cartouche to a turnkey in order to find out whether the sum offered for his escape suited him. The termination in mar has been added recently. Slang, being the dialect of corruption, quickly becomes corrupted itself. Besides this, as it is always seeking concealment, as soon as it feels that it is understood, it changes its form. Contrary to what happens with every other vegetation, every ray of light which falls upon it kills whatever it touches. Thus slang is in constant process of decomposition and recomposition, an obscure and rapid work which never pauses. It passes over more ground in 10 years than a language in 10 centuries. Thus, le latin, bread, becomes le latif. Le gaille, horse, becomes le gaire. La fertonche, straw, becomes la fertille. Le momignard, brat. Le momarque. Le fique, duds, frusque. Le chic, the church, le grougeois. Le calabre, neck, le collat. The devil is at first Gehisto, then le rabouin, then the baker. The priest is a ratichon, then the boar, le sanglier. The dagger is le 22, 22, then le serin, then le langre. The police are raille, then roussin, then rousset, then marchands de lacets, dealers in stay laces, then coqueur, then cogne. The executioner is le tôle, then charlot, l'atigeur, then le béquillard. In the 17th century, to fight was to give each other snuff. In the 19th, it is to chew each other's throats. There have been 20 different phrases between these two extremes. Cartouche's talk would have been Hebrew to Lacenaire. All the words of this language are perpetually engaged in flight, like the men who utter them. Still, from time to time, and in consequence of this very movement, the ancient slang crops up again and becomes new once more. It has its headquarters where it maintains its sway. The Temple preserved the slang of the 17th century. Bicêtre, when it was a prison, preserved the slang of Thun. There one could hear the termination in anche of the old Thuners. Bois-tu, bois-tu, do you drink? The perpetual movement remains its law, nevertheless. If the philosopher succeeds in fixing, for a moment, for purposes of observation, this language which is incessantly evaporating, he falls into doleful and useful meditation. No study is more efficacious and more fecund in instruction. There is not a metaphor, not an analogy in slang which does not contain a lesson. Among these men, to beat means to feign. One beats a melody. Ruse is their strength. For them, the idea of the man is not separated from the idea of darkness. The night is called la sorgue, man l'orgue. Man is a derivative of the night. They have taken up the practice of considering society in the light of an atmosphere which kills them, of a fatal force, and they speak of their liberty as one would speak of his health. A man under arrest is a sick man. A man who is condemned is a dead man. The most terrible thing for the prisoner within the 4 walls in which he is buried is a sort of glacial chastity, and he calls the dungeon the castus. In that funereal place, life outside always presents itself under its most smiling aspect. The prisoner has irons on his feet. You think, perhaps, that his thought is that it is with the feet that one walks. No, he is thinking that it is with the feet that one dances. So, when he has succeeded in severing his fetters, his first idea is that now he can dance. And he calls the saw the bastringue, public-house ball. A name is a centre, profound assimilation. The ruffian has 2 heads, one of which reasons out his actions and leads him all his life long, and the other which he has upon his shoulders on the day of his death. He calls the head which counsels him in crime la sorbonne, and the head which expiates it la tranche. When a man has no longer anything but rags upon his body and vices in his heart, when he has arrived at that double moral and material degradation which the word blackguard characterises in its two acceptations, he is ripe for crime. He is like a well-whetted knife. He has two cutting edges, his distress and his malice. So slang does not say a blackguard, it says un régis. What are the galleys? A brazier of damnation, a hell. The convict calls himself a fagot. And finally, what name do malefactors give to their prison? The college. A whole penitentiary system can be evolved from that word. Does the reader wish to know where the majority of the songs of the galleys, those refrains called in the special vocabulary lire en fa, have had their birth? Let him listen to what follows. There existed at the Châtelet in Paris a large and long cellar. This cellar was 8 feet below the level of the Seine. It had neither windows nor air holes. Its only aperture was the door. Men could enter there, air could not. This vault had for ceiling a vault of stone, and for floor 10 inches of mud. It was flagged, but the pavement had rotted and cracked under the oozing of the water. 8 feet above the floor, a long and massive beam traversed this subterranean excavation from side to side. From this beam hung, at short distances apart, chains 3 feet long, and at the end of these chains there were rings for the neck. In this vault, men who had been condemned to the galleys were incarcerated until the day of their departure for Toulon. They were thrust under this beam, where each one found his fetters swinging in the darkness and waiting for him. The chains, those pendant arms, and the necklets, those open hands, caught the unhappy wretches by the throat. They were riveted and left there. As the chain was too short, they could not lie down. They remained motionless in that cavern, in that night, beneath that beam, almost hanging, forced to unheard-of efforts to reach their bread, jug, or their vault overhead, mud even to mid-leg, filth flowing to their very calves, broken asunder with fatigue, with thighs and knees giving way, clinging fast to the chain with their hands in order to obtain some rest, unable to sleep except when standing erect, and awakened every moment by the strangling of the collar. Some woke no more. In order to eat, they pushed the bread, which was flung to them in the mud, along their leg with their heel until it reached their hand. How long did they remain thus? 1 month? 2 months? 6 months sometimes. One stayed a year. It was the antechamber of the galleys. Men were put there for stealing a hair from the king. In this sepulchre hell, what did they do? What man can do in a sepulchre? They went through the agonies of death. And what can man do in hell? They sang. For song lingers where there is no longer any hope. In the waters of Malta, when a galley was approaching, the song could be heard before the sound of the oars. Poor Survincent, the poacher, who had gone through the prison cellar of the Châtelet, said, "It was the rhymes that kept me up." Uselessness of poetry. What is the good of rhyme? It is in this cellar that nearly all the slang songs had their birth. It is from the dungeon of the Grand Châtelet of Paris that comes the melancholy refrain of the Montgomery galley. Timalumissant, Timalumissant. The majority of these, ici cahier le théâtre du petit Dardon. Here is the theatre of the little archer, Cupid. Do what you will, you cannot annihilate that eternal relic in the heart of man, love. In this world of dismal deeds, people keep their secrets. The secret is the thing above all others. The secret, in the eyes of these wretches, is unity, which serves as a base of union. To betray a secret is to tear from each member of this fierce community something of his own personality. To inform against, in the energetic slang dialect, is called to eat the bit, as though each informer drew to himself a little of the substance of all and nourished himself on a bit of each one's flesh. What does it signify to receive a box on the ear? Commonplace metaphor replies, it is to see 36 candles. Here slang intervenes and takes it up. Candle, camoufle. Thereupon the ordinary tongue gives camoufler as the synonym for souffler. Thus, by a sort of infiltration from below upwards, with the aid of metaphor, that incalculable trajectory slang mounts from the cavern to the academy, and Poulaire, saying, "I light my camoufle," causes Voltaire to write, "L'Olivier la Beaumelle deserves 100 camouflets." Researches in slang mean discoveries at every step. Study and investigation of this strange idiom lead to the mysterious point of intersection of regular society with society which is accursed. The thief also has his food for cannon, stealable matter, you, I, whoever passes by, le peintre, Pan, everybody. Slang is language turned convict. That the thinking principle of man be thrust down ever so low, that it can be dragged and pinioned there by obscure tyrannies of fatality, that it can be bound by no one knows what fetters in that abyss, is sufficient to cause consternation. Oh, poor thought of miserable wretches! Alas, will no one come to the succour of the human soul in that darkness? Is it her destiny there to await for ever the mind, the liberator, the immense rider of Pegasi and hippogriffs, the combatant of heroes of the dawn who shall descend from the azure between two wings, the radiant night of the future? Will she for ever summon in vain to her assistance the lance of light of the ideal? Is she condemned to hear the fearful approach of evil through the density of the gulf, and to catch glimpses, nearer and nearer at hand, beneath the hideous water of that dragon's head, that maw streaked with foam, and that writhing undulation of claws, swellings, and rings? Must it remain there, without a gleam of light, without hope, given over to that terrible approach, vaguely scented out by the monster, shuddering, dishevelled, wringing its arms, for ever chained to the rock of night, a sombre Andromeda white and naked amid the shadows? End of Book 7, Chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.